Graphic audio. A movie in your mind.
Graphic Audio presents Terra, Ignota, 2 Like the Lightning, Part 1 by Ada Palmer. Narrated by Chris Stinson and performed by a full cast.
This audio performance employs blind casting as recommended by the Gordian Equity and Equality Laboratories. It was published with the permissions of the Romanova 7 Hive Council Stability Committee, the 5 Hive Committee on Dangerous Literature, Ordo Quiritum Imperatoris Masonicorum, the Cousins Commission for the Humane Treatment of Servicers, the Mitsubishi Executive Directorate, and His Majesty Isabel Carlos II of Spain. This production was created with the consent of all free and unfree living persons herein portrayed. Gordian Exposure Commission Content Ratings. Rated S3. Explicit sexual scenes, references to sexual assault, sexual acts of real and living persons. Rated V5. Scenes of intentional violence, references to extreme violence, incidents of global trauma, violence committed by real and living persons. Rated R4. Explicit treatment of religious themes without intent to convert, religious beliefs of real and living persons.
You are the reader, the addressee of this, my little history. Whether you listen or see or feel a textured page, or download straight into your consciousness, or meet my words through another sense unimagined yet by humankind, all books, though made of clay or light or ones and zeros, are still books, and you who give them life, their reader. Now, you will criticize me, reader, for writing in a style 600 years removed from the events I describe, but you came to me for explanation of those days of transformation which left your world the world it is. And since it was the philosophy of the 18th century, heavy with optimism and ambition, whose abrupt revival birthed the recent revolution, so it is only in the language of the Enlightenment, rich with opinion and sentiment, that those days can be described. You must forgive me my somewhat Shakespearean these and thous and he's and she's, my lack of modern words and modern objectivity. It'll be hard at first, but whether you are my contemporary or an historian gazing back at my 25th century as remotely as I gaze back on the 18th, you will find yourself more fluent in the language of the past than you imagined. We all are. I wondered once why authors of ancient days so often prostrate themselves before their audience, apologize, beg favors, and explain their faults and failings. Yet, with my work barely begun, I find myself already in the same position. If I am properly to follow the style I've chosen, I must, at the book's outset, describe myself, my background and qualifications, and tell you by what chance or providence it is that the answers you seek are in my hands. I beg you, gentle reader, grant me the privilege of silence on this count. Those of you who know the name Mycroft Canner may now set this book aside. Those who do not, I beg you, let me make you trust me for a few minutes, since this tale will give you time enough to hate me in its own right. We begin on the morning of March the 23rd in the year 2454. Carlyle Foster had risen full of strength that day, for March the 23rd was the feast of St. Turribius, a day on which men had honored their creator in ages past and still do today. He was not yet 30, European enough to be almost blonde, his hair overgrown down to his shoulders, and his body gaunt as if he was too occupied with life to feed himself. He wore practical shoes and a cousin's loose but comfortable wrap, gray-green that morning. But the only clothing item given any care was his long sensei's scarf of aged gray wool, which he believed had once belonged to the great sensei's conclave reformer Fisher G. Gurai, one of many lies in which Carlyle daily wrapped himself. Following his parishioner's instructions, Carlyle bade the car touch down, not on the high drawbridge-like walkway which led to the main door of the shimmering glass Bosch house, but by the narrow maintenance stairs beside it. These slanted their way down into the little man-made canyon which separated this row of Bosch houses from the next, like a deep, dry moat. The bottom was choked with wildflowers and seed-heavy grasses, tussled by the foraging of countless birds. And here, in the shadow of the bridge, lay Thisby's door, too unimportant even for a bell.
Who is it?
Carlyle Foster.
Who?
Carlyle Foster. I'm your new sensei. We have an appointment.
Oh, right. I called to cancel. We have a security thing. Problem. Breach.
I didn't get any message.
Now isn't a good time.
I knew your previous sensei very well. We're all saddened by their loss.
Yes, very tragic. Shh. Will you hold still?
Are you all right in there?
Fine.
The sensei couldn't make out anything beyond the thick frosted glass, but he sensed the lie in her voice.
Do you need help?
No. Come back later. I just...
Pointer, stay with me. Stay with me. Breathe.
It's too late, Major.
The door could not stifle a child's sobs, piercing as a spear. Carlyle sprang to action. He pounded the door with hands unused to forming fists and tried the lock, though he knew it would not open. Those who deny Providence may blame the dog within, which in its frenzy probably passed close enough to activate the door. I know what Carlyle saw as the door opened. Thisby was barefoot and in yesterday's clothes, scribbling madly on a scrap of paper on the haste-cleared tabletop, with remnants of work and breakfast scattered on the floor. 11 men stood on that table. Battered men, strong, hard-boned, and hard-faced, as if reared in a harder age, and each 5 centimeters tall. They wore tiny army uniforms of green or sand brown, not the elegance of old Europe, but the utility of the world wars, all grunge and daily wear. 3 of them were bleeding, paint bright red pooling on the tabletop, as appalling as a pet mouse's wound, when each lost drop would be half a liter to you. One was not merely bleeding. Have you ever watched a death, reader? In slow cases like blood loss, it is not so much a moment as a stretch of ambiguity. One breath leaves, and you wait, uncertain for the next. Was that the last? 1 more, 2 more, a final twitch? It takes so long for cheeks to slacken and the stink of relaxing bowels to escape the clothes that you can't be certain death has visited until the moment is well past. Not so here. Before Carlyle's eyes, the last breath left the soldier, and with it, softness and color, the red of blood, the peach of skin, all faded to green as the tiny corpse reverted back into a plastic toy soldier, complete with stand. Our protagonist cowered beneath the table.
He's dead.
Just as the most persuasive tongue could never convince the learned crowds of 1700 that the young wordsmith calling himself Voltaire would overshadow all the dynasties of Europe, so I shall never convince you, dear reader, that this boy, not the heads of state whom I shall introduce in time, but Bridger, the 13-year-old boy hugging his knees here beneath Thisby's table, he made the future in which you now live.
Ready.
Thisby rolled her drawing up into a tube and thrust it down for the boy to take. Might she have hesitated, I wonder, had she realized that an intruder watched?
Bridger, it's time. Bridger, act now, son, or grief will swallow up your chance to help the others.
Bridger reached from beneath the table and touched the paper with his fingers. In that instant, without sound or light or any puff of melodramatic smoke, the paper tube transformed to glass, the doodles to a label, and the purple scribbles to the pigment of a liquid bubbling within. Thisby popped the cork, which had been no more than cross-hatching moments before, and poured the potion over the tiny soldiers on the table. As the fluid washed over the 3 injured soldiers, their wounds peeled away like old paint, leaving the soldiers clean and healed.
Thou too, Mycroft Canna, thou too maintainest this fantasy, repeated by too many mouths already. As poor a guide as thou art, I had hoped thou wouldst at least present me facts, not lunacy.
How can your servant answer you, good reader? I shall not convince you, though you have seen the miracle almost firsthand. I shall never convince you that Bridger's powers were real, nor shall I try. You demand the truth, and I have no truth to offer but what I believe. You have no obligation to believe me, and can dismiss your flawed guide and Bridger with me at the journey's end. But while I am your guide, indulge me as you indulge a child who will not rest until you pretend you too believe in the monsters under the bed. Call it a madness. I am easy to call mad. Carlyle did not have the luxury of disbelief. He saw the transformation, impossible and undeniable. I wish I knew what he said. A word, a prayer, a groan. But those who were there, the Major, Thisby, Bridger, none could tell me, since they drowned his answer with their own.
Mycroft!
I took the stairs in seconds, and the Senseiya in less time, pinning him to the floor, with my fingers pinching his trachea so he could neither breathe nor speak. What happened?
That's our new Senseiya. We had an appointment, but Bridger... And then the door opened, and then they saw everything. Mycroft, the Senseiya saw everything.
She raised her hand to the tracker at her ear, which beeped with her brother Occam's call from upstairs.
No, don't come down. What? No, everything's fine. No, I just spilled some nasty perfumes all over the rug. You don't want to come down here. No, nothing to do with that. I'm fine, really.
While Thisby spun her lies, I leaned low over my prisoner and eased up on his throat. I'm not going to hurt you. In a moment, your tracker will ask if you're all right. If you signal back that everything is fine, then I'll answer your questions. But if you call for help, the child, the soldiers, and myself will be gone before anyone arrives, and you will never find us. Clear?
Don't bother, Mycroft.
Thisby made for her closet.
Just hold them down. I still have some of those memory-erasing pills. Remember the blue ones?
No! I felt my prisoner shudder with the same objection. Thisby, this is a Senseiya! She squinted at the scarf around Carlyle's shoulders.
We don't need a can of worms right now. Occam says there's a polylaw upstairs, a mason.
Senseiyas live for metaphysics, Thisby. It's what they are. How would you feel if someone erased your memory of the most important thing that ever happened to you? Thisby did not like my tone, and I would not have braved her anger for a lesser creature than a Senseiya. I wonder, reader, which folk etymology you believe. Is Senseiya a perversion of the non-existent Latin verb senseo? Of soothsayer with soothe turned into sense? of sensei, the honorific Japan grants to teachers, doctors, and the wise? I have researched the question myself, but founder Mertice McKay left posterity no notes when she created the term. She had no time to. Working in the rush of the 2140s as society's wrath swept through after the church war, banning religious houses, meetings, proselytizing, and in her eyes, threatening to abolish even the word God. The laws are real still, reader. Just as 3 unrelated women living in the same house was once, in some places, legally a brothel, 3 people in a room talking about religion was then, as now, a church meeting, and subject to harsh penalties. Not in the laws of 1 or 2 hives, but even in the codes of Romanova. What terrible silence McKay foresaw. A man afraid to ask his lover whether he too hoped for a hereafter. Parents afraid to answer when their children asked, "Who made the world?" With what desperation McKay cried to those with the power to stop it.
Humanity cannot live without these questions. Let us create a new creature. Not a preacher, but a teacher who hears a parishioner's questions and presents the answers of all the faiths and sects of history. Christians and pagans, Muslims and atheists, all equal. With this new creature as his guide, let each man pick through the fruits of all theologies and anti-theologies and make from them his own system to test, improve, and lean on all the years of his long life. If early opponents of the Christian Reformation feared that Protestants would invent as many Christianities as there were Christians, let this new creature help us create as many religions as there are human beings.
So, she cried, you will forgive her, reader, if in her fervor she did not pause to diagram the derivation of this new creature's name.
Mycroft's right.
From where I held him, Carlyle could probably see the tiny torso of the old veteran leaning over the table's edge, like a scout over a cliff.
We've been saying it's high time Bridger met more people, and honestly, Thisbe, does anyone on Earth need a sensair as much as we do?
The other soldiers on the tabletop spoke up at last.
The Major's right. About time we found ourselves some kind of damned priest.
Past time.
I leaned closer to my prisoner. Cancel the help signal, or we do this Thisbe's way. The police insist that I add a disclaimer, reminding you not to do what Carlyle did. When your tracker earpiece detects a sudden jump in heartbeat or adrenaline, it calls help automatically unless you signal all clear. So if there is danger, an assailant, even if you're immobilized, help will still come. Last year, there were 118 slayings and nearly 1,000 sexual assaults enabled by victims being convinced to cancel the help signal for one reason or another. Carlyle made the right choice canceling his call, because God matters more to him than life or chastity, and because I meant him no real harm. The same will likely not be true for you.
Done.
I released my prisoner and backed away, my hands where he could see them, my posture slack, my eyes subserviently on the floor. I dared not even glance up, since in that moment when he could have called anew for the police, the only thing that mattered was convincing him I posed no threat.
What's your name, priest?
The Major called down to the sensei from the tabletop.
Carlyle Foster.
A good name. People call me the Major. These men are called Aimer, Looker, Crawler, Medic, Standard Yellow, Standard Green, Croucher, No Gun, No Stand, and back there, the late Private Pointer.
He nodded over his shoulder at the plastic toy which now laid stiffly on its side.
Plastic?
Yes, we're plastic toy soldiers. Bridger fished us from the trash and brought us to life, but we had a run-in with a cat today, and at our scale, any cat may as well be the Nemean lion. Pointer fought like a hero, but heroes die.
Now the other 9 soldiers gathered around the Major at the table's edge. All but the paranoid Croucher had long since stopped bothering to wear their heavy helmets, but their uniforms remained, fatigues and pouches more intricate than any human hand could sew, with rifles frail as toothpicks slung across their backs.
Some kind of U-beast? An AI?
Wouldn't that be a relief? No. Bridger's power is not so explicable. One touch makes toy things real. You saw it just now with the vial of healing potion that Thisbe drew.
Healing potion?
Mycroft, hand Carlyle the empty tube so he can feel it's real.
I did so, and Carlyle's fingers trembled, as if he expected the glass to pop like a soap bubble. It didn't.
It works on anything. Statues, dolls, origami animals. We have paper if you want to test it. You can make a frog. Just no cranes. Frogs can be full scale, but cranes weren't meant to be a finger tall. It's too unkind. Ends badly.
Carlyle peered under the table, where a chair half concealed the figure huddled in a child's wrap. Once blue and white, now blue and well-loved gray.
You're Bridger?
And your cousin Carlyle Foster?
Thisbe took command as she stepped forward and stared down at the intruders. She had freed the sea of her black hair from the wad which had kept it dry through her morning shower, and donned her boots too, tall, taut, humanist boots, patterned with the flowing brush pen landscape, the kind with winding banks and misty mountains that the eye gets lost in. I believe there is some mestizo blood deep in the Senior line, but the rest of Thisbe is all India. Large eyes with long black lashes. Her harsh glance does not pierce so much as envelop its target. I was the target of her eyes this time, the two slow syllables repeated for my sake.
Cousin Carlyle Foster.
I gave the subtlest nod I could, confirming that, with hidden motions, I had already entered the name into my search, and that the data flicker on my lenses was me racing through police, employment, and cousin member records. My clearances slicing through security like a dissection knife through flesh. In minutes, I would know more about the Sensei than he knew about himself. You would be no less careful guarding Bridger.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to barge in. It just sounded...
Convince me that I should trust you with the most important and dangerous power in the world.
Dangerous?
I could have written deadly super plague on that vial.
You should, because I can offer context and comparison and scenarios and ism names for things.
His pauses convinced me more than his conclusion. Pauses in which the Sensei wrestled against the gag order, forbidden by anti-proselytory laws, and conclave vows from letting slip whether his beliefs labeled this encounter chance, providence, fate, or the whimsy of pool ball atoms. But Carlyle was good. He didn't slip, even in extremis.
Names, scenarios, and then suggestions. This thing or that thing Bridger should make. Gold, diamonds, and then introductions. One friend, then another, then the rich and the powerful.
Money? Why would... This is infinitely more important than money. This is theology.
I saw Thisbe's face shift from the kind of sternness that hides anger to the kind that hides a laugh.
You can trust me. The Conclave picked carefully when assigning a new Sensei to your Barsh, of all Barshes. Of course they did. If I were going to abuse my position, all I need is the Senior Weeksbooth Barsh's door key to wreck the world.
Very true.
If I'm here, it's because the Conclave knows I'd never exploit my position. Ever.
Thisbe raised her chin to make her glare the more commanding.
You'll keep this absolutely secret. Everything you see here. Bridger's whole existence.
Yes, absolutely.
Swear. Thisbe would not have thought to ask.
I swear.
By something?
By something. Yes. I can help you. I'm trained for this. I'm not afraid of the word supernatural. I'm not afraid to explore this, not by pushing anyone to do anything, but with hypotheticals, thought experiments, listening and talking.
Are you afraid of the word miracle?
No.
He was looking at me now. I turned my head to hide the chunk that is missing from my right ear, lest he match that to the name Mycroft and realize who I was. He gave no sign of guessing.
In fact, It's one of my favorite words.
I raised my eyes and looked directly at the cousin at last, happy to find few insignia at all above his hive wrap and vocational scarf. He wore a red-brown mystery reader's bracelet, a tea enthusiast's green-striped socks, and a cyclist's clip on one shoe, but nothing political. No nation strat, not even a campus ring. I smiled my approval, and on the table the Major nodded his. Thisbe still held us, a dark stare which forbade any interruption of her silent self-debate. When she did soften into a smile, the whole room seemed to soften with her. The pulse-hot current of threat and force swept away by the easing of her stance, like smoke by a healing breeze. Thisbe knelt beside the table.
Bridger, would you like to come out and meet this sensei, Carlyle Foster?
The boy beneath the table rocked within the cradle of his knees.
Pointer's dead.
Taking care to tilt my mangled ear away from Carlyle, I crawled under the table and wrapped as much of my warmth around Bridger as I could. I stroked his hair, gold blonde now, losing the white blonde of childhood. It was hard to believe he had turned 13. You know what a sensei is, right? You remember what I told you?
A sensei is somebody who loves the universe so much they spend their whole life talking about all the different ways that it could be.
I smiled at my own definition being parroted in child speak. Senseias help people think about where the world came from and whether there's a plan or somebody in charge or just chaos and what happens when people die. Carlyle here is a senseia. They can help you think about those things, especially death. Armored in my arms, Bridger raised his tear-crusted eyes and faced the stranger.
Can I bring Pointer back? Is that okay? I can make a potion that'll bring Pointer back from the dead, but I don't know if that's bad, because I don't know where they went now that they're dead. And maybe it's somewhere good. So maybe it's bad to bring them back here, but maybe it's bad where they went. Or maybe they didn't go anywhere at all and they're just gone. Do you know?
Carlyle smiled, a perfect, calm, real smile. I admired his recovery, bouncing back in less than 2 minutes from violent chokehold to being the only calm person in the room. A senseia indeed.
No, I don't know. Not for sure. People have made a lot of different suggestions, and there are good arguments for many different versions. We can talk about them, if you want. But what do you think? Do you think Pointer went somewhere?
Master, do you believe that chance alone, without providence behind it, would have sent this child in this moment so suitable a guide?
I don't think Pointer just went away.
Bridger wiped his nose on his sleeve.
It wouldn't be fair if they just went away.
A lot of people agree with that.
And it wouldn't be fair if they went somewhere bad.
A lot of people agree with that too. There are lots of good places they might have gone. Some people would say Pointer has been reborn as something else. Some would say they've returned to being one with the whole universe, the way they were before they were born. Some would say they went to an afterlife.
Bridger's fingers dug into my arm.
Like Hades or heaven. And then you get to see all the dead people you knew. Like your mom and dad.
That's something some people think might happen after death. Yes.
Except Pointer's mom and dad never existed. Because they're made up. I made them up. Pointer remembered them like Pointer remembered the country their army was from, and the war they fought. But none of it ever happened because it's all made up. Do made-up dead people go to the afterlife?
Carlyle's 5 years at in-training and 4 in practice could not supply an answer. I was deeper into Carlyle's records now. Past honors, transcripts, parishioners' endorsements, bios of Bosch mates. A safe, unfamous Bosch. All cousins, mostly teachers plus a masseur. 2 mural painters and an oboist. I'd even found his orphanage records. Expected from the surname Foster. I had not expected the word gag gene. Perhaps in your age, gentle reader, The human race is better. Good enough that you no longer need so dark a tool? The universal catalog of DNA, our greatest guard against disease and crime, also ended anonymity for foundlings, whose parents leave signatures in every cell. Courts called it a triumph at first, the empowering of the abandoned, and it took the Cooper scandal and the Chaucer King triple suicide to force law to admit that one foundling in 1,000 carries in its genes a past too hard to bear. Hence, gag genes, which does not mean, as rumor claims, genes whose story is so vile it makes you gag, but gag order genome, a court order which denies the child access to the testimony of its own blood, for its own happiness. Law leaves it to the courts, not parents, to decide what case merits gag gene status, though parents may plead and bribe if need be. Rape is not enough. Incest rape is likely in your mind, and it is sometimes incest rape, but it is usually a longer, stranger tale than that. If Troy's queen Hecuba, impossibly mother of 50 sons, had borne a 51st, not in the towers of Ilium, but in the slave tents after the city's fall, where Trojan women clasped their captors' knees with hands still white with the ashes of their husbands. If in such an hour vindictive fate, judging the queen's defilement, not yet absolute, let rape plant one last seed in the womb which had borne so many unto death, and chose no hero seed, not Menelaus or an Ajax or some other king, but gave her royal body over to the pleasures of a bow-legged Thersites, the ugliest and lowest creature who ever came to Troy, a son conceived thus would have been a gag gene. I smiled now at the name Carlyle. I had thought at first it was a lack of originality which made the orphanage choose what has become Earth's most common baby name, now that I plunged Mycroft off the list. But you must admit, a gag gene denied any inheritance, even his parents' story, which might at least have offered him that patrimony named revenge, deserves at least a hero's name.
Problem?
Thisbe crouched close to me, likely spotting my flinch at the word gag gene. Maybe. Best get Bridger out. I mussed the boy's hair. You want to go home, Bridger? You don't have to talk to Carlyle right now. You can go home, have Marmadol make cookies, and decide later whether or not to resurrect Pointer.
But...
I squeezed his shoulder. Pointer's already dead. Nothing will change for now. You can take your time and then make up your mind.
what if they're in a bad place? Like hell?
I choked up before that word. The Major faced it better.
Pointer was a soldier, Bridger. He was ready for death, no matter what death is.
The little dam of courage broke inside the boy now, releasing half-muffled sobs. Come on. I scooped Bridger forward, my arms forgetting he was no longer so easy to lift.
Shouldn't I talk to the sensei?
They can come another time to talk. Tomorrow, anytime you want. Right, Carlyle?
Yes.
Timid as a hatchling, Bridger crawled out from beneath the table. Beside him came Boo, his bright blue dog, 3 feet long and whining in a sympathetic worry, just as real dogs do. Even on close inspection, Boo can be taken for a U-beast or some other high-end robot or genetically engineered companion, since Bridger's touch erases all hint of seams and stitching. It was Boo who first betrayed Bridger to me 10 years ago, but I would have never realized what the toy dog was had fate not placed him in my path in the moment one of Bridger's miracles ran out, so the living beast reverted to plush and stuffing before my eyes. Bridger leaned forward and pressed his shoulder against the table's edge.
Aboard.
The tiny soldiers climbed the warp of Bridger's wrap like a cargo net and settled in like sailors into rigging.
What about Pointer's body?
I'll take care of Pointer. You rest up and eat. I'm sure Momadol has a big lunch ready.
Okay.
I moved to follow the boy out from under the table, but Thisbe stepped close, caging me beneath the table with the firm bars of her legs.
Bridger froze as I failed to follow.
Mycroft isn't coming?
Mycroft will follow soon, sweetheart. But they have to stay and help me hear a little first, all right?
All right.
Bridger's face showed it wasn't all right at all. But still, brave boy, he tried.
Hold a second, Bridger.
The boy paused.
Carlyle Foster.
Awe held the sensei as Bridger paused before him, offering a close look at these impossibly perfect human figures shorter than a finger.
Yes?
Word of warning. We're small, but we're soldiers. Real soldiers. We are no strangers to handing out death. We'll be watching you. If you betray us, if you even start to, if you endanger Bridger in any way at all, we'll kill you. No second chances. We don't gamble with this power. We will just kill you. Understood?
You have my oath. I won't break it.
I couldn't see the Major's expression from under the table, whether he smiled at the passion in the sensei's conviction, or frowned at his face, so bright, so buoyant, so obviously unable to believe the threat was real.
Then you'll be welcome tomorrow, Carlyle Foster. We do need a priest, or a sensei, or whatever you call yourself. The boy most, but the rest of my men too. We've missed that. We'll be grateful when you come.
Bye-bye, Major. Bye-bye, Bridger. Bye-bye, men.
Thisbe spurred the boy away, her smile lingering only until the door closed tight.
Now, the serious part.
She faced Carlyle, her stance still trapping me under the table.
The Major meant it that they'll kill you if you mess this up. So listen carefully. Rule 1. You tell no one about Bridger. No one. Not your boshmates, not your boss, not the police, not your lover.
Not your mentor at the sensei's conclave.
Right. Not your own sensei. No one.
I understand.
You think so? Keeping secrets is harder than it sounds.
Thisbe sat on the table, her landscaped boots dangling before my face. Carlyle met her dark, enveloping eyes and held them.
I am a sensei. I keep my vows, and I keep intimate secrets. Every day, and always.
Rule 2. You don't take samples of things Bridger has created to run tests on them. We're all in favor of exploring this with science, but we have our own access to labs, people we know and trust, who can keep secrets. If you want to run a test, you can suggest it. We're eager for new ideas, but we'll run it ourselves.
That makes sense. I'm glad you're running tests.
Rule 3. You don't bring Bridger new toys, or pictures, or storybooks, or anything like that without running them by us first.
He arched his brows.
May I ask why?
Attachment. Bridger knows they can't fill the world with living toys, but sometimes they get upset when they get attached to a character they shouldn't bring to life.
He nodded. She nodded back. Does it distress you, reader, how I remind you of their sexes in each sentence? Hers and his? Does it make you see them naked in each other's arms and fill even this plain scene with wanton sensuality? Linguists will tell you the ancients were less sensitive to gendered language than we are, that we react to it because it's rare. But that in ages that heard he and she in every sentence, they grew stale. I don't believe it. I think gendered language was every bit as sensual to our predecessors as it is to us, but they admitted the place of sex in every thought and gesture.
My mind is not as dirty as thine, Mycroft. My distress is at the strangeness of applying he and she to thy 2450s, where they have no place.
You protest? Would that you were right, good reader. Would that he and she and their electric power were unknown in my day. Alas, it is from these very words that the transformation came which I am commanded to describe, so I must use them to describe it. I am sorry, reader. I cannot offer wine without the poison of the alcohol within. Carlyle smiled.
Those are good rules. Good precautions.
Then follow them.
I will.
Carlyle licked his lips, the 1,000 questions in his mind, struggling to choose a vanguard.
Where did Bridger come from?
We don't know. They were a toddler when they animated the soldiers. We don't know anything before that. We've been raising them here in secret ever since, and it's going to remain secret until Bridger is mature enough to fully understand the implications of their powers and decide for themselves who, if anyone, to show them to.
You've raised them in this bash?
In the flower trench outside. There are hiding places.
Does the rest of your bash know?
No.
Cato.
Right. Cato sort of knows.
That's Cato Weeksbooth?
I saw the flicker in Carlyle's lenses as he brought up the file.
I don't have an appointment with them yet, but I called to make one.
Cato doesn't know about Bridger's powers, or the soldiers, or even that Bridger lives here in the trench. But we take Bridger to a kids' science club Cato runs to meet other children. So Cato knows Bridger as a kid that Mycroft and I are mentoring, but nothing more.
Mycroft.
At last, Carlyle's scrutiny fell fully on me. On my knees beneath the table, I tried again to look as non-threatening as I could. Should I describe myself here? What Carlyle saw? I am nothing much, perhaps as tall as Thisbe had I not learned to stoop. My skin, a little dark, and dark hair always overgrown, and a thinness to my face which makes some worry that I eat too little. My hands have acquired something of a laborer's roughness, and my servicer uniform of dabbled beige and gray hangs on me loose enough to sleep in. On a street, you would not give me a second glance. And even with old photographs before you, you would not know me now without the telltale ear. Mercifully, it was my uniform that caught Carlyle's eye. I recognized the familiar judgmental half-step back which free men take around the guilty. Murder for profit is the crime most people think of when they see a services uniform. A crime the convict has no reason to repeat now that law has stripped him of the right to property. Those with more imagination might envision a grand corporate theft or a revenge killing, avenging some great evil beyond the reach of law. Or a crime of passion, catching a lover in a rival's arms and slaying both in a triumphant but passing madness. At the dawn of the 15th century, St. Sir Thomas More described a humane, though fictitious, Persian judicial system in which convicts were not chained in the plague-filled dark, but made slaves of the state. Let loose to wander without home or property, to serve at the command of any citizen who needed labor. Knowing what these convicts were, no citizen would give them food or rest except after a day's work. And, with nothing to gain or lose, they served the community in ambitionless, lifelong peace. Tell me, when our 22nd century forefathers created the Servicer program, offering lifelong community service in lieu of prison for criminals judged harmless enough to walk among the free, were they progressive or retrogressive in implementing a 700-year-old system which had never actually existed?
You've been helping to raise Bridger too?
Mycroft stumbled on Bridger much like you did. I admit it's been a bit of a fudge putting cleaning services instead of childcare when I log Mycroft's hours, but it's no violation of the spirit of the law.
I held my breath for this moment, when Carlyle held my fragile future in his power. He could have reported me. My false work logs, my too close relationship with this Bosch, almost familial, all things forbidden to we who forfeited home, Bosch, and the rest when we committed crimes so severe that a lifetime's labor can never balance out what we destroyed. But Carlyle is kind, and smiled, even for me.
Nice to meet you, Mycroft. You must have a court-appointed sensei.
Yes, I do.
Who doesn't know about Bridger?
Correct.
And Thisbe, you've never had a sensei who knew?
No.
Then neither of you has never been able to talk to a sensei before? About the implications of it?
I suppose not.
Would you like to? We do have an appointment, if you're up for it.
You're up to it?
Always. And Mycroft, if you'd like me to arrange a session for you sometime, I'm sure I could get it cleared.
I'll consider it. I crawled my way out from under the table between Thisbe's legs at last.
Mycroft, you don't have to leave just because...
I have a job. It was no lie. A summons from the Mitsubishi Executive Directorate has been buzzing in my ear for some time. I had lingered since Bridger took priority now, but now I had my own reason to visit Togenkyo. My searches had sliced deep. There were not many gag genes born precisely in 2426. Not many parents who would produce a child with eyes that shade of blue, hair edged with that tint of gold, and not many hospitals whose records would not open before the security codes I had the privilege of borrowing. That led me to Togenkyo.
Will I see you tonight?
Thisbe knows she will not learn about my work by asking. She leaned toward me and touched my back, her palm and slow fingers tasting the contours of my flesh. Instantly, I could read it in his face. Carlyle succumbed to the vision of me naked in Thisbe's arms. This was the great service Thisbe did me. Even without lying outright, the practiced femininity beneath her lazy posture could convince anyone, even the bossib she grew up with, that my constant visits were no more than a mundane, forbidden fling. Carlyle had seen Bridger already, so there was no real need for us to deceive him. But someone who thinks he knows a man's dirty secret will usually stop looking deeper. I returned Thisbe's stroke with my own across her cheek, just as practiced. Hopefully, she leaned close to my ear.
Is this cousin trouble?
I'll know in a few hours. Meanwhile, use the session, get to know them, test them. Thisbe gave a warm, wide smile. I was full of fears as I left. Not fears of Carlyle or fears for Carlyle, but fears of what Togenkyo might reveal about who sent Carlyle. Skilled as he was and perfect for our needs, I could not believe this gag gene of all the senseias on Earth would be assigned by chance. And I shall bear you with me to Togenkyo, reader, but not yet. First, I must show you what was happening upstairs in this same Bash house before I was summoned down by Thisbe's cry. I pray your patience. After all, if you choose not to believe in Bridger, then it is upstairs where begins the half of all of this that you will admit reshaped our world. Another car had touched down that same morning, March the 23rd, before the same Bosch house. Cielo de Pájaros blazes like a glacier on such mornings. White sun reflecting off the long rows of glass roofs which descend toward the Pacific in giant steps, like Dante's Purgatory. The city is named for the birds. They say over 1 million wild but cultivated hatched and fed in the flower trenches that separate the tiers. So the flocks constantly splash up out of hiding and fall away again into the trench depths, like the wave crests of a flying sea. Cielo de Pájaros is one of the Kropolski's earliest spectacle cities, much criticized for its homogeny, row upon row of homes with no downtown or shopping districts, but it has never lacked for residents. Critics claim the people tolerate living without downtown in return for Chile's perfect ocean views, or even that residents choose the city largely out of hive pride. Humanist members excited to think the great Sinear Weekspooth computers are humming away beneath their boots. But humanists are not the only residents. One finds cousins here, Mitsubishi, clusters of Gordian. I think Cielo de Pájaros is a success because it was the first city designed for those who don't like city centers, whose perfect evening is spent by a window, watching gulls and black waves crashing down. What need is there for bustle in a city built for Bosches who prefer to be alone? Martin Guildbreaker alighted from the car and crossed the gleaming footbridge over the flower trench to ring the main door's bell. What could those inside see as he approached? A square-breasted mason suit, light marble gray, and crisp with that time-consuming perfection only seen in those who perfect their appearances for another's sake. A butler for his master, a bride for her beloved, or Martin for his emperor. A darker armband, black-edged imperial grey with the square and compass on it, declares him a familiaris regni, an intimate of the Masonic throne, who walks the corridors of power at the price of subjecting himself by law and contract to the absolute dictum of Caesar's will. Martin wears no strat insignia, nothing beyond his one white sleeve announcing permanent participation in that most Masonic rite of the annus dialogorum. His hair is black, his skin a healthy, vaguely Persian brown, but I will not bore you with the genetics of a line that has not worn a nation strat insignia in 10 generations. There is no allegiance for a guild breaker but the Empire, nor a more unwelcome presence on this doorstep than a guild breaker.
I'm looking for member Occam Senior.
The watchman of the house stayed inside.
Is the world about to end?
No.
Then go away. I have 800 million lives to oversee.
Not possible. I'm here to investigate last night's security breach.
Martin let the computer flash his credentials.
I have a warrant.
I sent for our own police, not a polylaw.
I know this is a humanist Bosch, and I will absolutely respect your hive sovereignty. But as a globally essential property, you fall under Romanova's jurisdiction. They assigned me.
You think just because your Bosch ponces around the Sanctum Sanctorum, you can waltz in here and improve on my security?
I don't believe Martin had ever before heard his bashmate's positions in the Masonic Hive's most honored guard used as an insult. He managed not to flinch.
Are you member Occam Senior?
I am.
Martin gave a respectful nod.
This isn't a simple security breach. You've been framed for grand theft. We have your tracker ID logged, entering the crime scene in Tokyo late last night, and 5 million euros appeared in your bank account this morning. I know it's absurd to suggest that anyone in your Bosch would commit a theft for profit, but I need your cooperation to find out why someone would set up something so implausible. The fact that there was also a break-in here last night can't be coincidence.
The door relented at last, revealing a man of dark Indian stock to match his sister Thisbe, and a physique beyond common athleticism. His shirt and pants, once plain, were now a labyrinth of doodles, black spirals, cross-hatching, and hypnotic swirls, though he wore them as indifferently as if the cloth had never tasted ink. Only his humanist boots mattered, veins of a knife-bright steel framing a surface of a pale ice-gray leather, real leather, which had once guarded the taut flanks of a living deer that Occam slew himself. Like Martin, Occam wore no sign of hobby or of nation strat, nothing but his hive boots and the overpowering self-confidence of a man who guards something so vital that the law would let him kill for it. Ancient civilizations, East and West, knew the special breath of power granted by the right to kill. Our centuries of peace have so perfected non-lethal force that even police serve content without the right to kill. But we are not fools. To those who protect the Commonwealth and Tyre, the guards around the Olignac virus lab, the Sanctum Sanctorum, and to Occam here, we grant any means necessary. A knife, a branch, even that deadly instrument, the fist, to guard 1 million lives. Even if they never exercise this rarest right, still somehow, every glance and gesture of such guardians still breathes the ancient force of knighthood.
I am Occam Senior. What is it I'm supposed to have stolen?
The unpublished Black Sakura 710 list.
Scorn deepened on Occam's face.
Who'd pay 5 million for a vacuous editorial that goes to press in 2 days?
I could give you a nice long list, but I don't know who'd pay 5 million to frame you. Did you visit the Black Sakura office yesterday? Have you ever dealt with them at all?
Occam still blocked the doorway, stubborn as a sculpture in its niche.
If I cared about newspapers, I'd pick the Olympian or El País.
The paper's absence was reported at 7 o'clock p.m. Tokyo time, 6 a.m. your time. Any chance you might have taken your tracker off in the hours shortly before that?
Paper?
Yes. The stolen list was a handwritten manuscript on paper. Black Sakura is antiquarian that way.
Occam's face grew harder.
That's what my breach was. An intruder left a piece of paper in the house with Japanese writing on it.
May I see it? I do have jurisdiction.
He let the warrant flicker across Occam's lenses. The humanist drew back with reluctance.
Don't touch anything without asking.
Understood.
The Mason crossed the threshold with the tiptoe reverence he usually reserved for his own capital. There was little in the entryway apart from an ankle-high security robot, which let itself be seen to remind the visitor of its myriad hidden kin. As loyal humanists, the Senior Weekspooth Bosch did try their best to line the entrance hall with the traditional relics of triumphs, but since most of them do little but their work, and their celebrity member keeps his home a secret, their tiny spattering of diplomas and pictures, Thisbe's trophies, Cato's book cover, drowned on the halls like an unfinished mural. Is that judgment in the eyes of this young guildbreaker? Smugness as he surveys the poor showing of the Senior Weekspooth, whose name rivals his own in the triumphant annals of the Bosch system? I researched which of the two is really older, since so many Bosches form and dissolve with every generation, that any famous Bosch which lasts more than 3 will spawn the rumor of antiquity. I found what I must call a noble tie. Regan Makoto Cullen broke with her great teacher Adolf Richter Brill on November 4th, 2191. Break with is easy to say, but not so easy to do. To face the man who has been your patron, teacher, foster father for 25 years, the man all Earth hails as the great mind of the century, who mapped the psyche in undreamt of detail, who revolutionized education, linguists, justice, to face him down and say,
"Sir, you are wrong. So wrong that I shall turn the world against you. It's not the numbers, not these rare psyches you're charting that stimulate great progress. It's groups. I've studied the same inventors, authors, leaders that you have, and the thing that most reliably produces many at once, the effect you've worked so hard to replicate, is when people abandon the nuclear family to live in a collective household, 4 to 20 friends, rearing children and ideas together in a haven of mutual discourse and play. We don't need to revolutionize the kindergartens. We need to revolutionize the family."
This heresy, this Bosch, which Cullen shortened from Bosho, a Japanese word like home but stronger, this challenge to Brill's great system, Cullen did not dare present without extensive notes. In those notes, still held as relics in Brill's Institute, you will find the test Bosches Cullen set up in the 2170s, including both Weekspooth and Guildbreaker.
Is that sound the computers?
Martin did not dare touch the walls, which hummed as if channeling some distant stampede.
Generators. We can power the system for 2 weeks, even if main and secondary both fail. The processors are farther back.
Occam led Martin onto the Bosch house's central chamber. A high, broad living room ringed with cushy gray sofas, with a glass back wall that looked down over the next tiers of the sloping city to the crashing blue of the Pacific. The western sunlight through the window cast a halo around the room's framed centerpiece, the pudgy pointed oval silhouette of Mukta. You know her from your schooling, duly memorized alongside the Nina, the Pinta, and Apollo 11, but you do not know her as we who walked those halls know her. Her shadow across the carpet, her texture as you coax dust from the pockmarks scored in her paint by the bullet-fierce dust of 9,640 kilometers per hour.
Is that the original?
Of course.
Occam gave Mukta a careful caress, as one gives an old dog not strong enough to leap and wrestle anymore.
Part of the family business. Coming up on 400 years, it's never left the Bosch.
Martin gazed up through the glass wall to the sky, where today's cars, Mukta's swarming children, raced on, invisibly swift until they slowed for a landing. So they seemed to appear over the city like eggs laid by the chubby clouds.
And the computers? How deep would an intruder have to get to reach them?
Deep. Many stories. Many tears.
A Bosch mate's footsteps thumping through the ceiling from upstairs made both of them glance up.
How about to reach an interface?
The next room has some interface nets.
Occam nodded to his left.
But they're set nets, Cartesian. No one who wasn't trained from birth could get them to respond.
Your security is mostly automated?
I could have 50 guards here in 2 minutes, 300 in 5. But human power is less than 4% of my security.
You think there's no danger this intruder could return and cause a mass crash?
A mass crash is not possible.
You're sure?
A mass crash is not the danger. The system will ground all the cars if any tampering's detected, and they can self-land even with the system dead. The problem is shutting down all transit on Earth for however long it took us to recheck the system. Could be minutes, hours. The censor told me a complete shutdown would cost the world economy €1 billion a minute. Not to mention stranding millions, cutting off supplies, ambulances, police. That's your catastrophe.
Or at the very least, the century's most destructive prank.
Utopians?
Martin frowned.
Not utopians necessarily, though such mischief is not beyond them.
They have a separate system. They're the only ones.
Do you think they'd reap a profit if they shut you down, and then let the other hives rent out their cars?
They wouldn't.
Rent their cars?
They don't have the capacity to put that many extra cars in the sky. They don't have the reserves we do. They'd be overrun.
At Occam's signal, the house summoned its second showpiece, a projection of the Earth in her slow spin, with the path of the car's flights traced across in threads of glowing gold. Hundreds of millions crisscrossed, dense as pen strokes, drowning out the continents, so the regions of the globe were differentiated only by texture. Oceans, smooth masses of near-parallel paths, like fresh-combed hair, while the great cities bristled with so many crisscrossing journeys that Earth seemed to bleed light. Each car's position en route was visible like a knot in the thread, crawling forward as the seconds crawled, so the whole mass scintillated like the dust of broken glass. The display is functionless, of course, a toy to dazzle house guests, but a humanist Bosch must make some amends for a shabby trophy wall.
Gold is my system. The Utopian cars are blue, and Romanova's emergency system cars are red. Can you see them?
Martin squinted as the end of a baseball game in Cairo made the city blaze with fresh launches.
Not a trace.
Exactly. I have 800 million passengers in the air at any time. Making them compete for 30 million Utopian cars would do a lot more harm than profit. A shutdown helps no one.
More footsteps on the stairs above.
Occam!
A voice called down in Spanish.
Can you come help move Eureka's bed? A mango fell behind it. Well, most of a mango. Can you bring a sponge?
Busy! Ask Cat or Robin!
Cat!
The click of Occam's boots erased the interruption.
I didn't catch your name, Mason.
Martin Guildbreaker.
Martin's eyes widened as he realized his mistake.
I mean, Mycroft. My real name is Mycroft. Mycroft Guildbreaker, but everyone calls me Martin. But I'm not in a cult or anything, it's just one of those nicknames that happens.
And Mycroft isn't an easy name to live with anymore.
Occam was unable to resist glancing at the corner of the room where I sat on a work stool, picking away at a scrubbing robot whose self-cleaning function was not quite equal to the combination of gum and doll hair.
Martin is worse, actually, but...
Words died. Martin's eyes had followed Occam's to me. My uniform, my ear, my face. Martin froze. Occam froze. Both held their breath in a kind of stalemate, searching for each other's faces as questions flowed. Does he know? Why does he know? Does he know I know? What can I say when he asks me why I know? I tried to ease it for them by interrupting with motion, though I dared not to speak first. I rose and bobbed an awkward half-bow to Martin, reaching by instinct to remove my hat, though it was already on the ledge beside me. Occam caught the gesture, and his face relaxed into the first expression that morning, which one could call a smile.
Have we both been feeding the same stray?
So it seems. Good morning, Mycroft.
Good morning, Nepos. Occam frowned at Martin's title, an unwelcome reminder of this Mason's intimacy with his distant emperor.
Of course. Mycroft was also a familiaris.
He nodded at Martin's armband.
You know them from that?
Yes and no. I commission Mycroft frequently.
What for?
Mostly languages. Hive-neutral translators aren't easy to come by, and a sensitive case like yours may turn up documents in any Hive language, or all of them.
I fidgeted with the robot in my hands as I stared at Occam's feet. Nepos Martin is as fastidious about Latin as you are about Spanish. And I do have some functional knowledge of polyhive criminal law.
True enough. And will you have Mycroft working on my case? An unreasonable investigator for an unreasonable crime?
I'd be eager to have Mycroft, if you're comfortable with it.
If I trust a person with my dirty underwear, I'll trust them with my irritating interruption.
Martin blinked.
You commission Mycroft Canna to do your laundry?
Occam paused for a moment, weighing, I think, whether this Mason would be easier or harder to get rid of if he told the truth.
Mycroft is my sibling Thisbe's lover. They manufacture odd jobs as excuses.
I feigned appropriate embarrassment as Martin's lenses flickered with fresh files.
Thisbe Senior?
Occam nodded.
I know there are many ways it could be unhealthy, but I watch the psych profiles of my Bosch as strictly as any other aspect of security. A servicer has nothing to gain by exploitation, unlike most people one of us could date.
Very true. Mycroft is most trustworthy and dangerous to no one. I'm glad they found another Bosch that sees that.
Occam cocked an eyebrow.
Now you've got me imagining Mycroft wolfing down leftovers in the Guildbreaker kitchen.
There is not no truth in such speculation.
The two men looked me over now. If I may add something, members? I waited for approving nods. I think it would help, Nepos Martin, if you told Member Occam that your team isn't Masonic. When you do this work, it's for Romanova directly, yes? It wasn't the Emperor who sent you?
Correct. In fact, I believe Caesar is not aware of this particular errand. I'm here as a personal favor for President Ganymede.
Occam's face brightened instantly.
The President sent you?
Yes and no. Your President is not aware that I'm doing this particular favor at this particular time, but they know me very well, and they've used me often in cases like this. My team and I are not police detectives. Romanova sends us when polylegal tangles require an investigation, but the place is sensitive, high level. A senator's personal Bosch house or the Sensei's conclave. Situations where all 7 hives need to be satisfied, but the affected hive's privacy must remain inviolate. Or the investigation itself might cause more harm than the original problem. We solve things while leaving as many feathers unruffled as we can. When your name came up in the Black Sakura tracker log, Commissioner General Papadelius had the warrant sent to me immediately to make sure your doorbell wasn't rung by someone your president trusts less.
It was my face, not the Mason's, that Occam studied. I nodded eager confirmation. If a little of my own opinion wouldn't be unwelcome? I waited for him to nod permission. Now that the hand of law is moving, Member Occam, I think you're not going to get a gentler touch than Nepos Martin's. I've seen their work before. They really do focus on delicate situations like this, turning only the stones that must be turned. You're seeing it already. They have a warrant. They don't have to be this accommodating. You can trust Martin. They're a good person, genuinely good. If you can trust anyone Romanova might ever send, you can trust them. May I show them the paper? Occam paused, and we all heard the scraw thump of failed bed moving upstairs.
Fine. Through there.
He gestured to a side door.
And I do appreciate your courtesy, Mason, but I'll feel better when I've spoken with my president myself.
Your Bosch has 9 members, yes? Yourself, your spouse Leslie, Thisbe Senior, Cato and Eureka Weeksbooth, Sidney Coons, Kat and Robin Typer, and Ojiro Sniper.
9.5, counting Mycroft.
Any other frequent guests?
Our regular guards and maintenance people, plus Kat or Robin bring a revolving array of dates home. Thisbe sometimes too. I'll send you a list of recents.
I led the way from the Mukta Hall to a warmer room with practical chairs, neglected dishes, and an unfinished game of mahjong. As we left the front room's no-doodling zone, spirals and zigzags like those on Occam's clothes flowed over the cushions, the wooden chair backs, even up one wall. Like lichen starting to convert a bare island to soil. I think Martin did notice napping Eureka Week's booth, visible only as feet protruding from the disordered cushions in the corner, but he made no comment and moved only in Occam's wake. We reached the fatal spot. Here it is, Nepos, untouched, just as ordered. I showed Martin the trash bin beneath a corner cabinet, where the paper, marked with kanji, protruded like a flag between an ancient mannequin hand and most of a plastic horse. Martin moved carefully around the bin to let his tracker image every angle, then pulled out a pocket scanner to search for fingerprints and DNA.
Is this a household trash bin?
The trash mine delivery bin. There's 10 million tons of dump under the city. Aluminium and plastics mostly. Nothing older than turn of the millennium. A lot was hollowed out to make space for the computers, but the city's still mining the rest. And every Bosch house has a right to rent a bot to look for particular types of items if we want. Thisby has a thing for ancient toys.
Martin leaned close.
It's certainly the right kind of paper.
Occam glared at the crumpled sheet as if it were a spider he would squish if not for poison.
Do they really write their articles in pen on real paper? That must take forever.
Actually, members, as I understand, they just do it for the notes for the most important article each week.
What for?
It's Black Sakura's titular tradition. The folklore is that the Sakura cherry tree blooms pink because its roots drink the blood of the dead. So, the premise is that a dedicated reporter is so steeped in ink, their veins would stain the blossoms black. Occam gave an approving nod. Martin did not, and I caught his eyes straying from the alien characters on the envelope to me. Martin does not acknowledge Machiavelli. When a wrong action will yield a good result, even so small a wrong as breaking the taboo on translating another hive's language, he halts like a parent unwilling to admit to a child that its favorite toy is lost. It is not that he fears dirtying his hands, nor even that the wrong itself deters him. Rather, I think he hates admitting that this world contains such shades of gray. Occam doesn't mind gray.
Earn your supper, Mycroft. What's it say?
Reconciled to the practicality, Martin scanned the paper's internal contents and brought the Japanese before my eyes.
Don't translate everything, just enough to verify that it is a 710 list.
He hesitated.
And tell me the last 3 names. The motive may lie in them.
Occam cocked his head.
I thought the big money was people betting on the order of the Big 7.
That's the bulk of the money, yes, but the 3 unpredictable names at the bottom, numbers 8, 9, and 10, are about to skyrocket in celebrity. So if investments can be made, interviews or contracts set up in advance, 5 million is nothing against the potential profit.
Yes, Cardi does get a rush of calls whenever their name makes a list.
Cardi?
Sniper. Ojiro Cardigan Sniper.
Read it, Mycroft.
I cannot unlearn the skills of my youth. I may let them rot, as a retired boxer sets aside his gloves, but I cannot unsee the words couched in the strokes of languages I have no right to know. I feel guilt, if that consoles you, reader, when I eavesdrop unwillingly on Masons or humanists or Japanese Mitsubishi chatting in their private tongues. I can at least do some penance by sharing my skills on those occasions when translation is a benefit to all. It's a 710 list. Just names, no notes. The top 7 are the standard 7. The final 3 are Darcy Sock, Crown Prince Leonor of Spain,
and Deputy Censor Jung Soo-hyun Onsale Kosala.
Crown Prince Leonor, not the king. That'll ruffle feathers.
Martin was still leaning close.
This has been crumpled around something, but there's nothing inside.
His scan was at work, recreating the paper fiber by fiber on our screens. But whatever beginning of a shape the crumpled paper might have traced was erased for me by 3 voices which came through my earpiece at the same moment that they echoed up the stairs from the lower floor. I knew those voices. I would have charged headlong across a battlefield to answer them. Now comes my confession, reader. In the crisis with Carlyle in Bridger, I forgot Martin completely and did not think to check in with him until I was already in the car, soaring my way across the broad Pacific toward Togenkyo. My pretend affair with Thisbe was the only thing which saved me from questions I could not have answered. Martin was still at the house, combing the room for every hair and flake of skin that might identify the intruder, but finding nothing. After apologies, I asked Martin for fresh orders. I had not felt fear yet, reader. Not upstairs, not when I found the suspicious stolen paper, not when Martin came. Now, though, the command he gave made two vaguenesses congeal into one threat. Distant, amorphous, but unmistakable, as when, against a background of city dawn and back-alley clatter, one click and one clack come together into the telltale click-clack of a ready gun. And echo won't tell you whether the enemy's perch is left or right or high or low, only that it is near.
Go to Togenkyo.
The simile of the three insects was originally about knowledge, not wealth. Our age's founding hero, Gordian chairman Thomas Carlyle, stole the simile from Sir Francis Bacon, the founding hero of another age 500 years before. In Bacon's 1620 version, the ant was not yet the corporation, stripping land and people to hoard wealth within its vaults, but the encyclopedist, heaping knowledge into useless piles, adding nothing new. The spider was not yet the geographic nation, snaring wealth and helpless citizens within the net of its self-spun borders, but the dogmatist, spinning webs of philosophy out of the stuff of its own mind without examining empirical reality. Bacon's ideal, his scientist, was then the honeybee, which harvests the fruits of nature and, in processing them with its inborn powers, produces something good and useful for the world. Our Thomas Carlyle, genius thief, co-opted the simile in 2130 when he named the Hive our modern union, its members united not by any accident of birth, but by shared culture, philosophy, and most of all, by choice. Pundits may whine that hives were birthed by technology rather than Carlyle, an inevitable change ever since 2073 when Mukta circled the globe in 4.2 hours, bringing the whole planet within comfortable commuting range and sounding the death knell of that old spider, the geographic nation. There is some truth to their claims, since it does not take a firebrand leader to make someone who lives in Maui, works in Myanmar, and lunches in Syracuse realize the absurdity of owing allegiance to the patch of dirt where Babe first parted from placenta. But there is also a kind of truth the heart knows, and that is why our age of hives will not strip Thomas Carlyle of the founder's crown. Nor do I mean him any dishonor by calling him a thief. Hive is a stolen name, born from a stolen simile. But the three insects which Carlyle stole from Bacon had in turn stolen from Petrarch, Petrarch from Seneca, and Seneca perhaps from some more ancient, swallowed since by time. There is no more shame in reusing such a rich inheritance than in knowing other kings' hands held this sword before you drew it from the stone. Night overtook me on my flight from Chile's coast to Indonesia, or rather I overtook the night, racing in 2 hours so far around the planet's curve that I half caught up with tomorrow. Togenkyo's lights skitter far across the night-locked ocean, boats like sparks schooling among the lines of reflected brightness, which holograph the waves for a kilometer around the island. Here, 7 perfect lotus blossoms rise against the sea, glowing from within with clean, warm light like happy ghosts and dusting the ground around their roots with shimmer. Only as the car curves down to land does the eye realize each petal is a skyscraper, blazing with commerce's neon fire, while the shimmer around their roots is the pulsing streetscape of a metropolis. It is a double compromise. This Mitsubishi capital, a compromise between twin aesthetic loves of Eastern Asia, towers of glass, and seal and tranquil nature, and a compromise among the Hive's three dominant nation strats, since China, Japan, and Korea all fear to let another host the capital, so the three agreed on neutral Indonesia as the Hive's heart. The summons gave my car clearance to touch down on the eastmost tower of the westmost blossom, where the Mitsubishi Executive Directorate enjoys the best view of city and sea. My drab servicer uniform felt drabber here. The Mitsubishi was showing their spring colors, time-sensitive dyes with the fabrics of suits, heiori, chiogori, and sherwani changing. So winter's deep hues brightened to cyans and yellows, while leaves and floral patterns bloomed through simple stripes like morning glories through their trellises. It is spring in China, Korea, and Japan, so it is spring everywhere.
Mycroft, this way.
I followed a soft-footed clerk, feeling fear prickle on my neck as we passed the meeting rooms and the computer lab where I was sometimes put to work. Entering instead a bosh apartment which sat like the control room above a factory.
The servicer you summoned has arrived, Director.
Send them in.
I removed my hat as I entered, which fear of recognition forced me to keep on even in the corridor.
We expect promptness when we call.
Before the door had closed behind me, Chief Director Hotaka Ando Mitsubishi lashed me with harsh Japanese, which made my greeting bow into a cringe. Apologies, Chief Director. I should have fought harder to break away. I answered him in Japanese and bowed anew with my apology, but dared raise my eyes enough to count the pairs of legs around me. There were 5 in the room, but 4 wore the familiar deep green of Mitsubishi guards. So, for an audience with the Chief Director, we were practically alone.
Black Sakura, you know what's happened?
Partly, yes, Chief Director. I've been assigned to the case. I straightened now and verified my fears. Directorate guards wear whatever cuts of Mitsubishi's suit jacket match their nation strats. Chinese closed at the front with braided frogs. Korean tied across the chest like a chiogori. Indian long and buttoned like sherwani. Sometimes Western blazers or the Japanese style crossing at the front like kimono. Today there was no such variety. All Japanese suits and several familiar faces. Children of executives who held high office in the Hive through Ando's patronage. This was an inner circle, gathered for that special kind of meeting where, if there are bruises afterward, no one will dare ask why. The Chief Director himself stood in the center, Hotaka Ando Mitsubishi, to use the customary English ordering of his names. Today's suit was blue-black, with a pattern of plain reeds appearing for spring. Fine cloth, but no finer than his guards' is. While his simple shoes and plain short haircut proclaimed the supreme confidence of a ruler so secure he can afford to dress no better than his subjects. He was not always so. In our kind age, no face, besides the major's, is truly battle-hardened. But Chief Director Ando's is at least conflict-hardened, with a handsome severity earned over decades battling to break the Chinese faction's hold on the Chief Director's chair. Even our anti-aging drugs, which keep the strength of 30 alive in him as he approaches 60, have not kept stress from silvering his temples. He addressed me in Japanese, but for you, dear reader, I shall render what I can in common English.
The thief used the Kana device.
My tracker beeped alarm as my pulse spiked. I don't have it! I don't have any idea where it is! I don't know anything! It was 13 years ago! I don't have the remotest connection to anyone who might have ended up with it. Only this far into my reflexive protest did I realize I was cowering, my arms over my head to stave off blows, though no guard moved. Please believe me! I don't know anything! As Director Ando stared me down, I could read in his face the evidence against me massing. My presence at the house, my fingerprints on the paper.
Where did you hide it?
I don't...
Where did you hide the device?
Maybe there were two.
There were not two. There was one. Who did you give it to?
No one, Chief Director, no one! It couldn't have been the Canna device. The words were as much for me as the director. The device could swap tracker signals and make someone else's tracker register as if they were Arkham Sania. But it couldn't get through the rest of the security. I don't know what security Black Secura has, but there are systems at the Sania Weeksbooth Bosch that nothing I know of could get through. Certainly not the Canna device. It was only for the tracker system, for swapping two signals. Nothing else. It can't have been.
Martin sent this to you, too.
The Chief Director brought an image before my lenses. Martin's scan of the paper I had found in the trash that morning, which I had hardly glanced at among the many messages that had chased me through my ride. The reconstruction was meticulous, rendering the paper fiber by fiber, showing how it had indeed, as Martin said, been crumpled around something. In the next instant, the director filled in that something. The unmistakable, sleek, fish-like tapered body of the infamous device which the hysterical public never should have named for me.
You had it last. You know who has it now.
I don't know! It was years ago. It'll have been sold on to someone else by now.
Sold? Did you sell it to someone?
No. Yes, I mean, sort of. I left it... Plausible-seeming lies multiplied in my imagination. But as I started to voice one, I could see Chief Director Ando's face tighten. It wasn't plausible. None of this was plausible, least of all my innocence. Though innocent, I was. I really don't know what happened to it. Please believe me. I was arrested. I don't know what happened after that. The police say the case for the device was empty when they found it. But anyone could have it. Crooked cops, organized crime, kids who stumbled on my hideout. Anyone.
You can't have been that reckless with it.
I was a child! Ando did not need to do more than glare. Genuine faintness made it easy to fall to my knees before him. Please believe me, Chief Director. I don't know anything about what's happened. You know I have no way to prove my innocence, but you've trusted me a long time, and I've never betrayed that. I never would. Even this morning, I could have told Martin the truth about the 710 list, but I didn't. His glare changed.
What truth?
That Tsuneo Sugiyama didn't write that list. I saw the director flinch, and I clung to the new topic like a lifeline. Sugiyama always writes Black Secura's 710 list, but they think the pen should be wielded like a sword, especially the most publicized article of the year. Sugiyama would never have produced anything so uncontroversial, and when they listed the top 7, they would have never referred to you as Hotaka Mitsubishi. They would have included your birth Bosch name. Hotaka Ando Mitsubishi hissed under his breath, and my tracker finally stopped worrying about my heart rate. Masami Mitsubishi wrote this list, didn't they, Director? Masami is still interning with Sugiyama, yes? The Chief Director scowled down at me, then turned toward the rear of the room, where a partition patterned with a holographic scene of frogs and goldfish holding Congress in a waterfall separated this outer chamber from an inner one. A new kind of shiver touched me as the partition opened. I cannot date the beginning of the tradition, wherein queens and warlords surround themselves with fawning predators. Hounds, lions, serpents on silken cushions, ready to loose their savagery at the master's whim. Chief Director Ando has chosen a more dangerous predator. Adopted children, 10 in all, cunning and ambitious. Just finished with school and ready to carve their names into the world. 6 were present in the inner room then, sprawled on the floor like cats, and as the door yawned wider, they watched me. As cats watch a twitching toy they have not yet made up their minds to chase. They all come from one Bosch, a batch of Ba siblings who lost the older generation and had been scattered to distant foster Bosches before the childless Ando Mitsubishi Bosch welcomed them all. They were just starting to cross from teens to 20s now, and the three eldest had recently passed the adulthood competency exam, one donning humanist boots, another a Mitsubishi suit, the third a hiveless sash. But the rest had not yet chosen, so wore only miners' sashes over soft pajamas, and the sloppy sweaters their adopted mother knitted herself. Masami Mitsubishi was not among the lounging bar sibs, not today. Instead, a different figure rose to join us, pausing first to set down with loving care the branch of plum blossom she had been about to trim. Danae Marianne de la Tremoillie Mitsubishi, Princesse de la Tremoillie et de Tamon, sister of humanist president Ganymede Duc de Tours, and wife of chief director Hotaka Ando Mitsubishi. She wore a kimono here in her husband's capital, not the unisex kimono one sees on Mitsubishi streets, but a woman's antique kimono. Birds and blossoms and golds, peaches and blues, the fabric thick with labor like a tapestry, the obi sparkling around her stiff waist like a puzzle box of silk. She approached with small steps, her white hands nested pale against the cloth like doves. So perfectly anachronistic were her dress and poise, she might have been the model for an antique woodblock print, except for her hair, which sparkled in its cage of hairpins with all the rebellious wheat-lush gold of Europe. I will not call Princess Danae the most beautiful woman in the world, since that title doubtless belongs to some obscure person, living happily indifferent to the doors of fame that might be opened by the blessings of anatomy. But I do know who would win a worldwide vote for the face on Earth, most likely to launch 1,000 ships.
What good luck that we have an investigator so perceptive and so discreet.
Danae's Japanese is elegant and beautifully accented, but too meticulous. The over-perfect Japanese of one who learned it in adulthood.
Surely Mycroft will protect our Masami.
Her words opened an aspect of this I had not seen before. The poor young intern, still a minor, just wetting his eager pen, swept up in a storm of probing questions, which bitter politics would whip into a hurricane to levy at the whole bosh. Suddenly, the wide eyes of the lounging siblings watching from the back room felt like fear. Do you think that this is directed against the chief director, Princess?
I don't know.
Danae stood at her husband's side. Do not chide me, reader, for using the gendered husband when she stands so close, gazing up into his face with her brilliant, pleading eyes, her every touch and gesture making such an intentional display of wife.
Masami was so excited by this job at the paper, the dream job. I hate to think someone would destroy that just to get at us.
I'll do everything I can to protect Masami, Princess. I said it almost without thinking, or with no thought beyond the desire to drive the sadness from that perfect face. Princess Danae rewarded me with a smile, warm, her right cheek framed by one stray golden curl, and I relaxed enough to slump back on my haunches.
Poor Masami is quite innocent, but I fear they will seem guilty when the public finds out the truth.
Finds out what? She brushed back a wayward curl, and the passion rising in my breast split between the impulse to leap between her and the sources of her grief like some white knight, or to freeze that moment like a portrait so I could feast my eye forever on her face. I should add, reader, that I hold no particular lust for Danae. Rather, her arts, her mastery of poise and gesture, can inflict these feelings on almost any victim. And when she sighs thus in the council chamber when the 9 directors meet, one sigh can trump 100,000 votes.
As I understand, Sugiyama pulled out of writing the list just a few days ago and had Masami finish it, but the editor wanted the famous name, so was going to release Masami's list, pretending it was their teacher's. Masami's just a junior intern. They had no way to object.
Of course not. Don't worry, Princess. I'm sure we can protect Masami. I'll do everything I can, and Martin too. Martin will understand. Martin understands better than anyone how important it is to keep press and public from hounding Hive leaders' children. We'll keep Masami out of the limelight. I promise.
Thank you, good Mycroft.
Donna A's smile washed over me like sunlight, and she reached down and stroked my hair, as one might stroke a faithful hound.
What did you do with the Kenner device?
You, distant reader, and I, now thinking back on this scene with the distance of weeks, we two can see Ando looming behind his wife, watching in calculated silence as this exquisite tool extracts what he desires. But the Mycroft who kneels before her, he sees nothing but those eyes, keen as blue diamond, which slice even as they sparkle. I never had the Kenner device, Princess. She cocked her head like a bird.
You never had it?
No, I've never even seen it. I only ever had the packaging. I bought the empty box from some arms smugglers. I'd heard about the device from the news back when it was stolen from the lab. Everyone did. I wanted the police to think I had the device, so they'd think that was how I was sneaking around. It was just a trick to keep them from looking any deeper. It all poured out of me. Years of careful silence, melted by that coaxing face. I had been close to breaking already, really. The truth brought to my tongue's tip by the fear that being incriminated in this theft might cost me my parole. But if Ando's intimidation was a cudgel, Donna A was that perfect scalpel touch against the artery that makes the blood flow free. She smiled. What a sweet reward, that smile.
Then why didn't you just say so, silly?
I didn't want anyone to think I can...
You can still do it, can't you? You can still trick the tracker system, however you did before?
Yes, Princess. Please don't tell anyone. They'll lock me up again. I know they will. But if I told them, they would have taken the means away. I didn't want to lose it. I need it in case I need it someday to help somebody. The mercy here was that she instantly assumed my somebody meant her own Bosch.
Of course.
She gave my hair a second stroke.
You did very well to protect that ability. I'm sure it's of great service.
Thank you, Princess. Donna A turned back to her husband now, freeing me to look down at the hat in my hands. The sight of it kicked off one of those chains of association which leads in an instant through 5 links to realization, or in my case, horror. What had I done? How could I have betrayed so much so fast? The threat of the device, of being implicated in this theft, it had seemed overwhelming. But I was innocent, and Martin would have believed me. I was not innocent of deceiving the tracker system whenever Bridger or other necessity required. Now and forever after, Donna A could hold that over me, and so could Ando. I cursed myself inside. Although, looking back, I forgive myself now. She was irresistible. Remember, reader, though I use archaic words, I am not from those barbaric centuries when men and women wore their gender like a cockerel's plumes, advertising sex with every suit and skirt. Growing up, I saw gendered costume on the stage, in art, in pornography. But to see it in real life is unbearably different. Her shallow breaths within constricted ribs, her round French breasts threatening to overflow the low Japanese silks. You see now, reader, why to tell this history, I must say he and she. Donna A is a thing long thought extinct, reviving out of time ancient venoms perfected by 100 generations of gendered culture. We around here, from my weak self to the gaping gods, grew up with no inoculation against this pox we thought our ancestors had vanquished. Movies and histories gave us just enough exposure to learn these ancient cues, weakness without resistance. And we can no more unlearn them than you could unlearn your alphabet when facing an unwelcome word. Ando took control now, stepping forward so his shadow fell across me.
You will write up everything you know about the smugglers you bought the packaging from. 13 years ago is not beyond the possibility of reconstruction.
Yes, Chief Director.
I hold you responsible for this. If you had made it known in the first place that the device was still in dangerous hands, I would have worked to track it down. I expect a prompt solution if you want me to conceal this error from the Commissioner General.
I understand, Chief Director. I will take responsibility. Should I report my findings to Martin or to you?
Did these smugglers have a nation's threat?
Japanese, Chief Director. I suspect the original thieves were Japanese as well. Like its makers. His face both darkened and calmed.
Then bring the report to me first. Martin, I trust, but within the Strat, my own inquiries will open more doors than the Masons.
Yes, Chief Director. He peered down at me.
Who do you think had the Canna device built in the first place?
Please, don't call it that.
Who had the Canna device built?
I kept my eyes on the floor. I know you are innocent, Chief Director.
That isn't what I asked.
I squeezed my hat. I believe the project was ordered by the previous head of the Japanese voting bloc. But your predecessor's guilt doesn't make you guilty.
It will in China's eyes. In India's, Korea's, in the other hives. The accusation alone would be enough to shatter the Strat's hopes. And without a strong Japan, the hive will go back to being brawled over by Shanghai and Beijing, not just at the next board selection, but for a generation.
You think one of the Chinese blocs planned this?
To scare the world with what the device we made can do.
It was a possibility, now that I mulled it over. The thief must have folded the stolen paper around the device on purpose, to let us know they had it. In my selfish panic, I had assumed they only meant to target me, not the greater forces that had created the Gaiji's device. That's what I call it in my mind, after the invisibility ring from Plato's fable, which tempts even the most virtuous to crime.
Bury this, Mycroft. You have Martin's ear, and the Commissioner General's. Bury this before it plunges the hive back into Chinese monopoly for another 50 years.
I'll do my best, Chief Director.
And keep Tycoon away from the members of the Sanir Weekspoot Bash.
You may not recognize this Mitsubishi nickname, reader, but by Tycoon, Ando means the head of Martin's team, J-E-D-D Mason. Since there are too many reasons for Ando's nervousness to list here, I will say simply that J-E-D-D Mason is trusted of Ando, trusted like a son, but still a bit too close to Martin's Emperor. I'll do my best, Chief Director, but you know I only serve. I have no power to decide.
We know you'll always do your best for us, good Mycroft.
I can't express quite how, since there was no threat in her words, but something in her tone. Her smile spoke of my parole. How now she could shatter it in any instant with just 3 words to the Commissioner General.
Only the packaging.
I shuddered, and the Chief Director seemed contented by my fear.
Then you may go begin.
Thank you, Chief Director. I scrambled up and bowed, but felt my failure as the couple turned away. The new leash around my neck called blackmail. I could not leave myself or those who depended on me so deeply in their power. There was no resort but French. Do you know who else came to the Bosch house today, Princess? Apart from Martin? Both turned, and the princess relaxed at the music of her birth Bosch tongue, returning slow French syllables which flowed from her lips like kisses.
There was someone else?
I could not guess whether her ignorance was feigned or real. There was a certain senseier. I scanned the back room to confirm that Mishi Mitsubishi, the one adopted child interning with Europe and likely to know French, was absent. It was safe to press on. A foster child, dark blonde, blue eyes. I searched Danae's face, but the illusion of eternal youth which masks the matron's decades Mask sphere, also. A gag gene, 28 years old. A marble statue seemed to stand before me in that instant. So rigid she became. I felt my hands twitch with the impulse to catch her, should she faint.
What a marvelous world.
Her lashes fluttered, fighting back a tear. You did not know? I have to ask, Princess. I'm sorry. Danae stepped toward me, away from her husband, who frowned but backed away, respectful of his bride's right to her separate tongue and separate sphere.
I have never known him.
She brought her hands up to her breast, as if cradling an infant real again in her fingers' memory. I glanced back into the inner chamber, where her many adopted children sprawled and stared, all so different. Hiroaki Mitsubishi with Thai features, Jun, European pale and freckled, Ron with Middle Eastern tints like Martin, but none like their mother. No one had been surprised when Ando, proud of his pure Japanese breeding, and Danae, just as proudly French, had adopted instead of mixing their blood. But still, to have held a child of her body for a day and never again, even imagining it made me ache. You must have at least asked where he was taken to be raised. What hive he joined? Another tear-gilded blink.
No, nothing. It was judged kindest that way.
Who took the child away? His Grace, your brother? Your honored husband? I avoided the French for chief director, since even Ando could recognize that.
He was handed to the doctor.
The ghost of a smile softened her sadness.
He didn't cry. Brave little one.
I told him nothing. I'm sure he doesn't know.
Thank you.
I found it hard to believe that he, of all senseias in the world, would be sent to that Bosch by chance. Can you think of anyone who might have traced him? Any reason anyone could have to dredge this up after so long? To embroil him in this mess with the theft and the device? 3 times she parted her lips, a different syllable shaped each time. But only the 3rd time did she voice it.
Is he happy?
I lowered my eyes. It was the right question, the only real question a loving heart would ask. And had she had a different upbringing, it might have been hard to answer. The patriarch wrote that the fool is always happier than the philosopher. But the philosopher would not trade knowledge for ignorance, not for all the happiness in the world. Your son seemed to me half a philosopher, but still half happy. Do you know the reference, reader? Or does your age, forgetful of its past, no longer know the patriarch by that worthy epithet? Have you forgotten the first pen stronger than swords? The firebrand who spread reason's light across the earth? Battled intolerance, religious persecution, torture, forced kings to bow before the rights of man, and introduced wit into philosophy again? Is Aristotle not still known by the honorable title of the philosopher? Shakespeare the bard? Brill the cognitivist? How then can you forget the patriarch? Perhaps you protest.
Thou accusest me unjustly, Mycroft. History has not swallowed this great man. Rather, he has swallowed history. I do not know who created the first government or built the first wheel. It is so ubiquitous that I do not need to. Just so, my better era does not teach me who first fought for these good heresies you list, for they are now truths, and the blind age that doubted them is well forgotten.
Perhaps you are right, reader. It is honor, not dishonor, if you forget the patriarch. We now doubt Aristotle, understand Shakespeare only with footnotes, poke holes in Brill. But the patriarch, whom all earth follows without thinking there could be another way, he has indeed swallowed us up. But he has not so swallowed Danae, reared as she was, as if in his own age, when he, her patriarch, needed defending. Voltaire, my dear reader, the patriarch of the 18th century, the era which has just remade your own. It was Voltaire, A lady of Donna A's education knows the corpus of the patriarch by heart.
A good answer, Mycroft. Thank you. If he has been drawn into this by some cruel manipulator, I know you will protect him.
I had meant to trade blackmail for blackmail here, but instead found myself drawn into pity for Donna A, and for young Carlyle too. My mind buzzed with measures to protect them. The lady from the enemies of Mitsubishi and Japan, the sensei from the stern major, from overcautious Thisbe, from himself, mistakes he might make in the first giddy hours after meeting Bridger. That thought warmed me, the strange sideways kindness of Providence, which had stripped the gag gene of Bosch and past and family, only to give him a treasure which was, to any sensei, 1,000 times more precious. A miracle. Actually, Princess, I think he has both much knowledge and much happiness, at least where it matters. If some brave painter captured her smile on canvas, it would draw crowds down the centuries.
Thank you.
She spoke again in Japanese, for all to hear.
Thank you, Mycroft. And we must thank my dear brother for calling you and Martin in to solve this. I know all feel safer in your hands.
Director Ando nodded my dismissal, and Princess Danae passed me my services reward at last. A round lunchbox, tied and too heavy to be anything but sushi. My many masters don't always remember they must feed me, that their toil-earned handouts are the only sustenance permitted to we the unfree. But Danae, this monster from a more barbaric time, always remembers the protocols of servitude. I was scrubbing spilled perfume from Thisbe's bedroom floor when Carlyle Foster made his timid way back to the Senior Weeksbooth Bosch house. I watched him through the security system which, for Bridges' safety, Thisbe let me access. He entered the dark and empty front hall through the main door, which had opened for him.
I see you, you salty yellow ball of light. Come in.
The voice spoke through Carlyle's tracker, and the log of their conversation makes it easy for me to reconstruct the scene.
Come in, I said. In.
The sensei tiptoed across the Spartan trophy hall.
Hello? Why are you back? Mycroft said you'd be back, but you don't come back. Totally out of pattern. Did you leave something behind?
Mycroft said I'd be back.
They said to tell you they're downstairs. They didn't say why you'd be back. Did you forget something? You don't leave your things very often. September 2nd, 2451 is the last I have.
Carlyle reached the central room where Mukta hung in her place of honor, looking so like the textbooks. Or perhaps it was the two people sprawled on the floor who made him gasp. Both wore time-scuffed bathrobes over bodysuits of transparent conducting film, tight as a second skin. Thin, molded helmets covered their scalps and ears, and a strip of plastic taut across the eyes kept the real world's light from interfering with the computers. The films over their limbs were pocked by the round red spots of tactile feedback discs, positioned far apart on the less discerning surfaces of shoulders and fleshy thighs, but dense as strawberry seeds on the nerve-packed skin of hands and faces, where a millimeter's difference is perceptible. One of the two snored softly, but the other waved.
Hello.
Carlyle smiled.
Hello. You must be member Eureka Weeksbooth.
Bingo.
Perhaps Carlyle could see Eureka's subtle wiggles as her voice spoke, or perhaps he only thought he could.
And that's member Sydney Coons?
Carlyle gestured to the sleeping one before remembering Eureka could not see.
You've read up on us.
I have to, if I'm going to be your sensei. My first appointment with you is next Thursday, I believe.
Yep. 15 Universal Time. Sit for a minute. I have questions.
Eureka flailed vaguely toward a couch to their left. I will use they for Eureka, for to me, there is nothing female about a being whom the body is no more than the mind's imperfect interface, and the sex organ just one more convenient place to cloister senses.
Why are you back? I have your stat trail here. I know how often you go back to parishioners' places same day. It's practically never.
My stat trail?
Carlyle scratched his head, his blonde hair shining glossy in the light, despite its neglectful overgrowth.
Past car usage. Everyone has patterns. I don't just have the system send cars when you call. I have to teach it to anticipate who will likely call cars when, so it can pre-route them sensibly. Why did you come back here same day? Way out of pattern. So exciting. I see radical pattern breaks sometimes, but I never get to ask why directly.
I saw Carlyle's flinch over the cameras, his first test keeping the secret.
Are you looking at my tracker data?
Part of it. I only receive tracker data related to when you'll want a car. My system doesn't look at your image or audio feeds, just where you are, who's called you, work people, home people, things to tell the system where you're likely to want to go next. You never return to people's houses same day like this, so why did you?
I wanted to talk to Thisbe again. Or to that servicer named Mycroft who apparently comes here a lot. Yours is a very important Bosch, and this is a very special situation. When you all have the same senseiya and something happens to them, you all need to mourn at once. But you've just lost the one person who could help you do it. I need to help you get comfortable with me as quickly as I can, and sometimes that'll mean repeat sessions.
Yeah, it's a problem all having the same senseiya. Are you sitting yet?
Carlyle had not sat, and paled now, catching himself staring at Eureka, at their mouth, the pale edge of the taste pad that filled it like a gag, just visible between slack, silenced lips.
Sorry.
He settled on the sofa.
A Bosch, all sharing a senseiya, is tough in this one situation, but it's still absolutely what I recommend. We can do so much more when we have the whole Bosch in context. You're really wise to ask for it. It speaks well of how carefully you're being custodians of yourselves, as well as of the system.
Eureka twitched, but there was no way to guess whether it was a response to Carlyle or the lunch hour of some distant capital.
It's just easier on Occam, not vetting multiple people through security stuff. But I don't know why you're the new pick. We asked for a humanist, and I specifically asked for a senseiya who'd done Cartesian sets before.
There were a lot of factors in picking someone for your Bosch. You all have special needs. I know I have a lot to learn, but I'm excited to get started.
I also said no cousins. That shouldn't have been hard. No brillists and no cousins.
Carlyle fiddled with his flowing gray-green cousin's wrap, uncomfortable watching a face that he could not watch back.
Just because set training is illegal in my hive doesn't mean I'm personally uncomfortable working with you.
But are you against set training in general? Personally, I mean. I have a right to know. It's not a religious question, it's a political question. You don't get to plead Senseiya's neutrality.
Fair question, but I don't have a firm opinion.
Don't dodge. Leslie and Occam have a right to know too. First kid they have will be sent off for training same as I was. They have a right to know if their senseiya is thinking child abuse every time it comes up, and I have a right to ask for a senseiya who doesn't think I'm a horrible human experiment.
At this point, I received a message from Eureka's brother, Cato Weeksbooth, asking me to get the senseiya out of the living room. Carlyle smiled the slow, patient smile of one struggling to swallow something difficult with grace.
Let me clarify. I have an opinion, but my opinion isn't firm. I'm fully aware that I don't really know anything about what it's like being a set. I have a gut reaction that to me it sounds horrific growing up all wired to a computer, never playing with other kids or seeing the real sun, but I also know there's a lot of propaganda surrounding sets, and I don't even know if those cliches are true. I want to have my mind made up by getting to know you. I've met other kinds of sets briefly, a flash set and an abacus set, and they both said they were very happy, and I respect their opinions more than mine, since I know I don't know anything.
That's acceptably unbigoted. Either that or you're being cagey because you don't want to be fired.
I could get another assignment, but I was proud to be entrusted with one this important, so I would appreciate it if you'd give me a chance.
Do you really think you can work with me fairly?
I think I can, if you help me. You can clear a lot of the propaganda.
Like what?
Did you really grow up in a computer, isolated from your bar siblings? Or is that propaganda?
I wasn't in isolation. I always knew Cato and Cardi and Occam and Thisbe and the twins. We texted all the time when we were growing up. It's not like we couldn't be real Barsibs just because my meat was in Seoul.
A shade of melancholy protest darkened Carlyle's face. I can guess the sorts of deprivations that trickled through his mind. No horseplay by the beach in this text-only childhood. No irresponsible late nights making fortresses of bunk beds. No hugs changing month by month as Barsibs grow at different paces. Perhaps he thought of his cousin-run foster bosh, swarming with colors, games, too effervescent for even the pain of lost parents to linger. Theirs must have seemed a nightmare. As for Eureka's thoughts during the long pause, I can no more guess than I can imagine the Set's all-sensory dreams, or take over their all-important task.
May I ask another?
There's politeness more asking.
Carlyle smiled.
I presume it's also propaganda? That you never saw the sun?
True, actually. Well, training is totally different for different kinds of sets, but for a Cartesian it's true. I first saw it when I was 17. It was smaller than I thought, and glarier. But now I can go watch a sunset anytime. I just don't want to. It's boring, so slow, monosensory. And before you fuss, I may have grown up never seeing a sunset, but you've never seen a 6-dimensional homoscedastic crest up from the data sea, and you never will because you're wasting those nerves on telling you your knee itches.
Carlyle ran his fingertip across his knee.
Can you tell me what it's like? You were watching my car, you said. Are you watching another one now?
Now? Right now I'm reviewing every car that flew in the last 10 hours, played back at 20 times speed, and I can keep them all straight. Speed, destination, age of vehicle. I can even tell which ones need the climate control retuned.
I've heard it looks like schooling fish.
That's your abacus set talking. Totally different training. Sight-focused instead of all sense. Optimized to do math calculations fast, not over extended time. I can keep it up for hours and hours, 5 days straight if I take anti-sleeps, and I use everything. Right now, I'm tracking 9 variables with sight, 10 with hearing, 5 really complicated ones with taste and smell, 9 with tactile, 6 with temperature, and 18 with nerves your body would use for pain, but mine are totally re-registered, not unpleasant at all, so none of that crap about torture. It isn't torture, it's a sense. I just cultivated it differently. Same as when kids learn music early or languages. It's all different ways of cultivating brain growth.
Carlyle winced at cultivating, probably remembering the infamous Ongaro anti-set poster. Clippers snipping the last rebellious shoot from a tightly trimmed rose bush, superimposed over a brain.
So what does it look like to you? Not fish?
Not fish. It doesn't look like anything. Trying to say what it looks like with just sight is like explaining how pumpernickel tastes to someone who can only taste sour. You don't have the right senses. See, here you are, salty little yellow ball of light, but if I zoom select, there, now you're a salty polygon with gradients. Ooh, you're pricky on one end. No, 2 ends, but you have 5 ends, so that's not very pricky.
At this point, I received a second, more frantic and incoherent message from Kato Weeksbooth, simultaneously commanding and begging me to get the scary sensei out of the living room. I started up the stairs. Carlyle tugged a free lock of hair caught in his collar.
Are sets the only way to run the cars?
I don't need this nurturist crap in my own home, cousin. I'm not a bird with its wings clipped. You're a bird stuck in its shell.
I hope, good reader, that the name of nurturist has faded by your age, that the zealots are quiet, and that the wound sliced by the violence has finally healed. For me, it has been 2 centuries since the Set riots rocked our young alliance, so the wound has scabbed over. But reminders like Eureka still pick it raw.
Please, I'm not a nurturist, and I didn't mean that question confrontationally, honestly. I just genuinely want to know. It's such an adversarial topic, I can't ask anything without it being a question someone asked in anger, sometime.
Fair. It's not the only way to run the system. It launched in 2170, but Cartesian sets weren't developed for another 40 years. Before we took over, they had almost 100 car crashes every year instead of 9, and the speeds were lower then too. They couldn't fly safely over 900 kilometers per hour. Now we fly them over 1,000.
You must be very proud, protecting so many people.
I'll be proud if I get up to 1,100 and let everyone on Earth spend 90 less hours stuck in a car each year. That would be an achievement.
Carlyle smiled. That sentiment at least transcended the barrier of plastic and sensory rift.
So why are you really back?
We are fortunate Eureka could not see the shock on Carlyle's face.
I told you.
You were lying. You say situations like this take multiple visits like it's a normal thing, but it's not normal. Your return probability wouldn't be under 1% if it was normal.
It's not normal. It's a very unusual situation.
Is it Thisbe? Love at first sight?
What?
I wouldn't blame you. Thisbe's great.
A facial expression might have helped Carlyle tell whether Eureka was joking. But a Homo sapiens whose world since birth has been raw data swimming in the void does not learn facial expressions like a normal child. Carlyle leapt to his feet.
Absolutely not. Thisbe is my parishioner.
You're one of those senseiers.
If you mean a senseia who takes my oath seriously, yes, I am.
Carlyle, on his feet, his cousin's wrap swishing like a storm, is what greeted me as I rounded the landing and reached the living room. The sight of me forced instant calm upon the senseia, but for the set who only sees cars, I wasn't present in the room until I spoke. Sorry to interrupt, Member Eureka, but you're being a little cruel. I hadn't intended the words to have a double meaning, but they did in some sense apply to how Eureka was treating Carlyle as well as how they were taunting Cato.
If my Sib's such a big baby they can't cross a room to use the bathroom with a stranger in the house, they deserve toughening up.
Sib?
I smiled apology. It is in no way your fault, Cousin Foster. Cato Weeksbooth is in that room. I pointed. And has been sending Eureka messages for several minutes. Cato desperately wants to cross through here to get to the bathroom, but they're phobically afraid of senseias. Carlyle followed my gesture and may have been quick enough to glimpse a sliver of black hair and white cloth through the cracked door before it slammed.
Sorry, I had no idea.
It's not your fault. There's no way you could have known. I moved closer to Cato's door. I'm taking the senseia downstairs now, Dr. Weeksbooth. No need to worry. I'll make sure they leave by downstairs, and I'll let you know when they're gone. I will not repeat the sob-strained mix of thanks and curses which Cato muttered back. No, they were not even curses. Just those words that sound like curses which children use when they aren't quite brave enough to say a real forbidden word. Better not to meet him here, good reader. Cato Weeksbooth is a beautiful, if fragile, creature. And I will have you meet him when he's a little more himself. Today you meet Eureka. I turned to Carlyle and gestured to the stairs. Shall we go down? Carlyle was frowning hard at Eureka, his pale forehead wrinkled by a consternated mix of guilt and blame.
Why didn't you say something? I would have gotten out of the way.
It didn't help Cato be neurotic. It isn't good for them.
Carlyle opened his mouth to object, but caught himself. He smiled. Not a forced smile, but the kind where we smile for ourselves to force away a darker feeling.
I'm the intruder here, so it's your business. I'll look forward to getting to know you all better with time, unless you still want to request a different, non-cousin senseia.
Is your opinion firmer now?
My opinion about sets? I can't make up my mind from just talking to you for 2 minutes.
Most people make up their minds talking to me for no minutes. I guess you aren't horrible. If Occam approves it, you can stay.
High praise. Thank you.
Carlyle waited, but a set does not smirk. Shall we? I invited, returning to the stairs.
Yes, thank you.
Carlyle turned toward Cato's door.
I'm leaving now, Doctor. I'm sorry.
The senseia took one step toward the stairwell before Eureka's voice froze him in place.
You never said why you really came back.
A third time, the same question. Bosch security may be Occam's domain, but Eureka is a watchdog too. The keener because they know how to make interrogation feel like playful nosiness. My breath caught. It wasn't just the danger in the question, it was the sight of Carlyle's face, which relaxed into a smooth, angelic tranquility, beautiful and captivating, like a piece of art. The statue smoothness of his cheeks, the childlike delicacy of his brows, the golden glimmer at the edges of his hanging hair. In that moment, He might have been his mother.
Sensei business. I don't think I could describe it if I tried. You don't have the right background or terminology. After all, I've cultivated my mind for something, too.
Voka.
Why do we shorten the words most precious to us? Bapa from Bosch parent, Basib from Bosch sibling. In old days, mom from mother, prince from princeps, pope from papa. And here the hasty voca, never the archaic vocateur. In 2266, when the work week finally shortened to 20 hours and crowds deserted those few professions which required more, the first anonymous, Oral Gallet, rushed to defend vocation with a tract that is still mandatory reading for 3 hive entry programs.
Why is a calling passive? Why is one called helplessly to one's vocation when surely it is an active thing? I find my calling. Take it, seize that delight that hath before me, make it mine. I call it like a summoned magic. It does not call me.
His new word, vocateur, one who calls, was born to remind us that a person with a strong vocation is not a victim driven helplessly to toil, but a lucky soul whose work is also pleasure, and to whom 30, 40, 50 hours are welcome ones. Surely the inconvenience of pronouncing one more syllable is a small price to commemorate a term so powerful that here it cuts across the barrier to thrill the hearts of both cousin and Setset. Carlyle smiled a true, warm smile at Eureka's compliment.
You too.
A few moments later, I had led Carlyle to Thisbe's empty room. There was a special feeling of release as I closed the door behind us, like shutting out the swelter of a fearsome August. I could see from Carlyle's easing shoulders that he felt it too.
How did you know I'd come back?
You're a sane person, Member Foster. After what you saw, how could you not come back?
It was real, right? I didn't imagine it.
It was real. I watched his face relax.
I've been telling myself it was real, thinking about nothing else. I mean, I didn't doubt my memory. I remember clearly, but the more I thought about it, the more it felt like it couldn't be real.
It took me months to stop needing to be reassured. Sit, please, Member Foster. My gesture had offered Thisbe's velvet-covered water couch, which took up half of one wall. But Carlyle chose instead my little folding stool, on which one could perch with energy, ready to spring.
No need to be so formal. Carlyle is fine.
Carlyle, I will apologize in advance for slipping. Formality is a habit for me.
No problem. And you prefer Mycroft?
Yes, if you please. I knelt and took up my scrub. It was real. You'll probably need reassurance often. You shouldn't call me. My tracker's monitored. But I assume you have Thisbe's tracker number already. Thisbe should be willing to answer if you need to hear somebody say it's real. He nodded.
Do you have... I was hoping to see proof again. The little soldiers. Or something.
Of course. I brought this for you. I rose and offered him a tiny paper book, too small to cover the surface of his pinky nail even when opened. No matter how keenly our lenses zoom in on that book, they only show more detail. The letters finer than pinpricks, the surface of the paper, thumb-smeared corners and food-stained favorite parts. It is not beyond science to make such an object, but it is beyond technology Thisbe and I might plausibly access. Carlyle took a moment to explore the tiny proof.
May I? Is it too much to ask to keep this? To remind myself?
Nothing leaves here. No physical evidence. Not yet. Not until Bridger decides they're ready.
I understand.
He stroked the tiny spine.
It's a big thing.
Yes.
It's the biggest thing, really. The biggest thing.
Give yourself a scratch with the pages. On your thumbnail. They're so thin that static cling sticks to them into clumps. But if you can separate a good clump, you can give yourself a very visible scratch that'll last a long time as the nail grows out. It's not proof, but it's how I used to leave myself a reminder that it was real. It'll help.
He looked from me to the tiny relic on his palm.
Yes. Yes, good idea. Thank you. That's just the thing.
I smiled as I watched him struggle to get just the right-sized clump, laughing a little inside. I was glad I could make it gentler for someone. When my world had been rewritten in an instant, I had faced only tiny, hostile bayonets and toddler babble. Carlyle finished and smiled at his precious proof. He nodded at my chemical scrub.
What are you doing?
Destroying evidence. There was a break-in upstairs. The police must not find signs of Bridger.
I smiled to make it feel less criminal.
Thisby's out on a date and Bridger's gone to bed. But I will answer whatever questions I can for you. If you're like me, you'll have 100 new questions a day for the next month.
I do have a lot of questions. What are the limits of this power? What exactly can Bridger do?
I have no idea what limits, if any, Bridger's power has. I can only describe what I've seen them do. They can animate representations. Any representation real enough to feel real to them. A mud pie, a doll, a drawing. That may be all they can do, or there may be 1,000 other things. But Bridger is a timid kid and understands play, and feels comfortable with toys, so that's the only sort of thing they've done so far.
When they make things real, do they become what Bridger imagines, or what the maker of the thing imagines? You know, how sometimes a kid might play with a doll that's supposed to be some movie character, but the kid doesn't know the character and invents a different one.
It seems to become something of a mixture. Bridger found a toy hot air balloon once and burned themselves on the fire inside. They knew what the balloon was, but not how it worked. But when they miracled it, it had fire anyway. And the soldiers' guns and things have working, moving parts, which Bridger couldn't name or recognize. The soldiers speak modern English like a child would expect, but they don't have modern attitudes. They have attitudes of hundreds of years ago, when those ancient soldier toys were made. They use he and she and swear by religious things in public and remember a darker age.
Do they? This is a hard question to phrase, but do they remember real things? Real lives? A toy doll of a fairy tale princess is pretend, but toy soldiers are representations of real soldiers who really lived. Has Bridger created pretend soldiers? Or recreated real people who really lived and died?
If they were real, there's no way to look them up. They don't have real historical people's names. They have the childish names Bridger gave them. Pointer, Croucher, Looker. But Bridger did miracle a real person once.
They did?
A photograph from an old book. A friendly-looking person they wanted to play with. Emma Platts was their name. Bridger didn't make that one up. With flat pictures, it works as if you were talking to each other through a screen. The person on the other side can see and hear you, but you can't reach them.
Carlyle leaned toward me with such energy, he almost toppled the little stool.
Is there a whole world in the image? Can other people show up? Does time pass?
We've only tried it the once. There's a limit on how much you can experiment with creating life before it becomes too cruel, for Bridger as well as for the subject. You know how kids fall apart when a pet dies and it was their fault? It was much worse with Emma.
What went wrong?
Emma couldn't stay in the portrait chair forever, not without food and drink and having to go to the bathroom. They went out of the edge of the photo and never came back. We don't know why. Possibly they ceased to exist when they left the frame. But from their end, they said they could see all the other rooms and places in the house just fine. We've considered animating another photograph, but
it's too hard on Bridger. When they're grown and ready, then we can try more. He nodded.
What did Emma remember? Was it their real life or an imaginary one?
I couldn't confirm. They remembered a whole lifetime up to death, but not a very traceable life. It was a very early photograph, from when unfamous people left few records, women more so. I found documents pointing to a couple different people who could have been our Emma Platts, but there wasn't much to trace.
Do you still have the photograph?
Of course, but the miracle's worn off. The daylight in the room isn't changing anymore.
It wears off?
Yes, Carlyle. For inanimate objects, it's permanent. But it seems life is a special kind of miracle that doesn't last so long. Bridger has to re-miracle the soldiers every month or so. And Boo.
Life is a special kind of miracle.
That's why Bridger can't just raise the dead.
Right.
He paused. You and I cannot read minds, reader, but we both know the torrent of possibilities which were multiplying in Carlyle from that thought.
Did Emma Platts... No, it wouldn't help.
Did Emma Platts what?
Did Emma Platts remember the afterlife?
I felt my heart thrill at the question. A senseia's question? No. But Pointer may tomorrow, when Bridger brings them back.
You've decided then, to bring them back?
Not yet. But Bridger will feel sad and guilty every day forever if they don't do it. Could you resist, day in, day out, if you could resurrect a friend?
No, I couldn't. No one could.
I did not correct him. I waited for more questions, but Carlyle was still mulling on the afterlife, fidgeting with his hair and watching me hazily as I crawled across the floor. I watched him in return. The curve of his little chin, the fierce blue of his eyes, almost unnatural. Many would say it is unnatural, since his mother's perfection had been handcrafted trait by trait from the finest chromosomes French ancestry offered. But Aristotle, the philosopher, reminds us that man is an animal, a part of nature just as much as fruit and vine. So Danae's 2 blue eyes, her 2 practiced gestures, are all as natural as peacock's plumes. Why were you given this assignment? Carlyle was still staring more through me than at me.
That is the question.
Nothing could have endeared the cousin to me more. He thought I meant it metaphysically, that I meant to ask what fate, what hand, what meddling spirit or inexorable clockmaker had placed him in Bridger's path. That's all he thought of. Even after Eureka's questioning, it didn't occur to him that I was suspicious of his assignment, that I smelled a rat behind this green young cousin who had been granted access to this most private humanist bash. If there was a motive, some enemy of the humanists, or of Ando and Danae moving in the dark, this sweet, sincere, true vocateur sensei didn't know. When you started to doubt it was real, was it because you thought it was impossible? Or was it because it's something you've always wanted to be true so badly that now that it is true, you're worried you just deceived yourself into believing? Something in the question made him hide behind his hair.
I've never wished to bring toys to life.
Miracle. That is what you're thinking. I know it is. You said you weren't afraid of the word miracle.
You know I can't discuss too deeply.
You can. This isn't a session, member Carlyle. You're not my senseiya. I have a court-appointed senseiya.
If this isn't a session, it's borderline illegal.
I rose. Some things should not be said while on one's knees. It's a law we have to break. I met his gaze and held it. We have to. In the name of science, reason, all humanity. Something is happening with Bridger. Something real, magical, metaphysical. We have to discuss it, test it. We have to figure out what to do. It could be the most important thing that's ever happened. Or things like this could have happened 100,000 times throughout history. But there's some deeper reason history hid them all. This isn't a question of us risking disrupting world peace by spreading some cult belief. This is a question of uncovering the deep truth about the provable reality humanity lives in. And someday, sharing that.
I could say many cults have thought the same, but you're right. The potential is too great. The immediate human applications, if we can understand this power. We can't investigate it fully without talking about the theological end as well. And on that note, I've been thinking, is it really right to wait and not show Bridger to anyone until they're an adult? What if something happens in the meantime? What if Bridger falls and breaks their neck? All that potential is gone, and even without that, there's all the good this power could do that isn't being done in the meantime. Not raising the dead necessarily. That has a lot of other implications we have to look at, but smaller things. Bridger could cure stereococcus.
We have.
What?
I had Bridger make a cure 18 months ago and sent it anonymously to Pele Chemical. Testing is underway.
You did?
Remember 3 years ago when they found a treatment for Waldfogel's vein? That was Bridger too.
But Bridger can do more than just cure one disease. That healing potion can make wounds vanish instantly.
And if something like that turned up anonymously on a lab's doorstep, all the king's horses and all the king's men wouldn't rest until they'd traced it. We've tried to test it, but the potion transformed the microscope itself. It's beyond current science, or at least beyond equipment we can get at without leaving a paper trail. Hopefully, science will explain it someday, even reproduce it. But they won't learn to really understand it without access to the source. For that, Bridger needs to be ready to face becoming the center of all hope and envy of the world. And before that can happen, they need to learn to talk to strangers. Carlyle nodded.
But every day...
Moral calculus like that will drive you crazy. The people who die today or tomorrow because they don't have Bridger's potions aren't on your conscience any more than the people who died yesterday or 1,000 years ago. We're doing what we can with Bridger. We're on the edge of moving from baby steps to real steps. You're the first real step. If you do well, the second may come soon. That's all anyone could ask. He smiled.
Yes, you're right. And I can do it well. I know I can.
The growl of his angry stomach cut him off. You forgot to feed yourself today, didn't you?
I guess I did.
There's a lunchbox on the table there. Good and fresh. Eat.
Thank you.
He turned to the table and took it, lifting the lid off of it before he realized.
Wait, this... I can't take food from a servicer. You earned this. I'm supposed to feed you.
Bridger can make a filet mignon out of cardboard. I'm not going to go hungry. He returned my smile.
Thank you.
Of course. I mean, you're welcome. It's the least I can offer after I tackled you before. Thank you for not reporting me.
You've offered a lot more than that. You did this very well, very gently. You answered a lot and pushed me when I needed to be pushed. You're right that we have to talk about this. About what we think it means. That we have to use words like miracle, metaphysics, fate, as well as magic and phenomenon. But you haven't pushed me to actually do it yet.
I knelt once more to my work. It's easy to tell you're the one who's exhausted.
True enough. Were you a sensei?
This was an unexpected stroke. Carlyle has absorbed a little of that art of cutting to the quick, which the current conclave teaches, but in him it is usually stifled by natural gentleness. I realize, reader, that I should apologize for my confusing language, since if my he and she mean anything, then certainly this sweet and gentle cousin in her flowing rap should be she. In this case, alas, I am commanded by an outside power to give Carlyle the masculine, to remind you that this long-lost scion is a prince, not princess, a fact which matters in the eyes of some, and of the law. But I shall do my best to remind you often that a cousin's maternal heart beats beneath Carlyle's broad chest, and I promise, reader, to be consistent in making other cousins she. No, I was never a senseiya or anything. I committed my crimes too young. Pity touched his kind, too keen blue eyes, willing to forgive any repentant convict, however great our unknown crimes.
Would you have been one? You have that feel when you talk.
I don't know. I've never thought that far ahead. But if I were a senseiya, and this were a session, I think I would say now that you've had enough new revelations for one day, and that you should take that lunchbox home to rest and digest. All the universe and Bridger will still be here tomorrow, as will I.
You would have made a good one.
That may have been the highest compliment Carlyle could pay. Here ends the first day of this history. Rome was not built in a day, but it was built in a year, as the new saying goes. Roma Nova, a sparkling sea of marble and bright bronze, built up from nothing in 300 days to be the capital of our new world of hives. In 2198, Emperor Agrippa Mason was tasked to choose a plan for the Alliance capital. Among the endless submissions of grand grids and lavish spectacle cities, an unofficial entry surfaced, numbered 40 and a half, containing nothing but a cheap tourist poster of ancient Rome, which had been slipped into the mix by a bold young secretary named Mycroft Ragbender, or Frustenexor to give a mason's name its rightful Latin. The smart aleck even labeled the ancient buildings with suggested modern counterparts. The Alliance Senate in the Senate House, the Supreme Polylaw Court in the Basilica Julia, the Senseiya's Conclave in the House of the Vestal Virgins. Agrippa Mason saw genius in the plan, a message to the world that, despite how tattered war had left the continents, this age of honeybees could build as easily as raise a tent, the capital of capitals, whose legend had named every capital to follow. This would not be the simple reconstruction of Rome as she stood before the Church War, though that too Agrippa Mason undertook. This was greatness ex nihilo. To raise from nothing on some blank corner of the earth the city of marble as she stood when she had ruled the first empire to need no name beyond the empire. The evening the Alliance accepted Mason's plan, the Emperor wrote to his oldest Barsib that he expected, if he raised this young Mycroft Frustenexor to his full potential, then, as with Philip and Alexander, Agrippa's name would endure in history only in the tales of his successor. The drizzly morning of the 24th saw me and my fellow services cleaning up what robots couldn't of a sewer rupture in Marseille. It was perfect work for us. Work no one wants to do. Especially not on Renunciation Day, the kind of work which makes free people glad that we exist to do it in their stead. A man leapt from a car into the midst of the mess, seized me by the collar, and shook me so violently that my hat flew off into the muck.
How many times, Mycroft? I've been calling for 2 hours. You are not allowed to waste yourself like this.
One of my newer comrades, I am not permitted to include their names, rushed forward, fists raised in my defense.
What do you think you're doing?
Another servicer, who knew me better, held out a restraining arm.
Let it be.
What?
The censor's in the right. Let it be.
The censor?
Perhaps you share this new servicer's shocked awe as she recognizes, beneath a gray raincoat, the blood-purple uniform of the Romanovan censor. If the Alliance has a face, it is Censor Vivian Ancelet. embarrassed now at being caught in an act so easy to misinterpret, but even in embarrassment, he was intimidating. Not with physicality, but with the weight of his intellect. The rain made the deep dye of his uniform almost scab black, and brought out vividly the sparkle of its gold piping and of the Olympic stripes which rimmed his shoes, proclaiming his youthful medals in mathematics and debate. There is France in the censor's birth, Bosch, and Africa in his face, his dreadlocks and the darkness of his skin, but he wears no Strat insignia apart from the cuff pins of his math and puzzle clubs, investing all his pride in the grey law hiveless sash about his hips and the purple uniform across his shoulders. The office of censor is just as paradoxical in our age as it was in ancient Rome, neither executive nor lawmaker, commander nor judge, yet more potent than any in its own way. As a matter of the census, charged with tracking changes in membership and wealth, the censor judges when one of the 7 hives should gain or lose a senator, and thereby holds the balance of the planet in his hands. Since he makes and unmakes lawmakers, we may call him a grandfather of laws, and as the most prominent life appointment in the Alliance, he is the only officer in Romanova that the media can turn into a prince.
You're alive today for a reason, Mycroft, and it isn't shoveling shit. Get in the car.
Yes, censor, just...
Now!
He seized me by the hair, as when a mother lion lifts her cub in gentle razor jaws.
We have 5 hours to rerun the entire 17 list impact. Humanity needs that a lot more than they need 10 square feet of pavement anyone could clear.
Yes, censor. Sorry. The censor's guards fanned out around us, and he gestured to one of them to retrieve my fallen hat. The rest, strong bodies in bold Alliance blue, kept back my muck-stained comrades, while tiny flitting robots scanned their faces, masks of wonder and concern. One face still showed anger.
Just 'cause you're the censor doesn't mean...
It's all right. The censor knows what they're doing. Mycroft's a little damaged in the head, and it takes some gentle roughness to get them re-anchored in the present sometimes. But it's not the censor's mind we have to change. It's Mycroft's.
The censor, who through long acquaintance permits to call him Vivian, smiled to find on hand another who understood the burden of putting up with me. Do not misapprehend, dear reader. All that is wrong in this scene is indeed my fault. Violence, abuse, even unfreedom is abhorrent to our good censor, who keeps violence's great adversary, our patriarch Voltaire, forever with him, as a bust in his private office, and as a model in his heart. If you see violence here, it is not Vivian's violence. Rather, I infect those around me with a shadow of my own. I let myself be hurried to the car, smiling reassurance at my fellows.
I'll be fine. I'll see you later. Make sure you don't miss the speeches.
They won't, but we might, thanks to you.
The censor released me to a guard who helped me strip off my muck smock.
It's not just my time you wasted. I had to crawl around looking for you, interrupting I don't know how many meetings.
I'm sorry you had to take the time to fetch me. I stepped up onto the first step of the waiting car, turned and paused to let its hoses rinse the refuse from my feet.
Have you heard what's happened?
The Black Secura 710 list manuscript was stolen, then recovered.
Exactly. Now the 7th most popular list shoots up to number 1 in everyone's attention, and all our calculations go out the window.
We entered the car, and Vivian turned to the system console.
Romanova, censor's office.
We started on our calculations even as the car accelerated. Riding in one of Mukta's children, the hop from Marseille to Romanova is so brief that we did not even achieve full acceleration. And Vivian set the screens to window mode to let us savor the beauties of the capital, with which, after 16 years in office, he is still so much in love. The colored banners of the day's festivities flooded the streets. The cheerful gold and blue of the Alliance flag were everywhere, But Renunciation Day also brought out hive pride, and the festoons and streamers color-coded with the populations that clustered on our New Rome's artificial hills. Mitsubishi red, green, and white up on the Quirinal. Gordian red, black, and gold on the Celian. European blue and gold mingling with cousin white and azure in the valleys. Masonic gray and purple on the Esquiline. While across the Tibernov River, the bright Olympic rainbow made the Humanist district even more exuberant. On such a day, one can really see that Romanova is Earth's most hive-mixed city, even more than Sydney or Hyderabad, since here the ratio of the 7 hives is fixed, not only in the city's charter, but the alliances. When the death of Chairman Carlyle made it no longer possible to put off picking a world capital, 3 issues faced the committee: the design, the distribution of the real estate, which would soon be the most desirable on Earth, and who would pay. Spreading the cost equally would hit the poor hives hard, especially the cousins and Olympians, who then sheltered most of Earth's surviving poor. But divvying by wealth would take the lion's share from tiny, patent-rich Utopia, which could then reasonably demand the biggest slice of the land all powers coveted. The project languished 10 years in committee before the Masons made their offer. We shall shoulder the whole cost of building the city ourselves and divvy the property among the hives by population. All we ask is that you let us choose the city plan. All welcomed the end of deadlock, so for a mere few €100 billion, the hive of myths and empires made the world capital be their copy of Rome. Has any government ever invested so wisely in propaganda?
The 6-hive transit system welcomes you to Romanova.
The car's voice greeted us in its recorded ritual.
Visitors are required to adhere to a minimum of grey hiveless law and to follow Romanovan special regulations regarding concealed weapons, public gatherings, and graffiti. For a list of local regulations not included in your customary law code, select Law.
Took you long enough?
We were met at the steps of the censor's office by his barkid, apprentice, and chief deputy, Jung Soo-hyun Onsale Kosala, as the public prefers to order his names. Seeing Soo-hyun now, his short black ponytail half fallen out, his gray and purple uniform veined with the wrinkles of a night spent sleeping at his desk, it felt even more surreal remembering his name on the stolen 710 list. It was true that this deputy censor walked the corridors of power in his master's wake, but it is as hard to imagine Soo-hyun as a world-straddling titan as to imagine a snowy wading crane battling eagles. Soo-hyun is absolutely tiny, as if childhood refused to leave, with a frame so light you fear it might blow away like grass upon a breeze. Indeed, Soo-hyun's delicacy makes it hard for me to stick to he, but there is just enough flesh on the bone beneath his tightly tailored uniform to confirm those are a woman's hips and chest. But he will be easier for you, reader, since that way apprentice will match master. Soo-hyun had a smile for Vivian, but a righteous frown for me. A second frown waited on the other face which welcomed us, the censor's most promising new analyst, Toshi Mitsubishi. She is another of the adopted brood of Chief Director Ando and Princess Danae. Africa and Europe are co-factors in her ancestry, visible in her rich brown skin and textured hair, which she wears in 1,000 little twists like tongues of flame. But Japan dominates her syntax, her posture, her reflexive half bow as we arrive, and she wears a Japanese nation-strat bracelet. The month before this, I had been honored with a slice of cake from the celebrations when Toshi passed her adult competency exam. And, at the time, I felt some smugness in having guessed correctly that, despite the Honorable Mitsubishi surname, she would exchange her miner's sash for Grey Law Hiveless. She could have worked for the censor even as a Mitsubishi member. but the gray sash is almost a uniform in the office, required by superstition more than rule, as if these public servants would somehow make the numbers lie if they chose to bind themselves to any other law. Toshi spoke.
Where on earth was Mycroft?
Halfway down a sewer.
I apologized to Soo-hyun with a wince, to Toshi with a bow.
How much have you done since I last called?
Vivian charged up the steps, already stripping the tracker from his ear as he passed the sanctum's bronze-faced gates.
A lot, actually. The last list just came in.
Excellent. We made some progress in the car as well.
I held still as we reached the doors and the sensor deactivated and removed my tracker, while his guards confirmed permissions with the police. Moments later, tracker-free, we found ourselves in the sensor's sanctum. Perhaps, reader, you have never been off the network for any length of time, except on portions of the long trip to the moon. There are now few places so secure that they forbid trackers. The unfamiliar cold of having nothing in that ear makes that inner chamber feel more special than other seats of government. The extreme sensitivity of the sensor's data excuses the ritual, but it is still a ritual, no more, no less necessary than the bath one took before entering this building's predecessor in the real Rome, where it had marked the cremation spot of the divine Julius.
Do we have the Braillist editorial yet?
Vivian plunged into his favorite sofa in the center of the octagonal, screen-walled room. Toshi shook her head.
Just the list. I talked to the headmaster themselves, as well as the editor. They promised it within 2 hours.
I believe that when I see it. Bring up the full grid.
The walls obeyed. The 8 lists appeared around us, 10 names in each, slim obelisks of print erected by the sweat and labors of the 1,000 columnists and editors who had toiled to make each of these newspapers loom high on the world's horizons. The first 7 names were the same in all the lists, as always, different only in their order. The 6 hive leaders and the anonymous jockeying for place as each newspaper published its estimation of each hive's real power this year, strongest to least. Mason, of course, is first among these equals, holding the top of 6 lists this year, rivaled only by the anonymous, who took first place in the provocative opinions of the humanist paper The Olympian and of Europe's classic Le Monde. The rest were variable: Chair Kosala, Chief Director Hotaku Ando Mitsubishi, and Duke President Ganymede, ranging from high ranks to low, as Shanghai Daily, El País, or the Romanov voiced prudence, criticism, praise, or pettiness in the unsubtle subtleties of this subjective ranking. Slots 6 and 7 usually went to the minor hive leaders. Europe's unpopular Prime Minister Casimir Perry, or Gordian's Brillist headmaster Felix Faust, leader of the smallest hive that has a leader. But Black Sakura made a peculiar jab at the cousins by ranking Chair Kosala 7th of the Big 7, and their own Mitsubishi chief director 2nd after Caesar. True variety came in the last 3 slots, 8, 9, and 10, where each column selected from the wide world which 3 names seemed most important after heads of state. Statespersons still dominated, like Charlemagne Guildbreaker and Speaker Jin Imjin, or semi-statespersons like our own Censor Ansele and Commissioner General Papadilias. Celebrities mingled with them, Sniper, of course, and Sawyer Dongala, artists and creators too, Orland Vivas, Loon Kasserer, Ting Ting Foster, even dear Hugo Sputnik. The only utopian to make the lists, if you don't count the 10th slot in the Masonic paper Audita Nova, reserved as always in memoriam for the honored dead. Black Sakura did stand out, a radically different ordering of the Big 7 from any other paper, even the other Mitsubishi paper Shanghai Daily. And no one listed any of Black Sakura's strange last 3. Minister of Education Darcy Sock, the Crown Prince of Spain Leonor Valentine, and Deputy Censor Jung Soo-hyun Ansele Kosala. It was an odd list, but honestly, I would not have dwelled much on it. Not without this theft to draw my attention away from those two lists that command us to read them first. No one wants to. We read our own hive papers first. Feel loyal. Cousins looking to Rosetta Forum, humanists to the Olympian, Masons to Audita Nova. But we all know, most of these voices are the haste and showmanship of journalism, fun, meaty, but human. Only two voices here are prophets, the oracles of our age, to be consulted first and last in all things, even if we scowl at being forced to act like grown-ups and pretend we like our nasty medicine. We have to read the anonymous, reader, and we have to read the newsletter of Brill's Institute. Who do they list as numbers 8, 9, and 10? Oh, sensible choices. Black Law Tribune Natakari, Conclave Head Julia Doria Pamphili, Sniper, of course, the King of Spain, and J.E.D.D. Mason. He is on 3 lists. Can you believe that, reader? J.E.D.D. Mason on only 3 lists? Well, it is to be expected. They are wrong. All the lists are wrong. You know that. You know already one name which should be on all these lists, but never could be. Bridger.
I don't like what I'm seeing with the Mitsubishi.
Soo-hyun flopped beside the censor on the fur soft couches at the chamber's center.
It's never happened before that a hive fell a notch on every other list, but rose in their own primary journal. It looks like self-obsession, rating themselves so high when everyone agrees they've slipped. And with the theft bringing everyone's attention to Black Sakura, the effect will be amplified.
Vivian nodded.
The Anonymous rated the Mitsubishi under Felix Faust this year, and there are no Mitsubishi names in the bottom 3 of any non-Mitsubishi list.
It's embarrassing. It'll lower Samyang in everybody's eyes.
So-hyun uses the Korean name for the Mitsubishi.
They fell 1 notch on the list this year, but with that, it'll be as if they fell 3.
Toshi, what do you think?
I don't think it'll be that grim, not with the theft making Black Sakura seem important. 1 notch down, that's what the public will think.
Mycroft, what are you thinking?
I think everyone hates Prime Minister Perry. I think the public knows Europe would be higher on all the lists if they had a more popular leader, that Europe's influence is greater than Perry's is. Black Sakura included Crown Prince Leonor in their bottom 3 instead of King Isabel Carlos to remind everyone that the next generation is coming. I think everyone will read Europe as a notch or 2 above wherever Perry's name appears, which puts the Masons, Cousins, and Europeans all above the Mitsubishi on most lists, even the humanists on some. The Mitsubishi will come off as the weakest of the big 5 this year by a long shot.
Probably. You know, any of the 3 of you at 10 years old could have impersonated Tsuneo Sugiyama better than whoever Hagiwara got to write this 17 list.
Impersonate?
Soo-hyun's eyes went wide.
Who's Hagiwara?
Black Sakura's editor.
Vivian Ancelet knows every reporter worth his salt.
Whom I wouldn't have called an idiot before today. Didn't want to disappoint the readership, I guess. Probably strong-arm some unsuspecting intern into writing it, but step 1 of faking a Star Reporter's article is telling said Star Reporter not to message the entire gaming club to say they're taking the week off.
Toshi Mitsubishi had gone very quiet and very stiff. It was me she stared at, and I stared back, each of us uncertain what the other had learned from her Bosch parents at Togenkyo. I did not know Toshi well. I knew her intellect and skill, but not the human side of her, how close she was to Masami, among her many bossibs. If I had had my tracker, I would have called Chief Director Ando to ask permission to discuss the truth, but Toshi is stern stuff and spoke first.
It has to come out. Masami wrote the list. My bossib.
Chief Director's bucket. This is going to be a firestorm. I want to see numbers. Soo-hyun, Run what'll happen if the Mitsubishi fall to the bottom of the Big Five. Mycroft, do a precedent check. See if there's ever been a confidence shift this abrupt. Look especially at the 2380s, right before the Greenpeace-Mitsubishi merger.
You think there'll be a hive merger?
No, but some of these numbers feel familiar, and my gut says it's from then. I'll comb over records, see if I can figure out what I'm remembering. Toshi?
He froze mid-order, catching sight of her face, her trembling lip.
I'm sorry. Nothing can stop this being hard on your bash, but at least we've caught it a bit before the public. Do you need a minute?
She turned to the screens.
No. I'll run the Mitsubishi internal numbers, see which way Wenzhou is likely to swing if the Beijing and Shanghai blocks both try for the chief director's seat.
I don't think your papa will necessarily fall.
Toshi shook herself, the textured twists of her hair dancing like wind-swept grasses.
We won't know without running it.
We each took a wall and made the numbers dance. It is tedious work, even with the computer's aid. 1,000 judgment calls as we tried to extrapolate the consequences of this crisis of confidence. We didn't only factor in obvious things, like investment trends or youths choosing their hives this year, but subtle things too. The ratio of rice to wheat consumption, exports to the Great African Reservation, apartment rental prices, the million strands which weave through the world's economy and which we search for snarls in the weft. There was a reason Chairman Carlyle named his corporation Gordian. It wasn't, as so many think today, a symbol of that yet unconquered mystery, the brain. It was the sword which hacked the knot that Carlyle cared about. A sword he turned on clients' economic snarls. When those profits men called economists predicted revolution or collapse in some weak corner of the globe where a subscriber had investments, Carlyle's Gordian would fly in Mukta's children and evacuate everything. Factories, goods, workers, family, capital in all its forms, all snatched to safety in a day. Like good fruit from a rotting tree. As the tremors of the church war grew, Gordian carried out the affluent of every nation, leaving governments and poor to slit each other's throats. But Mukta worked as a sword back then only because those snarls were geographic. In our world, all powers are global powers, and all snarls global snarls. That is why, while Thomas Carlyle would snip out the shape of a new world like topiary from the overgrowth of nations, today our censor, with the same data at his disposal, laughs at those who put him on their 710 lists. Vivian Oncelet, the world's accountant, maker of senators, but slave of numbers. Helpless as the astronomer who watches the universe's pool balls act out their predetermined dance. As soon as we had our answers...
Run it again. Suhyun, you're blurring the differences between different hive lists too much. White laws side with the cousins as often as they do with grey laws. Factor that in. Toshi, you're underestimating the pro-Mitsubishi pull of the Indian ethnic strat in the humanist in Gordian. Mycroft quit pretending Europe is mucking about without a government. Kashmir Paris might be unpopular with Greeks and Spaniards, but they have plenty of supporters. Poles, Georgians, Filipinos, South Africans, tons of EU strats. Deal with it.
It takes Soo-hyun or me 12 minutes to run the numbers once. Toshi, whose fingers play spreadsheets as fluently as harp strings, can manage it in 8. The censor would demand 21 more revisions before Soo-hyun couldn't take it anymore.
I did factor in the increase in humanists visiting the moon this time. Cells HH26 and HN56. Are you blind?
That doesn't account for the possibility of third-time visits. Run it again.
Third-time visits drop out in the margin of error. I've had the same answer the last 5 times you had me rerun this. If you don't like my numbers, then give me a different starting factor.
Toshi leapt to Soo-hyun's defense.
I agree. We're all coming up with 2-year projections of Mitsubishi population down 0.62%, land holdings up 0.88%, and income down 0.62%, no matter what we try.
Fear not, reader. I do not give these numbers because I expect you to remember them or understand, but only to demystify that cave of mysteries which is the censor's office. It is not some clandestine shrine where secret judgments determine the fate of men. It is simply the world's most high-security calculator.
Run it again.
There's no point! The Mitsubishi are losing another senator this year, and the Masons are gaining 2, no matter how we cut this up.
It's a holiday. You don't want to be here all day any more than we do.
Run it again, factoring in Chief Director Ando being publicly accused of personally manipulating the Black Secure 17 list.
It was better not to make them wait. I've run those numbers already. I summoned my chart, glad that I could at least help Toshi and Soo-hyun toward the freedom to enjoy the afternoon. Soo-hyun released a low whistle, and Toshi stared intently as she spoke.
That can't be right. Mitsubishi population down 1.89%, land holdings up 1.51%, income down 2.12%. That's too extreme. Rome wasn't built in a day, Mycroft. It's not going to fall apart in a day either.
It's correct.
It can't be. That many Grey Law Hiveless becoming Masons?
I watched Toshi's eyes dance as she did the quick
by.
math in her head at thrice my speed.
Show me the totals, Mycroft. Where is it going?
I raised the chart before him, columns listing the population, land holdings, and income of each hive at this moment, and projected a year from now. It shows the disproportions, the vast Masonic hive, with 31% of Earth's population and threatening to grow. The Mitsubishi, modest in membership, but with more than half Earth's property in their land-greedy hands. And tiny Utopia, rich with inventions, copyrights, and hard-working vocateurs, with less than 5% of the population, but almost a third of all Earth's income. Do not wrestle too much with the numbers, reader. I presume you are not some economic historian reconstructing the detailed proportions of this precarious time. Think instead of Vivian Oncelet, studying the data as a doctor listens to a child's breath, or views an ultrasound and sees disaster where the other only sees blobs. My stomach growled.
Vivian, have you been forgetting to feed Mycroft again?
Toshi gave me the sort of frown reserved for pets.
How long since you ate, Mycroft?
I ate yesterday.
You have to say something when we forget to feed you.
The censor forced a smirk.
Toshi, Soo-hyun, how about you two go get lunch for all 4 of us,
We can send out for...
Stretch your legs.
He gave Soo-hyun's shoulder a warm, bar-paternal squeeze.
Walk down to Chile's or Tropical. Enjoy your day a bit. You can check if we have any messages outside. Mycroft and I will run a few variants while you're gone. If we are efficient, we can be out of here in an hour or 2.
They could not refuse a command so heaped with temptations. The censor waited for the door to seal behind them, making the air of the room feel bottled once more.
How'd you learn to fake a stomach growl like that?
From the other services. It's a useful trick, sir. The antiquarian address slipped out easily now that we were alone. The censor tolerates my bad habits.
I've seen these numbers before.
His transition to French made me jump. Yes, you have. We continued in his mother tongue.
Population 33% Masons, 67% other hives, non-holding 67% Mitsubishi, 33% other hives, income 29% Utopian, 71% other hives, 33, 67, 67, 33, 29, 71. I've seen these numbers before.
Yes.
Twice, in fact. They were in your letter 13 years ago. Doodled in the margin with no explanation. These precise numbers.
I wrote that letter 16 years ago. You just saw it 13 years ago.
They were Kohaku Mahdi's last message. Written in Kohaku's own blood, those exact numbers. Not the killer's name, not a farewell to the Bosch or me. Just 33, 67, 67, 33, 29, 71.
He rose and walked toward me. Suddenly, his hands seemed large.
You tried to smear it out.
I felt myself shaking. I have nothing to do with the Black Sakura theft.
The police thought it was a security passcode. They never found what.
It might have been. I don't know what Kohaku did with...
What do these numbers mean, Mycroft?
He stood over me, close. I haven't been pulling any strings, I swear. I can't. You know I can't.
What do they mean?
It's a coincidence. Honestly, those numbers coming up now, it's chance, not design. I swear by Apollo...
Don't say that name!
He seized my collar once again, his eyes glistening wet with something more painful than rage. I wish he had had the lawful right to hit me, Rita. If the law would let him hit me, then it would be by his own virtuous free choice. That he did not.
I'm ordering you to tell me, Mycroft, not as a censor, as myself. You can tell me here, or you can tell everyone back at Madame's.
With that threat, I could, in good conscience, surrender. It's the point of no return, sir. It's the numbers Kohaku and Aeneas calculated were the point of no return. You know they were economic theorists as well as historians. If the Masons get up to 33% of the world population, they predicted nothing can stop them from growing to a majority. Over 50% within 20 years. The Mitsubishi will see it coming and try to fight back by raising rents. And if they have 67% of the land, they'll wind up crippling the economy trying to get at the Masons. But the Utopians don't pay so many rents. They will have their own land, so they alone won't suffer. And if their income is already over 29%, that will skyrocket when the recession starts and send the whole global surplus straight into their hands. It would be...
the worst recession in 200 years.
Yes, exactly. But that was just Kohaku's calculation. I don't think it holds true. Kohaku didn't have a real grasp of the global power dynamic. You know they didn't. Just like I didn't back then. The ties between the hives are much stronger than Kohaku could ever have imagined. Think how much has changed and what Kohaku didn't know. They didn't know Chief Director Ando's sib-in-law would become the humanist president. They couldn't know that Caesar and Utopia would stay so close. They didn't know about you and Briar, the CFB, about Spain, Perry, anything about Madame. And back then, J.E.D.D. Mason was just a child. Remember the nurturist revival Kohaku predicted? That was wrong too. Kohaku's math was brilliant, but they were working with the wrong map. Perhaps, my reader, you are floundering again among the names and details of our forgotten politics. The specifics mean little. It is the fact of these hidden ties that matter. Think of them like the wires hidden in a stage magician's scarf, which make it seem that the rabbit is still hidden underneath. Though it has long since been spirited away. Kohaku had thought there was still a rabbit, as in early days did I.
You're saying we can stop it from escalating?
You have your emergency powers. You can pull things back. But you may not have to. The strings already working in the world will pull it back themselves. The hives are closer than Kohaku imagined. That will save us. The censor backed away, passion still warring in his face. Fear, anger, grief. Grief, most of all, perhaps. For I caught his eye straying to the well-worn sofa spot where Soo-hyun wasn't. No, where someone else more potently wasn't. Kohaku Mahdi, dear, keen, brilliant Kohaku Mahdi. A match for Toshi in speed, for Soo-hyun in excitement. He would have been here with us, in the purple, puzzling out the warp of math beneath the warp of life. If that warp had a kinder weaver.
Who else knew about these numbers?
No one living that I know of.
So, whoever's behind this break-in, they can't be intentional, they can't know this prediction.
No. I think it's just some enemy of Chief Director Ando.
Mitsubishi strat politics dragging the whole world down. Makes Europe look almost functional.
We sighed together. He the Frenchman, I the Greek. Vivian flexed his shoulders and shook his head, letting the weight of remembered mourning fall away from the resettling of his dreadlocks. He made me meet his gaze.
Until we have proof that we are past danger, we will take Kohaku's prediction absolutely seriously. Both of us. We'll draw up a list of countermeasures today and carry out as many of them as we can, backups on backups. I know you always have many tasks on hand, but since this literally impacts everyone on the planet, I expect you to prioritize it.
Understood, sir. I'll give it priority, believe me. I'm as scared as you are. But do you intend that we tackle this with the powers of the Censor's office? Or our private means?
Both. All. Any.
I nodded. What will you tell Soo-hyun and Toshi? There is a limit to how many emergency measures we can propose before they'll wonder why we're so scared.
Nothing to Toshi about Kohaku's numbers. Toshi will be happy enough to put in extra measures to protect Ando.
You don't trust Toshi yet? His brows narrowed.
I trust Toshi to keep a secret with their life, or under torture, but not under deny.
I hope I managed to conceal my wince.
Soo-hyun, I'll tell at home tonight. Filling a dead person's boots is always scary, but if I'm asking Soo-hyun to do that, they deserve to know. From me.
Dominic Seneschal did not ring the bell, but struck the front door with a practiced fist. How will those inside interpret this person? His suit is neither Mason nor Mitsubishi. He wears no utopian coat, no cousin's loose wrap, no brillist sweater. His boots have no personalized design as a humanist's would, but are generic, high and black, as one might find in a museum dummy, the plastic coachman waiting on his plastic queen. His clothes are European, but too European to be the hive marker, not tidbits of fashion like a cravat or double-breasted vest combined with common clothes, but true period costume. Tight hose and breeches showing off the thigh and calf, a tricorn hat, silk waistcoat, which has squandered countless human hours on hand embroidery, a coat short at the front to display the curves of hip and pelvis, but with ample skirting hanging in the back, down to the knee, pleated and full enough to drape dramatically over the horse he should be riding. The outfit is all black. Black embroidery on black cuffs and waistcoat blurring into shadow. His dark brown ponytail is curled too perfectly, like a wig tied in the back with a crisp black ribbon. This stranger would seem at home at Versailles, or with the Jacobins scheming revolution in their basements. But nothing anchors him to our society, except for the tracker at his ear, and the black hiveless sash which swishes lush around his hips, its warning stark as a poison label. Here stands a black law.
Art thou certain, Mycroft, that thou appliest thine own formula correctly? Here thou describest silks and embroidery, curls and ribbons, pleats and skirting, and appliest he? I know the name Dominic Seneschal, and know too there are breasts beneath that taut waistcoat, that the thigh and pelvis which the coat's high cut displays are very much a woman's. If thou must have thy fetishizing pronouns, shouldst thou not write she when she is so garishly proclaimed?
Innocent reader, I take comfort in your confusion, for it is a sign of healthy days if you are illiterate in the signal flags of segregation humanity has worked so hard to leave behind. In certain centuries, these high, tight boots, these pleats and ponytail, might indeed have coded female. But I warned you, reader, that it was the 18th century which forced this change upon us, and here it stands before you. You saw already Princess Danae with the costume of Edo period Japan, and its comportment too. Modest, fragile, and proficient at making the stronger sex risk death for her. Can you not recognize the male of that species? Though French this time rather than Japanese. Perhaps you argue that a gentle man of that enlightened age is effeminate. His curls, his silks, his poetry and dances. And you are right if we apply the standards of a Goth or other proud barbarian. But would you then oblige me to call all such gentlemen she? The patriarch? George Washington? Rousseau? De Sade? Shall I call the divine Marquis she? No, good master. To understand what follows, you must anchor yourself in this truth, that, by the standards of the era which sculpted him from childhood, Dominic Seneschal is the boldest and most masculine of men. Unfortunately, knocking instead of ringing was the signal kids from the Science Museum used when they came to visit Cato Week's booth. He answered eagerly, only to find instead a fierce-eyed stranger with a black law sash around his hips and a black sensei scarf draped around his shoulders like a snake's old skin.
Ah! Cato! What on earth?
A woman's voice accompanied the sound of fast-approaching feet.
Did you start another fire?
The slam and lock click of Cato's lab door was her only reply.
Quel instinct superbe.
What?
I confess that some of the dialogue in this chapter is invented, reader, for I did not see this scene and have only incomplete testimony, but I know both of them well enough to impersonate.
Your bashmate is perceptive, if cowardly.
Dominic smiled, though on his mask-smooth face, all smiles feel cold.
I let myself in, shall I?
It was Leslie who intercepted the intruder in the entrance hall.
What are you supposed to be?
He swept off his tricorn hat as he bowed.
I am Dominic Seneschal. I was dispatched by Tribune J.E.D.D. Mason to investigate your break-in. Did Martin Guildbreaker not warn you that I would inevitably follow?
Leslie frowned distress, though anyone would frown distress if a Dominic followed a Martin into your home.
I got a notice someone would be coming. I would have appreciated knowing when.
I wonder whose oversight that was.
He smiled.
No need to take pains. You may go back to work. I shall sniff about the house first. I can interrogate Bash members later. Of course, I recognize the famous Leslie Juniper sniper son here.
Dominic knew Leslie, as we all did, from the broadcast 17 years earlier. A plump-cheeked little angel, 11 years of age, with tear-bright eyes, rosy cheeks, and a largely Chinese face, but enough African ancestry in the mix to shape her black hair into a halo of corkscrew curls. In the film footage, Leslie stands before a row of solemn adults, with Occam on her right, as confident at 13 as at 30, and on her left, the elusive Ojiro cardigan sniper, half shrouded by a hooded wrap, whom you will not find in any other Bosch picture, no matter how hard you hunt. Together, they tell the press that the 5 other members of Leslie's tiny Bosch, 3 bar Pars and 2 bar Sibs, have been killed simultaneously as their 2 independent cars hit one another, at a likelihood of some 14 trillion to 1. As the eldest of the Senior Weeksbooth children, Occam and Ojiro volunteered to break the news to the orphan, and, with that resilient purity only children possess, the 3 kids have conceived a plan. Leslie will be adopted by the Bosch responsible for the tragedy, and together with her new Bosch mates, she will dedicate herself to running and improving the system whose failures are so few and yet so fatal. Watching the little power trio side by side, you can see they bonded instantly. And you can see, too, why, when the Senior Weeksbooth elders watched the scene, they understood at once that when childhood ended, Leslie's choice of which of these 2 princes of the Bosch to take as spouse would break the tie and determine the new master of the house. Leslie, née Juniper, adopted Sniper, wedded Senior, and is today the living image of her childhood self.
Yes, I'm Leslie Senior.
Leslie planted her feet to block the corridor, her aggression exaggerated by her heavy humanist boots.
You...
As quick as a thief, Dominic raised her hand and kissed it.
Mon plaisir, Madame Senior. This way, I think.
Grasping her waist like a dancing partner, Dominic shifted past Leslie and trotted into the room.
Martin's scans don't do justice to the tension of the room. The hum, exhilarating.
Wait! I still have to verify your clearance personally.
You're welcome to call His Grace President Ganymede if you want a personal reference.
Leslie testifies that given the speed of Dominic's speech and the thickness of his accent, it took her some time to realize he was using he and she.
You know the president?
Intimately. Have you any enemies?
Are you a sensei? Or a polylaw?
Both. I serve at the pleasure of J.E.D.D. Mason. No enemies? I'll ask again later. Now, is there any part of the house which it would be inconvenient for me to search first?
She planted herself in front of him.
Slow down, Blacklaw. I'm the officer in charge right now.
In charge of keeping the lifeblood of the world speeding on its course. I understand.
He gave a nod to Mukta. That eased Leslie's frown a notch.
Indeed.
And I keep the peace among the gods. I believe we are both officers in charge.
At this point, Leslie strongly considered exercising her legal right to kick an obnoxious Blacklaw in the stomach. It was a reasonable impulse. The Blacklaw sash around this visitor's waist proclaims his choice to renounce all protections of the law, hive laws, and Romanova's neutral gray laws, and to face the earth with no protection but his own strength, and the restrictions others' laws may place upon their use of force. A Mitsubishi, or strict cousin, may not, by their chosen laws, indulge in fists and brawling, but humanist law accommodates those who sometimes wish to settle things with fists. Leslie was considering her aim when her eye caught the line of the dueling rapier almost hidden in the pleating of the Blacklaw's coat. Dominic smiled as he saw her dark eyes catch upon the sword, and he caressed its black hilt.
When I catch the perpetrator, you can petition to have them tried under humanist law. But Black Sakura has already recommended a Romanovan panel. I would go with that if I were you. Their penalties tend to sting much more than yours. Shall I begin downstairs?
What do you mean you keep the peace among the gods?
Dominic gave a deeper smile.
I mean that when the 710 lists are printed, there will be no name in the top 7 whose house and office I do not frequent. I mean that your President Ganymede is quick to call me when a crisis needs declawing, and all other hive leaders do the same. I mean that I am how these sensitive matters are settled. Are always settled. And I shall settle this one. Martin is the partner of my labors, but is too gentle to impress on people what it is we really do. We keep the peace among the gods, who govern those of you who choose to have a government.
Again, he grasped her like a dancing partner, caressing the small of her back and using her weight for his own spin as he bounded toward the steps, lithe as a show horse.
I'll start downstairs, shall I? Out of your way?
Leslie charged after him.
Hold on! I need to know exactly what you'll be doing, step by step.
He paused and half-turned at the top of the landing.
The carpet is torn on this stair. You should have that seen too. Someone could trip and fall.
What will you be doing? Imaging, scanning, viewing files?
Sniffing about, I told you. I'm here for the smell and taste of things. Have you any enemies?
No. You asked that before. What do you mean?
Anyone who would like to see your lives disrupted for personal reasons, rather than the obvious financial and political ones. A jilted lover? Family of a crash victim who blames you? A hobby competitor, perhaps? Sport? Someone the famous sniper keeps defeating?
Not that I can think of. No one's been particularly upset by any crashes in the last few years.
He darted up toward her, testing a vent with his fingertip, and in the same motion, trapped her between his body and the wall.
No old rivals? No one wronged in an affair?
Leslie's eyes went wide, but something kept her from shoving him back.
No.
Dominic leaned even closer, caressing the grating above Leslie's head, his chest not quite brushing hers.
Your spouse is work-obsessed.
He smiled, tasting her breath and letting her taste his.
Have you had affairs?
Blush bloomed on Leslie's cheeks. Is it a sin in your morality, reader, for a married person to admire the body of a stranger? Is she less entitled to recognize the beauty of firm buttocks or the motions of a practiced hand? And if you do consider it a sin, then am I right that this scene, virile Dominic with Leslie's small frame pressed against his, breast to breast, is more exciting for you because it is forbidden? Confess, reader, something in you hungers for transgression here. It was in your mind, reader, was it not? Complete with my he's and she's, which have infected you by now. But feel no guilt. It was in Leslie's mind as well, placed there by Dominic, who can summon more of the heat of pornography with a single gesture than I could with 1,000 words. Like Princess Danae, reader, he trains.
I have no time, Mycroft, for these thine interruptions, thy speculations, thy patriarch, thy Hobbes. My fantasy is not thy business. Give me truth. What did they do?
Leslie pressed herself back against the wall, gaining an inch of breathing room.
As a matter of fact, I haven't had any affairs.
This is an open bash, yes? How many of your unmarried gossips date outside the bash? Any angry ex-lovers?
Cato's are not interested. But Thisbe has some angry exes, yes, and the twins might too. It's hard to track what the twins get up to, but they're always dating at least 2 people between them, usually more.
I see.
Dominic shifted his stance, just brushing the side of her thigh with his half-hidden scabbard.
And are there rivalries within the Sanir Wixwood Bash? Everyone is content with who does what work? Who takes what shifts? Who sleeps with whom?
Everyone's content. Occam and I monitor it all very carefully.
He leaned in close enough to savor her shampoo.
All 9 of you get along perfectly all the time? Like little angels?
Boshmates squabble, it's healthy. I said we monitor it carefully.
He retreated a few inches, testing whether her flesh would follow his.
You and Monsieur Sidney Coons are exceptions. But the other 7 were all born in this bush, yes? 7 children? And none of them wanted to go form a new bush with campus friends like a normal 20-something? That's very unusual.
Her flesh did follow his, though possibly just to ease away from the wall.
We like our work.
And who's the weakest link in your bush?
His fingers brushed the soft underside of her forearm.
If I were a criminal, whom would I want to grab and torture? Who would break first?
Leslie pressed him away.
I thought you said you were going to look at the house before you asked us questions.
That I did, madame. My apologies.
Dominic darted back down the steps, quick as a dragonfly.
I'll start down here, shall I?
He threw wide the door of Thisbe's room.
There's someone in here, madame. Did you know that? Not one of your bash.
What?
Dominic grasped his sword hilt as he filled the doorway.
Explain yourself.
I'm waiting for Thisbe. I'm their sensei.
It was Carlyle, back again with a fresh round of questions. But it could have easily been the child.
Right. I'd forgotten they were back again.
Sensei?
Yes. Can I help you?
Carlyle approached, his pale face beaming energy, for he had risen full of strength that day, since March the 24th was the feast of the Norse god Heimdall, a day on which men had honored their creator in ages past, and still do today. Dominic read Carlyle's body as a butcher scans the contours of a pig.
You're a sincere?
You too, I see.
Carlyle nodded to the scarf on Dominic's shoulders.
Are you a set specialist? Eureka Weeksbooth was hoping for one.
What's your name, cousin?
Carlyle Foster.
Carlyle Foster.
Yes. Is something wrong?
How old are you?
28. Why do you ask?
And, you're a sensei?
Yes.
The gag gene dug his fingers into his wrap, patterned today with abstract elephants in white on blue.
Is something wrong?
Get out!
What?
Get out of this room. You're distracting me from my investigation, Carlyle Foster. Get out before I change my mind. You can wait for your Thisbe upstairs.
Carlyle was quickly herded out into the stairwell and almost tumbled into Leslie as Dominic sealed Thisbe's bedroom door behind him. To my knowledge, not even Martin has ever witnessed Dominic searching a room, so powerful is his preference for solitude. How does he work? By simple sight and touch? A concealed machine? By scent, perhaps? The insanity of his devotion driving his mind to develop that sense which feels most right for such a creature? Can you imagine him, reader? On his knees, boot leather creaking as he sniffs the carpet centimeter by centimeter? He answers happily enough to Canis Domini, Hound of the Lord, the old pun on Domini Cani, the Dominican monks who hunted truth and heresy in heaven's name, and that of their great founder. Whatever Dominic's technique, it misses nothing. Not a hair, not a stain, not the handprint of a 5-centimeter soldier on the barrel of a marker I forgot to wipe.
Who was that?
Carlyle stared at the door from outside.
Dominic something. Oh, is it just me? Or is that the weirdest person you've ever met?
I'm something of a specialist, so I meet some odd people, but that was certainly in the top 10 for weird.
She offered him a hand.
We haven't met. I'm Leslie Sania.
Nice to meet you, Member Sania.
Leslie, please.
Leslie. I think I remember hearing about a black law sensei called Dominic. You don't forget a name like that.
What did you hear about them?
Not much. I think they're well thought of by the Conclave.
Why?
I could ask.
Please, do.
He started composing a message through his tracker. Leslie, too, shot off quick messages to Occam, Martin, 2 security captains, and her president's office to make sure this sensei really was dispatched by Romanova. All would answer yes.
I don't know whether it would feel normal for another Black Law, but I don't want someone like that as my sensei.
My guess is they're a gadfly specialist. Some senseias practice a special aggressive style, so you can do a one-time session with them if you really want to be pushed to the core, and then you and your usual sensei work on the new questions it raises. The Black Law mystique would certainly work to enhance the feeling of danger.
Leslie, who had tasted more deeply of Dominic's aggressive style, frowned. Carlyle mustered his most energetic smile.
Speaking of returning to your usual sensei, would you like to talk about whether or not there's some kind of divinity or divine force in the universe?
Sure, why not? We're supposed to have a session soon anyway. We can get it over with. Good way to pass the time while we wait for Dominic to get out of my house. Come have some figs. One of the twins was on a crazy fig kick when they programmed the tree last month, so we've got a zillion more than we'll ever eat.
Together, the two spent a good hour erasing the chill of their encounter with Dominic. They did not see him again, they said, nor did the others in the Bosch. He might have searched just Thisbe's room, or he might have passed through the whole house, silent as a plague. Either way, he vanished without another question.
Mycroft, thanks for calling back. Supposedly there was a device you had that you used to disrupt the trackers and make it seem you were one place when you went another.
I know the one you mean, Nepos. The Gyges device, called Canna device by many. We spoke Latin, Rita, or rather its gentled grandchild, Masonic Neo-Latin, stripped of irregulars, but close enough to its imperial progenitor to invoke grand capitals and ancient marbles. I always cringe when I must translate Hive or Strat tongues into common English for you, but it is worse with Martin, knowing that he thinks so differently in the two tongues, and cringes himself when he sees his words, conceived in the imperial tongue, mangled by the vulgar. I will translate to help you understand, but I have begged permission to leave in Latin words, whose English sense is intolerably wrong. Take, for example, Nepos, this title of honor, which marks Martin as the student, servant, intimate, and protege of his emperor, trusted even to sign laws and contracts in the emperor's name. To render Nepos as nephew for you would be 1 part translation, 3 parts lie.
I believe the device might have been used in this Black Sakura theft.
I saw your scan of the folded paper.
What can you tell me about the device? Could it have penetrated the Sinear Weeksbooth Bosch defenses?
Are you asking me on behalf of Romanova and the law, or privately? A pause proved that Martin understood the weight of my question.
Privately.
It was never in my hands, Nepos. I only ever had the packaging. I just pretended that I had the device to confuse the police. Please, keep it private. The Inspector General doesn't know, but yesterday Princess Danae forced it out of me in front of Chief Director Ando. I tried to resist, I swear. They're sure to use it against me. If Papa Delias finds out, they'll be all over me. It could wreck my parole. Worse. I don't know what to do. I'm sorry, I should have come straight to you.
Calm, Mycroft, calm. The Chief Director is a friend. They don't want you locked up any more than I do.
But the princess
is also a friend. Relax. I'll speak to them both about this if you like.
You will?
I shall. But what I need now is for you to focus and tell me what you know about this Gyges device. Do you know who has it or who made it? Reports from the original scandal blame organized crime. But when I read the report the Mitsubishi police sent to Romanova, I found it not without omissions.
I investigated at the time. I believe there was never any Yakuza-run secret research center like the report claims. I believe the device was produced in secret, but funded and authorized by someone within the Japanese Mitsubishi leadership, and stolen from them by traitors within the same. But I have no proof. Also, Nepos, if the Chief Director and the Princess are friendly now, they will not be friendly long if we start poking at this. If it was the Japanese bloc leadership which authorized research into tricking the tracker system, Ando would not want anyone to know, especially not Caesar.
You say powers within the Mitsubishi faction, not Ando themselves.
Not Ando, Nepos. I am certain of that. It was probably Ando's predecessor. But you know the Mitsubishi. That wouldn't lessen the demand that the current Japanese director take responsibility in the grimmest sense. And there is a pit of vipers waiting for Ando to stumble on the tightrope.
You faked having the device. Do you know enough about it to determine with certainty whether it was really used in this theft, or whether this is a hoax like yours?
No, Nepos. I have no idea how the device really worked. Just that it affected trackers, swapping signals to make people hard to trace.
I see.
Chief Director Ando ordered me to try to track down the thieves from 13 years ago, through the contacts I originally bought the packaging from.
Yes, good idea. Report what you find to me. But not today. It's Independence Day. Give yourself a day to breathe and work tomorrow.
Yes, Nepos, thank you. You enjoy it too. I ended the call and turned with a smile to Soo-hyun and Toshi, who had waited with me on the steps just outside the main gate of the censor's office, as deaf to my Latin as I am to dolphin song.
Soo-hyun flashed me an impatient look.
Mycroft, how many more messages do you have?
Only one more.
The last was text in French.
Mycroft, we hear a certain thoughtless soul dragged you away from the Marseille Spiel this morning before you received your breakfast. France owes you a meal. Attend my party tonight. L'après-midi.
The humanist president's order was consonant with Martin's, so I determined to obey. Sorry that took so long. Shall we get back to work?
No.
The censor himself intercepted us. He was much changed from an hour before, relaxed and energized by having mastered the data.
The numbers are as good as we're going to get until we know more about how Black Sakura is going to go about announcing Masami's involvement.
Toshi winced. Soo-hyun frowned.
You just want to make it to the speeches on time, don't you?
The censor clapped his deputy on the shoulder.
So do you. Toshi, you coming?
Toshi hesitated, tilting her face away until her dark frizz, fiery like a corona in the sunlight, hid her expression.
I'll go home to Togenkyo if you don't mind. My Sibs always play basketball the afternoon before the party, and I'd like to be there for Masami today.
The censor's smile was all warmth.
Of course. Gives him my best. Tells him not to worry too much. It shouldn't be hard to spend things right. I'll make some private calls.
Thank you.
Vivian nodded in promise, then raced down the sidewalk like a schoolchild at recess. Soo-hyun and the censor's guards followed with no less energy.
Come along, Mycroft.
We walked together along the Via Sacra and past the Rostra and the Senate House, empty for once, then around the Capitoline Hill, to the teeming street which separates the Forum from the Pantheon. The stores were all flags, as if Athena had covered the city with her weavings. Every strat from the Irish to the Dog Show Society, adding its colors to the sea. Vendors' carts, bright balloons, candles, sausages, and paper lanterns lined the thronging street. Even the statues dressed for the holiday. Vandals decking them with garlands and bedsheets, stuffing their hands with flowers and empty liquor bottles. Such defacement would have been criminal in old Rome, whose statues represented gods. But Romanova's human heroes have a sense of humor. Everyone we passed had smiles for the censor and good wishes, some drunk enough to be almost rude. But nothing could dim his smile, not even the teens who half-drenched him with a splash from one of his own fountains.
Hey, Ansele! Happy Renunciation Day!
The Pantheon is as solid as a mountain, but airy too after the narrowness of Romanova's streets, as when a narrow, crawling cave opens into a massive cavern which feels vaster somehow than the open sky. Pure sun streams in through the open hole in the center of the dome. Wind, too, and rain, since not even the elements are denied access to this universal sanctuary. The old Romans built their pantheon for all the gods. Our version in Romanova is well populated, but far from full. Our priests, Mertis Mackay and Fisher G. Gurai, our princes, Antonius Mason, Mycroft Mason, two kings of Spain, the first anonymous, the third, our geniuses, Adolf Richter Brill and Regan Makoto Cullen, Terra the Moon Baby, of course, artists, humanitarians, celebrities, and always with the most flowers wilting around him, the first Gordian chairman, Thomas Carlyle. Apollo Mojave is not with them. You should not have voted him down, reader. I know you could not understand why the Emperor and others wanted a hero's burial for this young utopian you had not heard of until his death, but you should have trusted them. You should have. You know what the utopians have given you, yet you grant them only one grave in the temple, which honors at least 4 from every other hive. Your leaders meant it when they said he was the best of us. He should be there, ungrateful reader. You should have at least granted him Olympus, since he could not join his kin among the stars. When we arrived, the actor who was to portray Chairman Carlyle today was already at the podium between the tombs, in costume in that signature green suit with its antiquated tapered necktie. Terry Lulgi has made a career of playing our world's hero in plays and films. even once playing Carlyle's namesake, the 19th century historian Thomas Carlyle, distant great-uncle to our world hero. The historian Carlyle argued that human progress is shaped and triggered primarily by great men, which nature sometimes drops in our midst. What would he not have given to be able to peek into the future and use his great descendant as an example?
Mycroft, you made it!
I told you they wouldn't miss it.
I just guessed. You didn't know.
At once, my servicer fellows were around me, a sea of smiles and beige-gray dappled uniforms. They had occupied 4 benches in the back left corner by the bust and ashes of Sophia Kovacs, who, inspired by St. Sir Thomas More, founded the servicer program, which keeps these guilty but benign offenders from rotting in prison with the malicious and insane.
Mycroft, you want some caramel crunch? A nice cousin bought us some.
We save you a seat, too.
Right here.
They had, dead center, and I could sense the aftermath of some squabbling over who would get to sit beside me. Perhaps you cannot imagine life when you can no longer summon cars at will, when you are trapped within the reach of your own feet, unless some benefactor calls you elsewhere. A benefactor, too, is needed to pay admission to a film, a play, a party, €5 to climb the scenic tower, 1 to ride the Ferris wheel. But public compassion has not left us with nothing. I counted among my few unequivocally good deeds that I petitioned to have the Renunciation Day speeches added to the short list of entertainments any servicer may, at the kind cousin's expense, attend.
No working over your tracker doing speeches, Mycroft. I want you resting. You need it.
Yes, Censor. The rest around me were staring fixedly at the censor, who tried his best to be non-threatening, slouching to diminish his physique, but that blood-purple uniform still raises and topples hives. There was one sure way to heal the mood.
How many of you want ice cream when this is all over?
4 hands shot up, then all.
Oh, you got it.
Vivian, it's beginning.
Together, censor and deputy raced to their reserved seats at the front, almost in time to avoid a smirk from Terry Lulyi, who waited on the podium for Romanova's highest-ranked officer to get to his seat.
When, in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands that have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate but equal station to which the laws of nature entitle them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. These words are as true today as they were 350 years ago, when a group of idealists set out to found a new kind of nation, freer than any that had come before. The nation they founded became great, and remained great, even in our lifetimes. But it is not great today. No nation, whatever its power, can be called great when it imposes tyranny upon its citizens. Worse, upon people it claims as its citizens, not because they have enjoyed the fruits of its soil or benefited from its protections, but because, by chance, their grandparents were born within that blotch of color on a map it calls its own. These free people, who have never spent more than an afternoon beneath its skies, these free people, proud America now commands to surrender the fruits of their labors. Why? To finance a war. No, a campaign of destruction, waged not between peoples, but between the members of governments, and justified in the name of 2 gods, 2 interpretations of God, in whom most of those who must now pay do not believe. Worse, this so-called nation dares not merely to ask, but to compel these free people to send their children to fight and die for a group of men they do not call leaders, against a foe they do not call enemy, over a patch of ground they have never called home. Friends, an America who would impose these orders is no longer the champion of liberty its founders set out to create. It cannot command your loyalty.
I must interrupt to ask, reader, did you spot Carlyle's omission? Nature's God. As it flowed from Jefferson's pen, it was the laws of nature and nature's God that entitled a people to separate but equal station among the powers of the earth, not nature alone. Chairman Carlyle was no atheist. What you see here is the beginning of the silence. As the first bombs of the church war rained down, those who consider themselves neutral are now afraid to mention the divinity.
What is a people? It is a group of human beings united by a common bond, not of blood or geography, but of friendship and trust. What is a nation? It is a government formed by a people to protect that common bond with common laws, so its members may enjoy life, liberty, happiness, justice, and all those rights we love. Americans, America is no longer your nation. Your nation is the friends who live and work with you in Africa, Europe, Asia, Australia, and all of the Americas, and all the other corners of this earth. Your nation is those who went to school with you, who cheered beside you at games, who grew up with you, traded intimacies with you over the internet, and still, today, break bread with you in your own house, on whatever continent it stands. Your nation is the organization which you chose to protect your family and property, in sickness and in health, as you traveled the globe to find your ideal home. Friends, I stand here today with the leaders of these organizations to tell you that once again, the time has come to found a new kind of nation, freer than any that has come before. We speak today for the Cousins, for the Olympians, and for Gordian, three groups which have the means to allow a human being or a family to live in this world without a country, without citizenship, without obligations to any power you have not chosen to join. For more than a generation, we have not just been your travel agents, but your banks, your lawyers, your hospitals, your schools. Now, let us be your nations. I call on all Americans who do not support this war to renounce your citizenship and trust us. Any one of us, you have your pick. Let us protect you and your families in this new free world. I call on the citizens of all other countries of the world to respect our members and accept the passports we will issue, just as you would the passports printed by a country which can boast a blotch of territory somewhere on the globe. Join us if you like, or remain loyal to those geographic nations which still merit loyalty. But either way, acknowledge us, and in acknowledging us, acknowledge the right of all human beings to choose a different nation if the nations of their birth betray their trust.
Historically, Sofia Kovacs took the podium second after Carlyle. No one remembers her speech, the technicalities of how to apply to join these new non-geographic nations, and how they will handle deeds and taxes, legal suits and healthcare. She is like the big sister packing our backpacks for the camping trip, who tries to make us pay attention as she goes through the items. But we ignore her, entranced already by the wild's call. Today, the part of Sofia Kovacs was played not by an actress, but by her modern counterpart, Brya Kosala, chair of the Cousins. She was costumed for the occasion in a women's business suit styled after fashions of the turn of the millennium, complete with tight skirt and high heels she could barely walk in, her lush black Indian hair woven into a stately bun. I think there is no person, myself aside, so hated by the ambitious of this world as Brya Kosala, since those who fight viciously to grasp the reins of power cannot forgive the fact that she could rise so high and still be nice. Briar Kosala just likes helping people and is good at running things. And when invited to become the world's mom, she said, sure. That is what the chief cousin is, the world's mom, as surely as the Masonic Emperor is the Earth's stern father. Her hive runs the charities, the orphanages, the nursing homes, the kind servicer program. Her law is the most forgiving, her newspaper the most sentimental, and when disaster strikes, she is the first to arrive with nurses, soup, and playgrounds. Little wonder that this friendly matriarch, still smiling as she rules the 1.6 billion members of Earth's second largest hive, is the leader whose position in the 710 lists, high or low, the fewest papers could agree on. The third speech, Olympic chairman Jean-Pierre Utorutu's, was delivered by an actor, since the Olympian hive was long since swallowed by the humanists, and the humanist president has more important work on Renunciation Day than assuring a bored audience that there will still be sports teams in this brave new world. In the final speech, the words of the King of Spain were naturally read by the King of Spain. The current king, Isabel Carlos II, has watched the recording of his ancestor so many times that he knows not just the words, but the gestures and the pauses. Later this year, Spain will go mad with joy as it celebrates King Isabel Carlos's 60th birthday and his 20th year on the throne. But I prefer to let you meet him here in this plainer ceremony. He is a calm man, not as moving as the actors, but precise and perfect in his duties. A human man holding himself to the elevated standards of a king. His hair is not quite black, and his fine gray suit today is a replica of his ancestors. Those simple suits of the early millennium when opulence was expressed only in the expensive cloth and cut. The king can only attend this ceremony today because of the recent scandal. Otherwise, he would be at the European Grand Parade, where Europe's second choice, Casimir Perry, has been grudgingly given the seat of honor. But we who could see His Majesty's face knew he was happier here, reciting his ancestors' address, than there delivering a speechwriter's concoction to 100,000 voters.
Friends, all this is not as sudden as it seems. These three are not rash radicals or business tycoons drunk with their own power. They are taking an inevitable step. The European Union has long recognized that it is absurd to force someone with a father from one country, a mother from another, raised in a third, and working in a fourth, to pledge allegiance to one arbitrary geographic nation. More than 60 years ago, we instituted floating citizenship, so children of mixed parents would not be compelled to choose between several equal fatherlands. It was not the end of our countries. Almost everyone still prefers to have a homeland to love and return to, and the legal possibility of life without a homeland does not destroy the bonds of culture, language, and history which make a homeland home. What Chairman Carlyle proposes today is nothing more radical than extending that floating citizenship to the world. I stand before you today, both as a representative of the European Union and as the King of Spain. As a representative of the European Union, I am authorized to announce that we too will be offering floating citizenship to any citizen who wants to leave America or any other geographic nation, whether involved in a war or not. Our floating citizenship will be equivalent in every way to what Chairpersons Carlyle, Kovacs, and Utorutu are offering through their non-geographic nations. New floating citizens of the European Union may then apply for citizenship in a specific country if they find one whose laws and ideals match their own. Or they may remain citizens of the EU only, The same two options that native-born floating citizens enjoy. Those who are frightened of your current countries may think of us as a fourth option, ready to welcome you as the Olympic Committee, the Cousins, and the Gordian are. Separately, as the King of Spain, and with no directive from the European Union, I wish to express my personal support for Chairman Carlyle and his ideal that citizenship should be voluntary, not forced. To that end, I hereby call on all Spanish citizens, no, on all people who consider Spanish identity an important part of who they are, to show their support for that ideal by renouncing their citizenship, becoming floating citizens of the EU for 24 hours, and then reapplying to become Spanish citizens again. This time, by choice. What we choose means more than what is handed to us by chance. I count every citizen who leaves and rejoins my country a more loyal Spaniard, a more sincere Spaniard, a truer Spaniard than before. And I will stand proud as the king of a people brave enough to leave our fatherland to show support for those endangered by this war, but loyal enough to return again.
Ice cream!
Ice cream!
The demand rose from the services around me even before the applause had died.
Ice cream! Ice cream! Ice cream!
The chant was powerless to call the censor away from the dais as he waited for cousin chair Briar Kosala to teeter over to him on her high heels and plant a light kiss on his cheek.
You said you couldn't make it.
I was wrong.
Vivian gave her a practiced squeeze.
You were great. Again.
Really great.
Young Suhyun Ansale Kosala demanded her rightful hug in turn. Vivian stepped back so he could admire his spouse's figure. The deep blue of the suit fabric enhanced the subtle amber underglow of Kosala's deep Indian skin, and the extra height exaggerated her tall, imperious beauty. The long chin, long nose, and high forehead, which makes her face commanding and almost stylized, like a mask or statue staring down at you from some otherworldly realm.
I hate speaking in this dome. I can never tell if someone else is talking over me or if it's just the echo.
No one was talking. I think most of them were actually listening. Not me, of course.
She gave her spouse a mock shove, then saw the crowd of servicers approaching.
Oh, hello there.
I cannot list my comrades' names here. Chair Kosala herself, as Servicer Program Director, has censored them.
I won't ask you if you liked it since you're bound to say you did. But tell me, was my diction clear on tax bracket back taxing? I always muddle that.
My comrades were staring at the faces before them, so often seen on newscasts, now abruptly real. I don't remember, Chair Kosala. If it had been conspicuous, I would remember. She did not have a smile for Mycroft Canna.
What is it? You're all staring at Vivian as if something's supposed to happen.
The least timid of them answered.
The censor promised us ice cream.
What? Only ice cream? No hot fudge or whipped cream or strawberries? We can't have that.
Vivian rolled his eyes.
Be sparing with the Romanovan budget here, not ours. Come on, everyone. Vivian's getting us super deluxe sundaes. Terry, Kirabo, you come too.
She called the actors over.
Your Majesty, would you care to join us?
The King of Spain smiled at us from near the podium.
Thank you, Chair Kosala, but no, I have another obligation. Mycroft.
For privacy's sake, he addressed me in Spanish.
Did La Tremoille summon you to their party tonight?
I replied in Spanish. Yes, Your Majesty, they did.
What excuse did they give?
A very flimsy one, Your Majesty. Not worth repeating. Spain frowned.
I spoke to J.E.D.D. Mason about this invasion of the Sanir Wixbooth Bosch. They see more in this than just a prank.
Then I believe it. Thank you for broaching the question. Someone had to.
Yes, until tonight, Mycroft.
I bobbed my slouching bow. Until tonight, Your Majesty. Chair Kosala and the censor watched as Spain graced me with his words, but they would not intrude. As for my fellow servicers, most here knew me well enough not to be surprised, and the rest would mistake me for a Spaniard. While we spoke, an aide had offered the cousin chair sane shoes in trade for her costume heels.
To the Sunday bar.
She strode down the aisle like Athena before her armies, bodyguards holding the flanks like victories. She usually has at least 4 guards, though on this crowded day I spotted 10, glad of their numbers as the convicts schooled around their ward. I did not follow the happy band of princes and paupers, united here by the magic of sugar and cream. Only Su-hyun noticed that I lagged behind.
Mycroft, you coming?
I'll catch up. We have only honored 4 of our heroes today. I should pay my respects to the rest before departing. Hearing my reason, Su-hyun joined me. We visited each tomb around the dome in turn, rereading epitaphs, admiring busts, and contemplating the many different human foundation blocks which formed our world. It was somewhat satisfying, but only somewhat. Young Su-hyun Ansale Kosala is a good person, a worthy successor to the censor, and deserving of a place on a legitimate 710 list someday. But Su-hyun, like you, reader, would not have understood if I explained that the grave I most wish to honor was not there in the Pantheon.
Thisbe! I love you!
Go away or I'll call the police.
We have something special here, Thisbe! Something eternal! I know you felt it too, that night on the cliffs. How can you throw that away?
We don't have anything. You have an obsession. Now leave, and if I ever catch you around here again, I'll have one of my bosses break both your kneecaps.
You're torturing me, Thisbe!
You brought this on yourself!
I can't live without you!
Then go away and die.
The witch swept in through the front door of the Bosch house with a smile on her lips. Did I forget to tell you Thisbe is a witch? I know you won't believe me, but she is a real witch, mistress of secret hexes that can warp the soul into whatever parody she wills. Did you not see on first meeting how her impulse was to steal Carlyle's memory with her pill potions? That was a witch's instinct, as is the pride she takes here in a discarded lover's pain. You find it strange that I trusted a witch to guard Bridger? I would not bring any normal child to her, but for Bridger Thisbe was the perfect guardian. To Thisbe, every secret, from her brother's security passwords to my name, is another chapter for her spellbook arsenal, and Bridger is the greatest spell of all.
Hi, Leslie!
Thisbe beamed as she entered the living room and found Leslie slouched in the comfort of the sofa.
Oh, and Carlyle. You're here too. Good.
She nodded to the senseiya, who had made a nest of cushions on the sofa opposite.
Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm sure you want to get our session done so you can get back to the festivities.
Is Holly stalking you again?
No, this is a new one. I'll handle it.
Thisbe's fast fingers pulled the pins from her hair and let its black torrent tumble free from the prison of a professional clip.
Did everything arrive for the barbecue?
Yes. Though I can't imagine how the 9 of us are supposed to eat all that in one day. What are the twins growing in the meat maker? A whole bison?
Leslie rose and offered Carlyle a hand up from the couch, whose down soft foam threatened to trap him in its comfort.
Thanks for the session. Another the Tuesday after next?
3 o'clock.
Wait, you two just had a session?
Yes, but I don't mind doing another right away.
You're not too tired?
He shook his head.
I do it all the time.
Quite the voca, aren't you?
Shall we?
Thisbe led Carlyle through the darkness of her bedroom, which showed no sign of Dominic's intrusion. But she did not stop there. They stepped out into the wildflower trench.
Are you taking me to them? To Bridger?
Yes.
Carlyle tiptoed behind her, savoring the song of insects, the buffeting of grass fluff aglow with slanting sun. To an expert, His delight in the book of nature might betray something of Carlyle's own beliefs, which his sensei's vows forbid him to discuss. But I will not strip him naked. Yet. Eavesdropping through Thisbe's tracker, I caught the warning whistle of the lookout as the soldiers spotted the approaching pair. But I doubt that a child of peace like Carlyle could differentiate all clear from birdsong. The Major and his soldiers were assembled on an upside-down plastic bucket, with chips of wood as benches pulled close around a small block, draped like a banquet table.
No problem, Major. I brought something special today.
All right! 3 cheers for Thisbe!
Set it here!
Thisbe drew a small box from her pocket, and from it unpacked a tiny banquet in colored clay. Cheeses, salami, French bread, pea-sized apples and peaches, a tiny roast fowl with the brown and green speckles of stuffing painted around the edge, milk, wine bottles with tiny intricate labels, plates of cookies and croissants, even a 3-tiered wedding cake, 2 centimeters tall.
Look at all that grub! You're goddess of plenty, Thisbe!
Thisbe finished setting out the tiny meal. Most of the food was not quite to scale with the soldiers. Apples the size of volleyballs in their arms. The wine bottles standing higher than the knees of the men who struggled to stand them upright, but it was close enough. Lieutenant Aymer smiled up at Carlyle.
We usually eat ordinary food, and sawing hunks off a giant strawberry or eating a gingerbread house from inside out is every bit as fun as you'd imagine. But sometimes one just wants to break bread like a normal person.
I can understand that. Where's Bridger?
Looking at a nest of baby birds.
The Major pointed to some brush nearby where the boy crouched, half hidden by the stems. Carlyle gasped at the sight of Bridger, and so he should. So should we all.
Have they? Did they make their decision yet? Whether to bring back the one who died?
He wanted to talk to you first.
Carlyle's pale brows arched in wonder at the brave patience of this little boy.
One question for you first.
Just one?
One above all. Can you tell me whether this is Bridger's first taste of death? The first time one of the animated toys has died? Apart from the person in the photograph, I heard about that.
No. But it's the first time since Bridger was old enough to understand. There were men from both sides in the soldier playset. When he first animated us, we didn't understand what was going on. There were some casualties in the minutes before we managed to spot the giant 3-year-old in the sky and call a truce. Back then, Bridger didn't know enough of the world to understand resurrection, and we didn't manage to keep the corpses.
You fought each other?
Green versus yellow.
The Major nodded to Stander Y, who still wore the desert beige of the opposing force.
The world has seen more causeless wars.
Carlyle's brow furrowed in sympathy.
We all remember our war, the rage of it, the cities, families that never quite existed. My men are eager to talk to you too, but they've waited this long and can wait longer. It's the boy that matters most.
He turned toward the brush.
Bridger, come. It's time.
Bridger rose from the bushes and approached, his clothing studded with chaff and seeds. Did I not describe him properly before? His clothes were almost as loose as a cousin's, a rough woven child's wrap with broad blue stripes, oversized enough for his hands to hide in the frayed sleeves, and baggy canvas play pants, once khaki, but grass-stained to a mottled chaos no printed camouflage can match. His face was perfect as an angel's. It's not just a pseudo-parent's love that makes me say so. Even the sloppy clothes could not conceal his fine limbs, slim and lively, like when Cupid is painted as a youth fragile in Psyche's arms, instead of as a pudgy infant. His skin was light but not too light, and luminous, like wheat soap. His hair not pure blonde, but a pale brown graced with blonde, like an antique bronze whose gilding has not completely worn away.
They have a tracker.
Carlyle observed the device clipped over the boy's right ear.
Yes, they have to look like a normal kid in case someone spots them. But it's not on the network. Jury-rigged. Our own.
Thisbe smiled softly at the child, who dragged his feet as he approached, as if each longed to hide behind the other. The witch coaxed him.
Come here, honey. I brought you something too.
Mycroft, I know thou intendest this descriptor, witch, to make me uncomfortable, but thou succeedest too well. Some archaisms are nuanced, others merely gross. Kindly leave out this slur against both Thisbe and those good people in history who really did call themselves witches.
As you command, good reader, I obey. Bridger grinned.
Is it a pretzel?
Way to spoil the surprise.
Thisbe took out the surprise, fresh in its packet from the Mennonite Reservation in Pennsylvania.
Does it have cinnamon sugar?
Maybe it does. Better taste it to make sure.
He seized the treat, then hid behind Thisbe, eyeing the sensei as a cat eyes a new footstool intruding in its living room. Carlyle crouched to face the boy more evenly.
Hello, Bridger. Thank you for agreeing to see me again.
Bridger opened the pretzel, wrinkling his cherub nose at the steam.
We're supposed to talk about if I should bring Pointer back.
All right.
Thisbe said senseiing is supposed to be private, but I want to have the Major listen, to be safe.
That's fine, if it's what you want.
And Thisbe too. And Mycroft's going to listen on my tracker.
That's fine. It's not strange for you to be nervous the first time.
And Lieutenant Aimer too. And Crawler. And no gun. And medic. And no stand. And Stander Y. And Stander G. But not Looker. Looker's on lookout. And not Croucher. Croucher's back with Mama Doll.
That's quite an audience.
Is that against the rules?
Not if it's what makes you feel safe. But you and I, we'll be the two that talk. The others will just listen to make sure you're okay, all right?
Croucher says you're going to blab and damn us all. And the cousins will take me away and lock Mycroft up, and Thisbe will get put on trial, and Boo will get dissected, and the army men will be locked in an evil lab forever and ever, and they'll torture me and make me make some horrible thing that will wipe out the world.
That won't happen.
It won't?
No. Mycroft and Thisbe and everyone are taking every precaution, and I'm not going to tell any bad people about you, no matter what. I promise.
Bridger's brows furrowed as he weighed the stranger's promise.
Bridger, can we have a quick miracle over here?
It was No Gun who called.
Yep.
The child reached between the soldiers and touched the nearest of the plastic dishes. Without sound or pomp, a glistening realness spread across the food, as when a dying man's eyes lose their sparkle, but reversed. Feasting and happy murmur followed. Bridger settled in the grass facing Carlyle and buried his arms in the folds of his sloppy sleeves.
I've been thinking about how I'd bring Pointer back if I decide to. I could make a Frankenstein machine and throw the switch, and it would zap them to life. And that way, it would be science that did it, not magic, so I wouldn't break science or anything. But then they might come back as a zombie monster. Or I could make a magic resurrecting thing, like the Holy Grail, or a unicorn horn, or mermaid blood, or phoenix blood. But things like that might have side effects. Oh, not just on Pointer.
Carlyle thought for some moments, which I took as a good sign.
Then you have decided definitely to bring them back?
The child frowned at his pretzel.
I want to, but I feel like I'm not supposed to. Like it's not allowed.
That's a very natural feeling. You don't know what it means to bring them back. You don't know how life and death work. If there are some invisible rules you would be breaking, anybody would be nervous. I'm nervous, too.
Bridger munched on his pretzel.
You're nervous?
Mm-hmm. I have to do a good job helping you decide, just like you have to do a good job deciding. So we're both nervous.
That makes sense.
Bridger scratched a small rut in the soil with his shoe.
Are there rules to death?
Thisbe retreated to the sidelines now, exchanging glances with the Major, like parents hovering on the first day of kindergarten.
Some people think there are rules to death. Other people think there aren't.
The child's frown disapproved of something, and by his eager munching, it wasn't the pretzel.
If there are rules, would it be like karma?
Yes, karma is a good example of a rule some people think death has. And reincarnation. Do you know what reincarnation is?
That's when you live again and again.
Carlyle nodded, watching carefully the movements of Bridger's eyes, the fidgeting of his feet, signposts of the subtle border between discussion and discomfort.
People have lots of different ideas of different ways that reincarnation and karma might work. If they do exist, then they might have rules. And by bringing Pointer back, you might affect those rules in some way. Similarly, if there is an afterlife that dead people go to, then there could be rules about that. And you might affect those rules. And there might also be rules for this world that would be affected. Lots of possibilities.
Rules for this world?
Yes. Some people think there are metaphysical rules for this world, just like people think there could be for an afterlife. For example, do you know what providence is?
That everything happens for a reason.
Yes, that's right. And specifically, that everything happens for a good reason. There are lots of different philosophies that believe in some kind of providence.
So, providence is rules for this world, like heaven and Hades is rules for the afterlife?
Yes, possibly. Remember, these are things some people think. You have to decide for yourself what you think, and you don't have to decide quickly. You can take lots of time to talk and think. If there is providence, and everything that happens is for a good reason, then that could mean that Pointer died for a good reason. So it's good that Pointer died, and it would be bad to bring them back. Or it might be that Providence made you have the powers you have partly because Pointer was going to die. And Providence intends you to bring Pointer back. So bringing them back would be good.
The boy frowned.
That's backwards of itself.
Yes, well put. It's difficult to figure out what to do if you believe in Providence. Even among the people who believe in Providence, which is only some people, there are lots of different ideas about how Providence might work. And Providence is just one of many kinds of rules some people think the world might have. Or it might have none at all, and just be chaos.
He leaned forward toward the boy.
With so many possibilities, it's important to be patient and give yourself lots of time to think.
I was thinking that maybe I shouldn't bring Pointer back if there's an afterlife. But if there isn't an afterlife, then I really should.
Perhaps. But it doesn't have to be binary like that. For example, some people think there is an afterlife, but that it's better to be alive than to be in the afterlife.
A bad afterlife? Like hell?
Hell is one famous example. But there are other examples. Some people believe in afterlives that aren't full of torment, but still aren't as good as being alive. And some people don't believe in an afterlife at all, but still believe in karma, or providence, in rules about life, and think that you shouldn't interfere with those rules.
The boy's brows knitted.
Then I should bring Pointer back if there's a bad afterlife, or no rules. But I shouldn't bring them back if there's a good afterlife, or rules. Except how do I know if there's rules?
It may or may not be possible to know for sure. But either way, it usually takes a long time and a lot of thinking to figure out if you think there are rules or not. But
He saw a flare of fidgeting proclaim the boy's discomfort.
There are some people who don't believe in rules and don't believe in an afterlife, but would still say death isn't bad.
The last nugget of pretzel vanished now, and Bridger welcomed Boo into his lap, a mass of blue fur and affection.
How could death be not bad if there's no afterlife? I mean, you're dead. No more you. That's bad.
Carlyle stretched, letting his body signal relaxation to the child, if not his words.
Have you heard of the Epicureans? They're an interesting example.
Croucher called Crawler an Epicurean because he likes food too much.
That's one way the word is used, but it also refers to a philosophy from ancient Greece.
Didn't Epicureans invent the Bosch?
Yes, sort of. You sure know a lot. Neo-Epicureans invented the Bosch. Neo-Epicureans lived many centuries after the original Epicureans, and they thought some of the things Epicureans thought, but mixed them with other things. When the same philosophy has different versions at different points in history, we put Neo on the beginning when we talk about a later revival, to remind us that it's different from the original.
Like Neoplatonism came after Platonism.
You really know a lot. Wow.
That one, a little smile.
Mycroft likes to talk about philosophy.
Mycroft's a good friend to you, aren't they?
I like Mycroft.
I know Mycroft likes you too. Did Mycroft tell you about Epicureanism?
They said Epicureans think it's important to be happy.
That's right. Epicureanism is a philosophy from 2,800 years ago. Epicurus thought there was no afterlife, so the most important thing was to be happy in this life. But Epicureans didn't like quick pleasures like food and alcohol and love affairs, because after you've been drunk, you feel awful. Or when the love affair ends, you usually feel awful too. Epicureans focused on kinds of happiness that last a long time, like friendship, a beautiful garden, or thinking about philosophy.
Not pretzels?
Pretzels are good, but they aren't going to make your whole life happy. Just a few minutes while you eat the pretzel. They're a temporary good, instead of a permanent good. And if you eat too many pretzels, it can make you sick, and then you'll be less happy.
I want to test that scientifically. Can we do that next time at Science Club? Test how many pretzels it takes to make you sick.
It was Thisbe he looked to for permission.
Can we ask Dr. Weeksbooth?
I don't think so. Dr. Weeksbooth wouldn't want to run an experiment that will make everybody sick. But I bet we could ask them to do a lesson on the digestive system, so you can calculate yourself how many pretzels it could hold.
And then I can eat one less than that.
Carlyle smiled as the happy tangent eased the boys' fidgeting.
Science Club sounds fun.
It is. Last week we learned about siphons, and we made a goop siphon that siphoned with no tube.
Impressive. It sounds like you learn great things with Dr. Weeksbooth.
Yep.
Now, do you want to learn with me about how Neo-Epicureanism and Epicureanism are different?
Sure.
Neo-Epicureanism is an economic philosophy from only 300 years ago. So how many years newer is that than Epicureanism?
I forgot how old the first one was.
2,800 years old.
Then the new one is 2,500 years newer.
That's right.
That's easy.
He looked to Thisbe for an approving nod, and got one.
Neo-Epicureanism says that whether there is an afterlife or not, people are healthier, more productive, and live longer if they're happy. So the government, for us, the hive, should try to make sure people live in ways that make them happy. Living in a bash with a group of friends that you have fun with every day is one of the institutions the Neo-Epicureans promoted to help people be happy. The original Epicureans probably would have liked the bash, and their ideas helped it spread, but they didn't come up with it. Reagan Makoto Cullen came up with it, based on Brillism, which is another fairly recent philosophy.
I smiled as I watched over Thisbe's tracker feed. Some people talk down to children, as if they assume a small body houses a small intellect. Some people talk past them, bludgeoning them with unfamiliar words until the kids accept what they cannot understand. Chance, or Providence, whichever you prefer, had sent Bridger a sensei who treated the child as an equal intelligence, just blessed with newness, ready for difficult things, so long as they were presented honestly.
And Epicureans think it's good to die?
No, but ancient Epicureans thought that it wasn't bad to die.
Why not?
Because they thought death was nothing. And there's no reason to be afraid of nothing, since it won't hurt you. It's just nothing.
But there's no more you.
That's true. Do you think that's bad?
Of course it's bad. You can't be happy anymore if there's no you. You can't eat, or have parties, or a dog, or play, or have a pretzel ever again. I don't like that. I don't want Pointer to not get to do that anymore.
But if you're dead, you also can't be sad, or in pain, or hurt, or lonely.
That doesn't make up for it. I like me, and I like gardens, and my friends. I think everybody likes themselves and their friends. How could they think it's not bad to lose all that? I think they're stupid Epicureans.
I don't think they're stupid, but I do think you have a very reasonable objection. There are many answers to your question when you ask why they thought death without an afterlife could be good. One possible answer has to do with how different life was back then.
What do you mean?
Epicureans thought of pleasure as the absence of pain. That is, when you aren't hurting or hungry or sad or lonely or anything else bad. That's pleasure. That's what we call a negative definition, defining something by what it isn't rather than what it is. Like clean, meaning something isn't dirty, and dark means there isn't light.
But pleasure is when you feel happy or good.
That's a positive definition, saying what it is, not what it isn't. They used a negative definition instead.
Why?
A lot of people think it has to do with the difference between what life was like in ancient Greece and what life is like now. Nowadays, life is pretty good, don't you think? You aren't in pain very often, or sick, or hungry, or alone, and you don't have to worry about your home getting smashed or your friends all getting killed by raiders. In ancient Greece, life was harder than now. There wasn't enough food, there was war, a lot. There were lots of diseases, and they didn't have good medicines, so doctors couldn't fix things. A lot of people were in pain and hungry all the time, and afraid of getting conquered or enslaved, and everyone had to see lots of friends die. If you weren't hungry or thirsty, and weren't sick, and no one was hurting you, and you weren't sad from having a friend die, that was very rare and good. So they thought of that as pleasure. A state with no pain. Can you see how that would make sense in their world?
I guess. Yeah. That's sad to think, though.
Yes, it is. But if death also meant that it all stopped, no hunger, pain, or sadness, then by the negative definition, death was also pleasure.
Then why didn't they all just kill themselves?
Some people did back then. But the Epicureans said that you should still try to be happy as much as you can in life, in simple ways that are hard to destroy, like conversation or thinking about philosophy. You can do that even if you're sick, or alone, or lose your home in a war.
The Major and the soldiers in Mycroft told me what war is like. They say it's the second worst thing in the world.
That's an interesting definition. What did they say is the worst thing?
Not having anything worth fighting for in the first place.
That's a very powerful thought.
Yeah, but we don't have to have war anymore. Life is good. Good enough to be worth fighting for. But we don't have to fight. No more countries, no more armies, no more war.
Carlyle nodded.
I bet your little soldiers still have a pretty tough life, being tiny, and not being able to go out into the world and meet people, and remembering the war and friends that died in it. I bet Pointer had some bad things about their life, as well as good things.
I guess so.
So, before you do anything, you could think about whether those bad things might be enough to make it better not to bring Pointer back.
I don't know.
Bridger, are you sad now?
Yes.
Why are you sad?
Because Pointer's dead.
He buried his face in Boo's fur, the dog no longer big enough to shield the growing boy completely as it had the toddler.
It made everybody sad. Me and Thisbe and the Major. Everybody's sad when their friends are dead. Even Mycroft.
To my astonishment, Carlyle's eyes grew wet with mourning for this plastic soldier he had never met. Or perhaps the tears were grander, for the countless lost souls of the past whom time had taken from us. Something shifted in his posture, marking some new phase of dialogue now that he had pushed the child this far.
What does being sad feel like?
It hurt.
Bridger, Pointer loved you, didn't they?
The boy wiped his nose on his sleeve.
Yes.
Pointer was a soldier, too. They loved the other soldiers and worked hard for you. And them. Did hard things. Risked their life. Pointer was willing to endure all kinds of pain to help you and the other soldiers. Right?
The Major smiled a self-satisfied smile here, as if he smelled meat in the argument and at last saw its end.
Yes.
Did Pointer sometimes give up doing something nice and fun, like resting, to do something hard and not so fun for you?
Yeah. Lots of times. Like being on watch when it was really cold.
So Pointer would choose to give up pleasure and face pain for you.
Yeah.
Then, even if death is better than being alive, do you think Pointer would be willing to be alive again to help you and the other soldiers?
Yes. Yes. Pointer would want to be here to help us. Even if death is nice, they'd still want to be here to help us. So then it can be okay to bring Pointer back, even if death isn't bad.
Bridger smiled at last, and I felt the warm conclusion spread through myself as well. I am no sensayer. In Carlyle's place, I would have just said that death is bad, and that of course he should bring Pointer back. But that would have brought a world of pain upon the child. Do you still not see it, reader? The moral consequences 10 steps further along, which Carlyle foresees as clearly as signposts on a road? If Bridger had brought Pointer back on the theory that it's always better to be alive than dead, then what about the other plastic corpses lost somewhere in the trench dust? He should bring them back. What about Emma Platt's, Leslie's parents, the recently deceased sensayer Carlyle replaced? What about the stranger who died yesterday in a hospital on the far side of the world? Or every stranger, every death back to the dawn of time? Soon, the nightmare guilt that sometimes keeps me up at night would kindle in the boy and make him feel that every soul that ever died was on his conscience for not resurrecting them. But this way, deciding based on what the soldier personally would want, Bridger could bring Pointer back and still reserve the possibility of death being okay, and not take up the burden, yet, of saving all of us. At this point, I sent my silent signal to Thisbe and the Major that I thought this sensayer could be trusted.
But what if there's a god?
Only a child could ask so bluntly, reader. I will spare you the next part. You may assume that Carlyle stayed with Bridger in the garden for another hour, leading him through the hypotheticals of Nirvana, Gehenna, Guinea, Mictlan, Hell, of nothingness, of reincarnation, of souls returning, souls merging, souls evaporating, no souls at all, presenting many options and leaving many open doors. Their conclusions were neither solely Bridger's nor solely Carlyle's, but discoveries made striding hand in hand through theology's well-trodden ground. When I returned that evening to find Pointer alive and well among his comrades, with no memory of his dead hours but a sleep-like sense of warmth and darkness, I thanked Carlyle in my heart for Bridger's smiles. Carlyle is gentle, reader. I am not. As your historian, I cannot let kindness restrain me when I choose which doors I open for you, and which doors I close. I give you the Renunciation Day party of Ganymede Jean-Louis de la Trémoille, Duc de Tours, Prince de Taumont, President of the Humanists. Versailles was not so gilded, Paris so chic, Hollywood so glamorous, nor Babylon so infamous as the town of La Trémoille since the Duke's return. The French nobility was officially disbanded on June the 23rd of 1790, but nostalgia is more powerful than any law. So, when this young stranger bought up a clump of lots unworthy of the name estate and declared himself to be the Duke returning to his ancestral lands, the locals rejoiced at this opportunity for fame and tourism. The line of Dukes de la Trémoille officially died out some centuries ago, but there are always bastards and lost cousins waiting for a fortuitous conjunction of wealth and DNA testing to reinstate them. The family home had not survived, so the Duke built a fantasy palace. Period in style, but too opulent. The gilded woodwork too elaborate, chandeliers too large, halls too labyrinthine, fields of sculpture and topiary stretching too far beyond what the eye can take. So stunning is the ostentation of the place that Ganymede's fellow humanists have forgiven him for spurning the hive capital of Buenos Aires to remain here in what was, until the Duke's arrival, European turf. Photographs taken at La Trémoille are blurred by too much light, recordings ruined by too many happy voices. But to stand there, blinded by a world of unbroken gold, is worth the fortune one must spend to get there. It always costs a fortune, reader, for if time is money, then the hours spent gaining influence enough to receive an invitation means that every guest has paid a fortune. Only Ganymede is not drowned out by such a backdrop. No thread of fabric touches the alabaster of his skin that is not silk or finer, and no cut of garment graces his figure that Louis XIV would not have worn. His cuffs drip with lace, his waistcoat swarms with embroidery, a monarch's costume to make Dominic seem the servant that he is. The Duke wears no colors but gold, ivory, and sometimes blue. But even true-spun gold seems somehow pale beside his golden mane, which shimmers like the sun around his shoulders. The blue of his eyes is beyond sky blue, beyond sea blue, beyond amethyst. A ferocious blue like the blue of diamonds and star sapphires, the Hope Diamond, the Star of Asia, gems who leave behind a history of murder. Clothed so, he embodies the age when a peasant, glimpsing such beauty through the window of a passing coach, might think that all his toil is worthwhile if the sweat of his back allows so noble a creature to grace the earth. Nude, he is a god.
Mycroft, good. Walk with me. I want to talk with you.
The Duke spoke French with me, the leisurely, satisfied French of one tired of pretending he is not bitter at his hive for preferring Spanish. Yes, Your Grace. The Duke President led me along one of his long galleries, where masterpieces jostled for space on the damask-paneled walls. The party was young yet, a mere few hundred notables chatting in corners or listening to echoes from the Great Hall, where Ting Ting Foster teased the Royal Belgian String Quartet by constantly segueing from one aria into another, forcing the strings to shift course like children behind a fickle kite.
I spoke with Okem Sanir today.
The Duke President pretended to scratch his cheek so the lace of his cuff veiled his mouth from lip readers.
Apparently you were at the house during Martin's intrusion.
Yes, Your Grace.
Was Martin cooperative?
Very cooperative, Your Grace. Martin is offering every courtesy and taking every opportunity to avoid establishing any bad precedents.
But not so with Seneschal.
Dominic came to the house? The Duke paused to smile at a trio of humanists who had stayed close enough to eavesdrop, but dispersed like startled pigeons at his glance. How magnanimous of the president, they must have thought, to grant a glimpse of heaven to this lowly servitor.
Mercifully, the only person the Bloodhound saw was Leslie Sanir. But I'm not happy having any of my people exposed to him, especially not the Sanir Wixputhbash. That's why we're going to settle this ourselves.
We, Your Grace?
I'm lending you my ears and eyes tonight. You will channel my tracker through yours, see and hear what I see and hear. I need you to tell me whether Sniper is behind this.
Sniper? The thought, though obvious now, had never crossed my mind. It's not impossible.
I wouldn't put any stunts past Sniper. If this is just a prank of some enterprising mafioso, then Occam and Martin can take care of things. But if Sniper did this, I have to know. I'll give you a nice, close look. Show you the expression Sniper won't show the cameras. Then you'll know.
You place too much stock in my abilities, Your Grace.
You know no one listens when you say that, Mycroft. You may rest in the kitchens as you watch. I'll summon you to report when the party's done. You don't have to be absolutely certain. Your best guess will be sufficient. Give me a direction to set my own hounds. I shall do the rest myself.
Yes, Your Grace.
And Mycroft, if anyone asks, I called you here to look for cheaters in the betting pool. Tell no one you spied for me tonight. Not Ansley, not Spain, not Ando, not Caesar. No one.
Your Grace, if a certain person asks...
Make sure that doesn't happen. We have to bury this, Mycroft.
His eyes flashed their diamond deadly sparkle.
I don't need to point out that if the public eye turns on that bush, it will mean the end of your comfortable little arrangement with Thisbe Sanir.
I know, Your Grace. I'll do my very, very best.
Good. Now off to the kitchens with you. Sniper won't show until I've gathered enough notables in one place to set up a worthy entrance.
I was well installed on my stool beside the ovens by the time the Duke President reached his first targets, whom he had spotted in the Salon des Conquêtes. There was already a crowd within, but as he entered, President Ganymede pressed a finger to his lips to silence all who spotted him. The lesser guests knew what he must want and left the Duke a clear path toward Cousin Chair Briar Kosala. She had shed her costume from the Pantheon and was back in a cousin's wrap. This one less a robe than a chaos of marbled scarves, a dozen shades of green, whose silk-soft chaos made her, if not the most elegant of the present elite, certainly the most comfortable. Censor Vivian Ancelet stood behind her, back to back, still in his purple uniform, the couple trying not to feel awkward among the evocative masterpieces in the aptly named gallery. In stone, in oil, in chalk, the room was crammed with first knights, Antony and Cleopatra, Romeo and Juliet, Achilles and Patroclus, Don Juan, and a variety of beauties. Jupiter appeared in his many amorous transformations, the bull carrying off Europa, the swan coiled suggestively between Queen Leda's thighs, and the shower of gold descending to impregnate the ancient Princess Danae locked in her father's tower. These were not innocent nudes, nor even half-innocent like a classical Aphrodite pretending to cover herself with an ineffective drape. These were all fully sensual, not yet in the actual act of sex, but so intent upon it, one could think of little else. Silent as a lion, Ganymede prowled in between the pair. Reaching gently, he massaged Kosala's shoulder with his right hand, while his left hand stroked the underside of Vivian's palm, as lovers do inviting one another to hold hands. Neither victim glanced back, but both smiled at the touch of gentle fingers, Chair Kosala arching her back, while the censor grasped the president's soft fingers and held them warmly. Ganymede pressed his luck, moving closer to Briar until their flesh shared heat, then craned his neck to let his breath reach between the dreadlocks and tickle Vivian's bare ear. Only then did Chair Kosala turn to see why one of her bodyguards was trying so hard not to laugh.
Ganymede!
She and Vivian gaped at the Duke between them, who smiled, looking as smug as the sculpture behind him of naked Hephaestion, baking in the hungry gaze of Alexander. In fact, since Duke Ganymede himself had been the model for that particular Hephaestion, the likeness was exact.
You see, this is why couples should stand together in this room, not apart.
As the pair stood frozen, Ganymede gave each kisses on both cheeks, then pressed them into one another's arms as if arranging dolls.
Like that. See? Better.
Ganymede, we were looking for you.
Then it was mutual. Come, there's something waiting for you on the Ruby Walk.
He seized Chair Kosala by the hand, the lace of his cuff mingling with her hanging silks like the leaves and blossoms of wisteria.
Something for your bedroom wall.
I thought you'd forgotten about that.
Dearest Briar, I never forget anything. Come along, Vivian.
He dragged the censor by his grey law sash.
Briar's not going to use this piece alone.
Ganymede swept out of the salon with the speechless couple helplessly in tow. The long main gallery they entered now had a sleek, reflective red carpet, which preserved the tracks of humanist boots, no two alike, whose custom soles stamped the receiving fibers with the sigils of the many athletes, actors, thinkers, and tricksters who played the celebrity game well enough to walk Ganymede's halls. Humanist boots are a custom nearly 200 years old, created when the Olympian hive, which lived for sport, merged with World Stage, which lived for concert and spotlight, to form the Humanists, united by the passion to excel, achieve, improve, and constantly surpass the past limits of human perfection. I believe there has never been, nor shall be again, a government as stable as the Humanists. Rome grew mighty under kings, then stifled as they became tyrants, forcing the bloody revolution which birthed the Republic. When that Republic's conquests outgrew the Senate's power to govern, it took a second bloodbath to return to monarchy. How many bloodbaths has France endured? India, China, Florence and Athens trapped in their constitutions, unable to switch to monarchy when crisis demanded one voice? The Humanists alone have escaped this cycle, trusting voters to choose not only governors, but governments. Humanist elections have no short list of candidates. All may vote for anyone they please, and everyone who receives even 1,000th part of the voting pool receives in turn that portion of the power. Today, universally beloved Ganymede commands 63% of the vote, and so wields 63% of the powers of government, and adds president to his list of titles. The other 37% of the power is distributed among his rivals, 22 and the title of vice president to the runner-up, 6 to one minister of justice, the final 9 to a council of minor celebrities currently dubbed Congress. 50 years ago, when charisma was less concentrated in one star, the frontrunner had boasted a mere 7% and the title Speaker, while 3% went to a Vice Speaker, and the remaining 90 to a Senate of more than 500 names. It was a revolution, reader, a transition from republic to dictatorship in 50 years, without a single drop of blood. Detractors call it a cult of charisma, but the humanists themselves use eratocracy, rule by excellence.
Grand frère!
Donna A. rushed to her brother, the sleeves of her kimono rustling like a flightless bird which flaps in its excitement, forgetting for a moment that it is Earth's prisoner. The view through Ganymede's tracker camera was stunning as she threw herself into his arms. Rivers of spring blooms flowing across her silks like a florist's window with many more colors than mere rainbow. Donna A. rained kisses upon her brother, and the sparkles traded back and forth between their silks made the scene almost blinding. Such scenes are even more powerful in person, seeing the twins' eyes lock, the same gem-deadly blue, their hands intertwining, Donna A.'s cheek brushing Ganymede's mane, as gold as hers. Donna A.'s station demanded that her hair be bound modestly back, though the sheer bulk of the coil dared one to imagine what ocean of sunlight would pour down if it were free. Her station also demanded that she not throw herself so enthusiastically upon another man in public, and her husband was not slow to place a firm hand on her shoulder.
Hello, Ganymede. Thank you for inviting us again.
Chief Director Hotaka Ando Mitsubishi's suit this evening was spectacular. A rich blue like deep water, whose winter pattern of fine spirals was halfway through transforming into the ripples of a rain-spattered spring pond, koi and turtles appearing through the blue as if rising to feed.
The pleasure is ours.
The Duke crushed the orchid fragile knot of Donna A's obi as he held her tight. Director Ando pulled harder at his wife.
Come, Danae. Let's let your brother breathe.
Smooth as a dancer, Donna A peeled one off of her brother and netted her husband in its grasp, forcing the pair to sandwich her in one affectionate embrace.
Over here,
The photographers went mad.
I saw the ice sculptures out front. I can't believe that horse's tiny legs are strong enough to support its whole body. And Lady Godiva on top. And so much hair.
Ganymede let his head rest on his sister's shoulder as she held him.
Oh, that's nothing. Wait until you see out back. The whole hedge maze is iced, so you can skate the entire course. And it's lit so the colors change every time you move. Like skating on the Northern Lights.
Oh, we must have a race.
She gave her twin and husband a fresh kiss before letting go.
Wouldn't that be marvelous? I bet I can make it through the whole maze faster than either of you. Come, let's race. It would be such fun. And we can invite the others. His Majesty, Briar and Vivian, the Emperor and Felix. Can't dear Felix skate?
Ganymede pointed at her obi, which bound her belly as tightly as a corset.
And just how do you propose to skate in that?
Easy. I'll see which one of you is faster. Then I'll hold your coattails and have you tow me through. Then at the last second, I'll distract you and pull ahead to victory.
And how will you distract us?
Smiling Donna A threw both arms around her husband and locked him in a kiss, while at the same time, her left foot snagged Ganymede by the ankle and toppled him forward. With both still stunned, she flitted aside quick as a hummingbird and let her brother fall into her husband's arms. His Majesty Isabel Carlos II laughed. Donna A had blinded the others as the King of Spain arrived.
Your Majesty?
Donna A bowed stiffly.
Which of these two do you think would be faster at ice skating?
Spain smiled his modest smile.
If you mean to win, Princess, you should ride the coattails of the one who built the maze.
Of course!
She turned bright eyes on Ganymede.
Grand frère, will you introduce me to your gardener?
He cuffed her gently on the forehead.
Cheetah.
The twins exchanged French. In fact, between the English and flirtation, you must imagine French fluttering back and forth between the pair all evening. Birdsong sibling chatter too quick for even Spain to catch.
Oh, good evening, Chair Briar. I didn't see you there.
The king nodded his respects.
And the Honorable Censor. How are you both?
Chair Kosala had retreated into the crowd to avoid the glitter, but stepped forward now, dragging Vivian with her.
We're very well, Your Majesty.
We're about to view a new piece these two might take home with them.
He offered the king a smile as sweet as the sugar coating around poison.
Would Your Majesty care to join us?
There is always a hesitation when His Majesty addresses Ganymede, as if he considers each time which style of address to use.
Why, certainly, La Tremouille. Lead on.
Lead Ganymede did, each step printing his own graceful signature into the carpet's surface. An elaborately framed linear rendition of his coat of arms, 3 eaglets surrounding a chevron.
Hopefully the bookies didn't swarm any of you too terribly as you arrived. They're out in full force.
Oh, I know. Begging for hints about the lists, as if we knew anything.
Donna A hung on her husband's shoulder.
The children practically had to beat them off of us. Vivian, I imagine it was worse for you.
Oh, unbelievable.
Chair Kosala answered for her spouse.
The way they swarm, it was as if they thought they could absorb the list from Vivian by osmosis.
Donna A hid her reaction behind her sleeve.
I hope they'll flutter off when the official odds are set tonight. Grand frère, how long until the announcement?
21 minutes. And here we are. Is that not the most tender thing?
It was an oil piece, Cupid and Psyche. Most artists choose to depict the moment of their final reunion on Olympus, or the earlier moment of betrayal, when curiosity drives the girl to break her vow not to try to see this mystery lover who comes to her only in darkness. But this artist did not show triumph or betrayal, but an earlier moment, when the lovers were still nestled in each other's trusting arms. with yet no taste of sorrow. Psyche's eyes were gently closed, while Cupid's were covered with what might have been a slim, dark mask. But in context, it was the blindfold which artists sometimes have love wear. The painting was also, quite intentionally, hung in the center of the villa's largest open gallery, where hundreds gathered to see and be seen, the perfect hunting ground for Sniper. The King of Spain was first to speak.
A new artist?
Fairly new, yes. Up-and-coming new Ganymedeist, Hooper Abbey.
It's a bit much.
A halo of dim light spread across Psyche's rosy nipples, erect in her excitement.
And a bit dark.
Danae, of whom a few modest clothed portraits hang among her brothers on the walls, shot each of them a pout.
But it's wonderful. So tactile. Oh, you can just feel the texture of those sheets and the wings, the feathers tickling Psyche's thigh. What do you think, Briar?
Suddenly, the room went dark as the shattering of glass announced the arrival of Ganymede's quarry. Fragments of light broke the darkness, like the death throes of a battered strobe lamp.
Move out!
Security tightened around the leaders instantly. Spain's Royal Guard, the Censor's Guard, Mitsubishi Forces, Cousins, the Ducal Presidential Guard in livery of blue and gold. Their flashlights cut the blackness, at first revealing only art and wide-eyed faces. But soon, one could catch the motion of machinery and great shapes assembling themselves on the ballroom floor, like the arrival of a clockwork beast. Anticipation spread through the room as guests rushed in from other galleries, forcing their way toward spots they hoped would have good views. Then a sudden spotlight brought the beast to life. The center of the hall, which had been nothing but a crowd of socialites, was now a mad laboratory. Burbling beakers and giant electrodes raining sparks on bays of ancient vacuum tubes, while in the center, a shrouded body lay on a slab, waiting.
Throw the switch!
The speaker was a picture-perfect hunchback, looming over the machinery in a grungy laboratory smock.
Quickly, Doctor! While they're still distracted, throw the switch and bring our glorious monster to life! Quickly, Dr. Frankenstein! It's too late to turn back!
I spotted the doctor now, cowering by a control panel. He made a magnificent mad scientist. His black hair was uncommonly wild and wiry in the perfect way. His shoulders had the academic hunch under the white lab coat, and his hands, forever stained with inks and dyes, had the right thinness to let him stand proud on a poster between a werewolf and a mummy. His eyes were almost as black as his hair, and his greenish makeup made their glints feel extra maniacal. Poor Cato Weeksbooth. With the eyes of the world upon him, the recluse seemed about to have a heart attack. Eager Igor stared expectantly at his Frankenstein, but Cato just gaped, his jaw twitching as if he were on the edge of saying lines, but nothing came.
Quickly, Doctor! I don't know how long we can keep the villagers from invading the laboratory!
Igor was right. The spectators had recovered from the shock of the reveal and were beginning to advance and poke the edges of the set.
I can't do this! You must! There's no turning back!
Why'd you drag me into this? Leave me alone!
The hulking assistant gestured with a too huge prop wrench toward the shrouded figure, lifeless on the table between them.
You must finish, Doctor! You will! There's nowhere to turn back to. You've already shattered the laws of man, of king and country, medicine, humanity! There's no forgiveness now. Nothing waiting for you but the gallows or the asylum. You have only one choice. Push on, Doctor! Shatter the next laws too, the laws of nature! Then, with the powers of life and death at your command, and your glorious creation at your side, you will lord it over your enemies like a god. Throw the switch!
I myself am not sure whether the unwilling Frankenstein act was a plan or an ad-lib to cover Cato's genuine stage terror.
No!
Junior scientist squad attack!
Suddenly, a gaggle of kids aged 8 to 15 with matching Chicago Museum of Science and Industry caps assaulted Igor with an arsenal of homemade slingshots, water balloons, rubber band guns, and all manner of ingenious and benign projectiles.
You leave the doctor alone! Don't worry, we'll save you!
Cato slumped back against the buzzing control panels, pale with joy as if the homemade weapons had been Athena's spear.
You came!
2 girls in the back of the squad, the big guns, fed baking soda into a vinegar bottle through a funnel and let the ensuing explosion drench the adversary.
Eat real science, phony! No!
Igor staggered as if the drenching were a mortal wound. And since the vinegar spoiled the makeup, it almost was.
I won't let you stop us!
Wild-eyed, the hunchback charged forward, lunged past the quivering Cato, and threw the switch himself. There were explosions from the machines, rains of sparks, projections of monstrous faces, and equations which chased each other through the smoke, as if human ambition and the laws of nature were fighting it out before our very eyes. The body beneath the shroud twitched, jolts of sudden motion like the spasms of electrocution, real enough to cause some in the audience to wonder whether the equipment had malfunctioned. The body lay still next, not even breathing, letting the suspense build as a subtle odor of singed meat diffused through the gallery. Only as the last of the wires ceased their hissing did the body twitch once more, then rise, letting the shroud slide down slowly, like the unveiling of a statue. Makeup had reduced the flawless skin to patchwork, dozens of painted shades from North European pallor to deep African black, which seemed to be sutured together with a gory roughness which only made the perfection of the face and limbs beneath more beautiful in contrast. It was a light, athletic, nymph-like figure, with a childish face and slender, androgynous limbs. Every mark of beauty that Duke Ganymede was losing, as a decade in office tainted him with the roughness of a grown-up. It faltered as it rose, unbalanced like a fresh-hatched chick, and slumped back against the slab, its eyelids sagging like a sleepwalker's. Desperate Igor, recovering from the assault of vinegar, pressed through the cluster of awe-silenced kids and grasped the monster's face, peering warmly into it.
Welcome to life, Sniper!
Sniper's eyes are huge, like a child's, almost black. But somehow, the genius actor made the blackness seem to transform from dull to lively in this moment. As if it were not the electricity, but this first sight of another human face that jump-started true life.
Thank you.
The crowd could not hold back its response.
Bravo! Spectacular!
And far less destructive than last year.
Sniper, all smiles, descended from the laboratory table, arm in arm with his hunchbacked creator. I confess, reader, there is some arbitrariness in calling Sniper by either pronoun, since these stunts involve female costume as often as male, and Sniper's publicity team has worked so hard to keep the public from learning the androgyne sex. But since I have made Sniper's 2 key rivals, Occam and Ganymede, both he, I shall use he for Sniper, to make their strengths feel parallel. At Sniper's nod, the lights returned, so the guests could see and thank the black-hooded techies who had made the spectacle possible. A mob gathered to admire the painstaking stitchwork makeup, which made Sniper's naked chest and back seem to be a quilt of real transplanted skin. Each patch different not only in color, but in texture and moisture. Some old, some young, even with the grain of hairs flowing in different directions. Shirtless Sniper is even more tantalizingly androgynous, since the delicacy of his build and tightness of his muscles makes it impossible to guess whether his torso is male or that of an Amazon. a common enough practice among female humanist athletes who aim at mixed sports early in life. So have the doctors prevent breasts from developing, opting out of their varied inconveniences.
How much?
Sniper slung his arms over the shoulders of two fans.
Of course. The Frankenstein Life doll and the classic monster costume series hit stores next week in doll size 6 and full.
Sniper made a mock gun of his right hand, his signature gesture, and shot a signal to his techies, who threw open the laboratory set, revealing the dolls within. There was the Frankenstein monster model, so like the living being that, had Sniper held his breath, one could not have guessed which was flesh and which plastic. Beside it sat another Sniper, costumed as a werewolf, another as Dracula, another as a mummy, draped in bandages which left many parts enticingly bare. Beside the life-size models sat the small dolls, 25 centimeters, but like Sniper to the life, and also the life-sized 6-year-old models. The adorable werewolf pup with pointed, fuzz-covered ears, and little Dracula with fangs just peeking out between child lips. You have seen life dolls before, but have you touched them? Each bone, tendon, and muscle of a human body is reproduced precisely. So, a hand squeezed folds just as a friend's hand folds, and ingenious systems even keep it warm. Life dolls are the pinnacle of man's long quest to craft synthetic love. A child with a life doll cries less when Bapas head out for an evening. A 20-something with a life-size Sniper stashed at home rebounds faster when love turns sour. When the Life Doll Labs first decided to mass-produce a version of the Vice Director's child, they did so because they thought him exceptionally cute. They hoped he would be good therapy for lonely kids and childless couples, especially because his hybrid face, mixing features from Asia, Europe, and South America, let small changes in costume make him seem like almost anyone's child. When it proved their bestseller 10 times over, they marketed the child again at age 6 and at age 8. It took only one fan to recognize the original on the street and open the doors to young Sniper, instant celebrity. With the fans distracted by the new designs, Sniper disentangled himself and came to the front of his portable stage. The youngest of the junior scientist squad frowned up at Sniper as he descended the stairs.
Are you a good monster or a bad monster?
I'm whatever kind of monster my creator wants me to be.
He turned to Igor, who followed, her gait athletic now that she no longer faked a hunch.
What am I tonight?
Igor smiled through the scraggles of her dripping wig.
Mostly good monster.
Mostly good. That works.
With a smile that made the patchwork face feel somehow both cherubic and roguish, Sniper leaned toward Igor for a kiss.
Ew!
Fleeing the kissy part, the junior scientist cowered toward Cato Weeksbooth, whom the other club members were escorting down the steps. Cato was still short of breath from the ordeal. Up close he seemed, not less but more authentically Frankenstein. His face sun-starved and pallid even without makeup, his motions very accustomed to the white lab coat.
Can I go home now?
Home?
Sniper clapped his shivering barsib on the shoulder.
The party's just starting!
Yeah, we want our cake. Sniper promised cake.
Cato frowned, but not at the kids.
You shouldn't have dragged me out here, Cardigan.
Sniper leaned on Cato's shoulder, inviting photos of Frankenstein with his monster, which enjoyed a brief spike among Sniper's top-selling posters.
I don't question your judgments about science, Cato. Don't question mine about the Nash. Now enjoy yourself. You were asking me to help your kids meet movers and shakers who could fund their projects, and I didn't use all my special passes on them for nothing.
Cato's face brightened.
Oh yeah! Yeah, that.
Sniper gave Cato a second pat.
You're welcome.
Striding forward now, Duke President Ganymede smiled on Sniper, as on a wayward but successful son.
Sniper, welcome. Well performed.
Good evening, Member President. Sorry I'm late, as usual.
And whose are you tonight?
Sniper presented Igor.
Let me me introduce Mycroft Isabel Sanabe, Mizzy for short, one of the stars of our blue football team for this summer.
With only 124 days until the Games, no humanist needed to follow summer with Olympics. The Duke President kissed the hunchback's hand, his alabaster touch deepening the blush beneath her ruined makeup. It couldn't deepen much, though, not while Mizzy had her sniper in her arms. Golden Ganymede is a particular kind of perfection, glorious but overpowering, unable to be anything but Sun King. Sniper has the more versatile perfection of the all-accommodating toy. You can dress him as a monster, a princess, a cousin, a Mitsubishi, a good boy, a bad girl, whatever your desire. Think of the non-threatening fantasy lover every budding teen invents when not quite ready for the first time. Setting out to bring that fantasy to life, Sniper invented his own profession, Earth's first and only professional living doll. Tonight, he is Mizzy's living doll. But tomorrow, Sniper will be remade again by the next fan in his loving queue.
You remember Dr. Cato Weeksbooth?
Sniper shoved the doctor forward.
And let me introduce the brave members of the Junior Scientists Club from the Chicago Museum of Science and Industry. Cato runs the kids' events at the museum. An amazing program. Right, Cato?
Cato could not stop trembling as he shook his president's hand.
Hello.
It's been too long, Dr. Weeksbooth. We hear excellent things about your work on the system. Innovation after innovation. Admirable. We all sleep the safer knowing the Hive has you guarding its interests.
Yes, thank you, Member President.
If you wish to retire briefly to some private space to recover from your performance, ask any staff for the Cabinet de Cologne.
Thank you.
Poor Cato.
Sniper mussed his bar Sib's hair.
You were great. No one could have lived the part better. But the spotlight really isn't your place, is it? Don't worry. I'd never mix you up in any real trouble. Cross my heart.
Sniper made the gesture, looking not at Cato, but straight at Ganymede, holding his president's eyes with a rare expression of true gravity. Back in the kitchens, I almost laughed. Ganymede would not need my skills to translate this message. If Sniper had wanted to bring the world's attention down on Cato, Occam, and the others, he would have done something far more ostentatious than stealing a 710 list.
And Your Majesty?
The living doll bobbed a bow toward Spain.
Always a pleasure.
King Isabel Carlos II paused to nod. Sniper turned his smile on the couples next.
Honorable Censor, Chair Kasala, Chief Director, Danae Dono.
He threw in the honorific smoothly, an acknowledgement to the Mitsubishi leader that the Japanese strat enjoys half credit for this glorious creature.
And your honorable security, of course.
Sniper waved across the room towards the ruler's many bodyguards, who had retreated again, like spiders to the edges of their webs.
Thanks as usual for the accommodations.
Our pleasure, Sniper.
Now, everyone, deep breath. The press is waiting.
Sniper shoved the powers together.
Group photo with the Junior Science Squad and all the leaders. Everybody say, Science!
Science!
How fine a photo. The next generation's best and brightest brandishing their slingshots with Earth's powers in their finery behind. The Duke breathed easier now that Sniper's surprise was over with.
May I borrow my sister for a dance?
At Donna A's eager nod, Director Ando passed her off to Ganymede, or tried to.
Too slow!
Sniper cut in razor quick, took the Duke President in his arms, and dove into the sea of dancers like a dolphin with its toy, abandoning Igor and sparkling Donna A. It was in this phase of the party that the most valuable photograph of the night was taken. A clear shot snapped by a well-positioned hovering camera bot, which shows the Duke and Sniper, two generations heartthrobs, cheek to cheek, and earned the enterprising photographer 11,000 euros that first night alone. It is an extraordinary photo, angled from above so it shows everything. Their eyes locked, the Duke's white-gloved hand on Sniper's bare back. even Sniper's humanist boots, rimmed with the bronze and silver stripes of his 3 Olympic medals, and made of grey leather cut from the same coming-of-age stag which young rivals Arkham Senior and Orgero Cardigan Sniper were the only children of this generation of the Senior Weeks Booth Bosch brave enough to help kill. Sniper leaned close to his president's ear.
Tell me you didn't think I pulled this stunt with the 710 list?
His Spanish was so whisper-light that even with the Duke's tracker inches from his lips, I could barely make it out.
I like to imagine you think better of me. Do you think I could face Arkham and the others after the siege my fans would have set up around the house if the investigation tells the public where I live?
I believe you're not involved. But then, who is?
How should I know? Aren't we waiting on Martin Guildbreaker to sort that out?
That is the other half of the problem.
I thought you sent the Mason in. Aren't they your hush-up crew? Your office said we should let them handle things.
The Duke let his golden mane shield his expression from the camera bots.
It was a misunderstanding. I do trust Martin Guildbreaker far better than I trust Romanova, and the Commissioner General knows it, so they usually call Martin's team as a courtesy to me when sensitive cases arrive. The Commissioner General didn't know your case was in a different league of sensitivity.
I see. So, you trust this Mason only within limits?
Precisely. And the rest of Martin's team is an even greater problem.
Yeah, Leslie's description of Dominic Seneschal was bizarre. We're not inviting that one over again.
Don't joke. Mycroft started shaking when I told them Dominic came to the house, and they were right to. When Dominic follows Martin, their master isn't far behind.
Their master?
Le Prince, J.E.D.D. Mason. They will come to the Bosch house. It's inevitable now. There's nothing Ando or I can say to put them off, which won't raise more suspicion. You must do all in your power to keep them from talking to your Bosch mates for any length of time.
Tycoon?
Sniper's mother taught him J.E.D.D. Mason's Japanese name.
I thought Tycoon worked for you as well as Romanova. Aren't they attached to your Attorney General?
They are.
But you don't trust them.
One may trust a thing, but still recognize that it is dangerous. If they come to the house, make sure they never so much as set eyes on the more vulnerable Bosch mates. Cato, Thisbe, the twins, yourself, and Occam might endure.
Endure? Endure what? You make Tycoon sound like a Masonic torturer.
They are no less dangerous in this situation.
Genuine fear sparkled in Sniper's eyes.
I can't tell if you're kidding.
J.E.D.D. Mason seeks truth in an absolute sense, not a partisan one. All truths, in all directions, all ends of a mystery, victim as well as culprit. I have no doubt they'll expose the criminal quickly, but your Bosch is full of weaknesses right now, as well as secrets. Cato Weeks Booth is not well. Thisbe Senior, the Typer twins, the sets are manipulable. And you yourself have secrets, personal as well as professional.
Sniper glanced down at his tattered shorts, which hid the sex he worked so hard to keep the public from discovering.
The prince does not know how to investigate only some truths and not others. They are hive neutral. That's why the Mitsubishi trust them to handle this fiasco, but it's precisely why you can't trust them with access to someone as fragile as Cato Weeks Booth. Hand Cato over to J.E.D.D. Mason, and you might as well hand Cato's psych profile over too. Your Bosch and our monopoly on what you do has been the linchpin of the hive for generations. But the other hives will swarm on us like jackals if they smell weakness. There are very weak links in your Bosch right now.
Sniper frowned across at Cato, who was shaking only slightly as he introduced his kids to the chair of the Esperanza City Nautical Engineering Consortium.
True.
The Duke's blue diamond eyes caught Sniper's and held them.
Think of Dominic Seneschal as a bloodhound who won't give up the chase until it drops. And think of Prince J.E.D.D. Mason as an all-seeing eye which will share all it sees, either with Mason or with our allies, which may be worse. The Mitsubishi and Europe are already hungry to take over the system the instant they can claim your Bosch isn't strong enough to protect it yourselves. It was a hard fight getting them to agree to leave the system in your Bosch this generation, when several of you are clearly weak links. J.E.D.D. Mason, Tycoon, must not see the evidence of that weakness, or Ando will see it too.
The childishness left Sniper's face for one salient instant.
Understood, Member President. Every measure will be taken.
Good.
Cornell Mason seems ever solid as a statue, whether he stands among the marbles of Romanova, the imposing pyramids of his own capital, or here, amid the gold and paparazzi at Ganymede's party. He is 63 years old and solid as Atlas. Not an athletic body, but the strength of a man long reconciled to never letting go. His face is bare, his skin a clean Mediterranean bronze, his black hair short in the Roman style, which brings your eye always to the tracker which channels the world into his ear. His square-breasted Mason suit is cut no differently from Martin's, but the Emperor's is a shade of iron gray no other Mason dares wear, with the left sleeve dyed black from the elbow down, a subtle reminder that he is the only person left in this world with the legal right to order an execution. Ganymede Jean-Louis de la Trémoille, Duc de Tours, Prince de Tamont, is accustomed to such company.
Welcome, Caesar. Fashionably late tonight, I see.
News Channel 323.
Spain and Chair Kosala nodded fervently, and Ganymede, Ando, and Danae tuned in at once. I tuned in too, the newsreader's voice harsh after the soft banter of the notables.
Must ask what part was played in the cover-up by the real author of the list, Masami Mitsubishi, adopted Bosch child of Mitsubishi Chief Director Hotaka Ando Mitsubishi. Assistant Editor Nakahara said they decided to come forward when it was discovered that the break-in likely involved the infamous Canna device, a technology for manipulating tracker signals to falsify location data, whose full capacities are still unknown. Nakahara stated, "I couldn't just keep quiet, knowing everybody in the world is in danger. People have a right to know if thieves and murderers can hijack their IDs and..."
That was enough. Watching through Ganymede, I could see Danae huddle against her husband. Ando grew pale as if watching a half-built cathedral tumble down. Knowing the sensor so well, I could almost see the numbers cascading in his head. Chill settled on the others too, Kosala, Spain, while the Emperor's black-sleeved right hand formed its dreaded fist. Mason addressed this company of princes in a private room. Their guards blocking the hall outside made it more private yet. They had switched all their trackers to secure modes, which blocked transmission sharing, except with IDs cleared for top access, like mine.
How many of you knew?
Ando looked to Ganymede.
I knew about the break-in, and the Duke and the Censor knew about the disruption to the lists. We agreed to keep things quiet. Disrupting tonight was obviously the criminal's intent.
You wanted to keep it from the press.
The Emperor scowled like a bust of a grim Poseidon.
Since when are we powerful enough to battle rumor? Truth is water in a sieve. It's not enough to put your hand across the holes and hope.
I don't see that it's your business, Caesar. Only the humanist and Mitsubishi hives are directly involved, unless you think one of your members is behind it.
How are your humanists involved?
We were targeted by the same criminals. If the details are unknown to you, Caesar, then I must commend your Martin Guildbreaker for their discretion.
The Emperor's bronze face softened a hair.
You brought Martin into the investigation?
Martin is leading the investigation.
Ando took over, frankness in his voice.
Black Sakura asked Romanova for a polylaw. Papadelias called Martin. I trusted it to them.
To Martin or to my son?
To Martin. It didn't seem important enough to require J.E.D.D. Mason.
Like Sniper, Ando used the Japanese nickname Taikun, an old one, remnant from when the child first appeared in the media's eye, riding wide-eyed on Hotaka Ando Mitsubishi's shoulders through the eternal overload of Tokyo. But since each power here has a different name for J.E.D.D. Mason, I will make them all the same for now, to reduce confusion.
The Kenna device threatens more than just 2 hives.
Much more.
Chair Kosala moved to Caesar's side.
That part is news to us.
Ganymede ran his fingers through his golden mane, distracting everyone from the guilty glance Ando traded with Danae.
Your Martin is methodical. If they have not yet reported to Papadilias and myself about this kind of device, I presume it is because, unlike this rash informant, Martin wanted to verify before they cried wolf to the wide world.
But this is perfect. We couldn't have anyone better than JEDD for this. We can announce that they're already on the case with Romanova and all 7 hives behind them. No one would calm the public more. What do you say, Cornell?
Yes. I'll consent to leave it to my son.
Kosala turned to Ganymede.
Can we announce it from here? You have a press room.
I heard the Duke pause, frustration, I think, at the haste with which all powers settled on this invasion of his most sensitive Bash.
Of course.
The King of Spain stepped forward, facing the company with an air of graceful and unambitious authority, to which all but Ganymede could comfortably defer.
The announcement will be most powerful if you can say JEDD Mason's investigation has been ordered by all 7 hives, as well as Romanova. How many hives can we muster here?
The Emperor raised his hand, joined by the Cousin Chair, Humanist President, and Mitsubishi Executive Director.
4. And Gordian?
I'll call Felix Faust.
Kosala smiled.
Felix will have Gordian give JEDD carte blanche.
Mason nodded as Director Ando stepped aside to make the call.
We also need Europe. Who's willing to call the outsider?
The outsider.
Danae's nose wrinkled, as at a piece of rotten fruit.
Surely it's enough that His Majesty consents.
No. The king only speaks for Spain now. Europe's consent requires the new Prime Minister.
Briar, you must agree with me that the king's word is enough.
See how the children turn to Mom when father seems too strict? Chair Kosala shook her head.
Rules are rules. Is Perry here, Ganymede?
They're downstairs at the bar.
Good. I'll call them.
Ando finished his call just as the Cousin Chair stepped aside for hers.
Felix is coming down from the tower overlook.
Danae frowned.
They didn't just consent?
They consented, but they're coming anyway. They want to see the looks on our faces.
Danae and Ganymede smirked in unison, as if to say, "Of course." I can think of no one who so enjoys watching the powers in a crisis as Gordian's leader, Brillist Institute headmaster Felix Faust. Headmaster Faust is 78 years old, past the 65 which medicine has made the midpoint of our lifespan, so he has the right to smile patronizingly on youngsters in their 40s. I imagine Faust's great predecessor, the cognitivist Adolf Richter Brill, had the same gaze 300 years ago, as fluent in reading brains as a programmer is fluent in the code, which strikes lay eyes as gibberish. Do you believe in it? This is one of the great divides of our society, between those who follow Brill completely and those who respect him only as a step long past, like Aristotle or Freud. Felix Faust can do a full Brillist reading, pinpoint a new acquaintance on all 8 developmental scales in 9 minutes, often less. If you are not a Brillist, you must know the discomfort of feeling your inner self exposed by a method you can't completely disbelieve in, as if you knocked the deck from a tarot reader's hand, and she gave a penetrating look at the fallen cards, and then at you. Felix Faust and other Brillists delight in the daily science game of their mental taxonomy, spotting a 7, 5, 13, 9, 3, 9, 3, 11 by their diction, a 5, 3, 3, 11, 11, 4, 2, 10 by their fidgeting, or basking in the presence of a rare 1, 3, 3, 4, 13, 12, 9, 1, as Ganymede basks in a Louis XV chair. I do not know what rare number sets manifest in Mason, Ando, Kosala, Vivian, or Ganymede, nor could I understand those sets without years of training at the Institute. But Faust knows and races now, like an astronomer to some new fallen meteorite, to chart these leaders' blinks and twitches as the world panic begins.
Gordian makes 5.
Masons, cousins, Mitsubishi, humanists, Europeans, Gordian. That just leaves the Utopians.
They won't object.
Ando shook his head.
I know they won't object. But we have to ask them. Which do we call? This is a criminal case, but I don't know how to contact their chief of police if they have one.
He looked to his wife.
Which Utopian did we deal with after the Chang embezzlement case?
One with a sort of robotic fish world, I think. Or was it the one with the walking trees? Grand frère, which would you ask?
Ganymede gave a sparkling shrug.
I can't keep the constellation straight.
Do not criticize the Duke. Not even I, and I have tried, can track that organized anarchy which is more a unit of measure than a hierarchy, a school of fish, a gaggle of geese, a constellation of utopians. They did not pick the name for the reason you think. A constellation is a group of distant objects which form a tight whole from our perspective, but may really be light centuries apart. One a nearby dwarf, a second a giant 1,000 times as distant, a third not a star at all, but a galaxy which to our distance-blinded eyes seems just another speck. Just so, when Ando wonders who runs their police, the answer may include some individuals, a wholly separate Bosch, and a vast corporation somewhere which may never have met the others, since all is done through casual cooperation. A constellation of utopians is a group which only seems a group to us because we seek familiar institutions in their government, as we use the shapes of beasts and heroes to make false sense of the sea of stars.
We could ask one of their senators. They should know who their own police are.
Mason shook his head.
Let my son speak to them. That is enough.
The others consented in silence, eager to forget the issue as Briar Kosala returned with the outsider's answer.
Perry says they can't decide over the phone. They want to hear details from Ando and assurances from either you or me in person, Cornell. They say Ganymede and Felix may join us for the discussion or not, as they prefer.
In other words, Perry wants to make a fuss before agreeing.
Only a fool signs a document without reading it. I will come.
Ganymede tossed his sun-bright hair.
I won't. I don't want the rumor mill claiming there was a secret meeting of the Big Six. That'll fuel the chaos.
Agreed. If Cornell and Ando meet with Perry, we can go reassure the crowd. Vivian, I imagine you must head back to Romanova?
The censor already had the aimless stare of one deep in calculation. The Duke President smiled pity on the couple.
Géraud.
He called to one of his staff.
Take Vivian out the back way. Get them safely to a car. And find Soo-hyun. They should be in the galleries.
A hidden door opened at once to offer Vivian exodus. The escort had to touch the censor's arm to wake him from his numbers.
Can I have Mycroft, too?
The bronze of Cornell Mason's face hardened to iron.
Mycroft has much to answer tonight.
Down in the kitchens, I give a little shudder. It is reflex, reader. I cannot see Caesar's black-sleeved fist grow tense without feeling the chill on my shoulders of death's wings passing close. The Duke knows when a thing cannot be hidden.
Mycroft is here, but I am finished with them. Vivian may take them, if no one objects.
Any of the powers could have raised a voice, but all looked to Stony Mason. Down in the kitchen, the imperial word cut through my other tracker feeds like siren through the noise.
Explain.
Caesar, I know nothing of the crime, and little of the Canna device. But what little I know, I have already told to Martin. Mason took his time, considering.
Yes, Mycroft may serve Vivian tonight.
Chair Kosala, lawful guardian of servicer kind, nodded her consent.
Right. Vivian will work. You'll meet with Perry. I'll go be calm at people.
I'll join you, if I may.
Spain volunteered.
That would be a great help. Thank you.
His Majesty Isabel Carlos II offered his arm to Danae.
You should come with us, Princess. Perry doesn't trust you.
Danae clung more tightly to her husband's sleeve.
Must I?
You cannot come to the meeting just as Spain and the censor cannot come. My son is employed directly by the 6 hive leaders. The Prime Minister will expect this meeting not to involve outsiders.
But Perry is the outsider. His Majesty is the rightful head of Europe. Everyone knows that.
Caesar is right, my dear.
Ondo transferred Donna A to the king's arm, as when one coaxes a hooded hawk from one glove to another.
Do what you can to calm people while we meet. We don't need any rumors.
Shall we?
Donna A nodded her consent, then prepared her smile for the crowd, as a hunter prepares his bow. Like the empresses and queens of old, Donna A cannot abide being useless, but will accept exclusion when another duty waits. Kosala lingered to give Vivian's hand a farewell squeeze.
I'm here! I'm here!
Brillist Institute headmaster Felix Faust had arrived. His usual Gordian sweater was not formal enough to be worn on such a night, but the weave of his green suit coat was textured to mimic its markings, so passing Brillists could still read him as 2555 1111 101. Faust's flesh always seemed to be decaying, pallid skin, and a wasted hairless body, as if the brain which lurks beneath that bare skull were a parasite, sucking the life and moisture from its host.
You must let me come. I saw Perry heading towards the miniatures room. Who else is coming?
His eyes shot from face to face, keen as microscopes.
Ondo and Mason. Fine choices. The Duke and King joining Briar on crowd duty. Good. Isn't this whole affair magnificent? I just called JEDD Mason. Do you know what they said? Excuse me, Headmaster. Something important is happening. I haven't heard our JEDD call anything important since Spain here fell from politics. Isn't it wonderful? No offense, Your Majesty.
How shall I describe these princes' faces as they hear that news? Imagine the ancient Senate hearing word that Caesar had just crossed the Rubicon. They do not know yet how much destruction this will spell, but it cannot end in nothing.
Come, I am eager to hear what you tell Perry.
Faust herded Mason and Mitsubishi toward the side door, like a teacher counting students on a field trip. The old headmaster has a privileged ease in dealing with the other powers, since he is last among equals, resting content in 7th place on the 710 lists. Many say the only bad choice Thomas Carlyle ever made was his last, decreeing that henceforth the leadership of Gordian would be selected by Brill's Institute. The Institute chose well, unfailingly, but members who were not Brillists felt uncomfortable under their sway, and as Gordian and Brillist became synonyms, so Gordian dwindled from the largest hive to second smallest. Legend says that Emperor Constantine, converted on his deathbed, willed the Roman Empire to the Christian Church and God. Just so, Carlyle's deathbed embrace of Adolf Richter Brill strengthened and crippled Gordian. Others may call it a mistake, but I call it the wisest move Carlyle ever made. For, if Gordian's growth had not been checked, by now its matchless popularity would have doomed us to that dread death knell of peace. Majority.
The rest of you enjoy the party. Ganymede, snipers outside preparing to catapult themselves over your east wing using a motor which I think was part of your drawbridge until a few minutes ago. You may want to go voice an opinion.
The Duke broke into such poetic French profanity that those who understood could not help but gaze in awe. As the others returned to the Grand Hall, Headmaster Faust, a human tugboat, guided the Emperor and Mitsubishi Chief Director out the door to a quieter gallery, and onward toward the salon where the outsider waited. The 3 hive leaders might have traversed in the hall in safety if not for a tiny brave impediment, 9 years old and child plump beneath her junior scientist squad uniform, who planted herself in Mason's path like Lancelot upon the bridge.
Are you the Emperor?
Mason crossed his arms, the black sleeve darker as it fell in shadow.
Yes,
Are you rich?
my empire is.
Can we have a new atomic oven for our science club? We picked out the one we want. It only costs 2 million euros, and it can split the atom.
The Emperor looked down at his tiny petitioner.
Write up a grant proposal and send it to Zaulu Guildbreaker.
What stifled pain, that sigh! He will not say it to this child, so full of aspirations, but he thinks it when he hears her boast. It can split the atom! No, it can't. Cornell Mason is the world's most undeluded man. What are humanity's great dreams? To conquer the world? To split the atom? When Alexander spread his empire from the Mediterranean to India, we say he conquered the world. But he barely touched a quarter of it. We lie. We lie again when we say we split the atom. Atom was supposed to be the smallest piece of matter. All we did is give that name to something we can split, knowing that there are quarks and tensors and other pieces smaller that we cannot touch, and only these deserve the title atom. Man is more ambitious than patient. When we realize we cannot split a true atom, cannot conquer the whole Earth, we redefine the terms to fake our victory, check off our boxes, and pretend the deed is done. Alexander conquered Earth, we tell ourselves. Rutherford split the atom. No need to try again. Lies. Cornell Mason is the unquestioned master of more than 3 billion voluntary subjects, 100 times the ruler Alexander was, but knows he has not conquered the world and never will. If all humanity were so unwilling to lie to ourselves, we might not have given up on our great dreams. Complacent reader, we no longer aim for Earth nor atom, but perhaps the stars. There is one group in whom ambition flows still. I do not mean the humanists' lust for fame, Masons for power, or the driving need of Europeans and Mitsubishi to prove their nation strats superior to one another. Those ambitions are appetite, or envy by finer names. What I speak of is the primordial ambition which brought us from the trees, which launched the first ships across then infinite oceans, and drove one brave ape to approach the heavenly destroyer, fire, and make it ours. Reader, we no longer aim for Earth nor atom, but so long as the utopians still live and breathe, they will not give up on our last great dream, the stars.
I said on your knees, bitch. Now, stay calm, friend. Think. You don't want to do this. Oh, I do want to do this. In fact, I think we're all gonna take turns doing this. What do y'all think, everyone? Yeah!
I turned to look through the kitchen window behind me. There were 5 or 6 drunks close by the back wall of this low wing of the palace, where the lights of Ganymede's party did not reach.
That's right. We're all going to have a turn. Though, whether we take turns getting a blow or kicking the shit out of you Astro turds is your choice.
The chefs around me froze, none wanting to acknowledge the atrocity transpiring below. Such things are supposed to be extinct in our enlightened age. But if civilization continues another millennium, drunk people will never become less stupid.
We're going to walk away now. Think where we are and how fast security will jaunt if something happens. You can walk away too.
Fuck the police! You tried to get away. We'll ditch your trackers in the trash and haul you up to the hunting grounds. Nobody will find you out there. Not for days. Now down on your knees and suck it, you bitch. Before I go Mycroft Canna on your ass.
By now, you are probably urging me to intervene. I did, but in return, we sacrificed listening to the rest of the party upstairs. All I know is that Perry consented. I leapt out the open window, and a controlled swing from the scalloped railing landed me in the gravel between the marauders and their prey. My fall was almost silent, and I landed on all fours like an animal. So, with my dappled uniform of gray and beige, I must have seemed a beast.
What the fuck? What? It's just a service.
I rose, neither threatening nor shying back, just set to spring. These two were summoned by the Emperor themselves. Shall I call Caesar? Or would you prefer I call Police Commissioner General Hector Papadilias? I could see the aggressors now, 5 humanists, their jackets bright with sailors' stripes and sport team patches, reeking from a long day's revels. We watched each other silently as stags face off across a clearing, debating with eyes alone whether or not to break the woodland peace with war.
It's not worth it.
Their leader was a sinewy young thing who probably deserved the champion colors on his wrestler's cap.
Come on, let's go get seats for the fireworks.
In my place, reader, would you have offered your silent thanks to chance or God? I turned to the pair behind me. Are you injured?
Untouched. Thanks, Mycroft.
In the darkness of the alley, the long contours of their utopian coats glowed timidly, like ghosts threatening to vanish if I glanced away. Confess, reader, you too rush to the window to see when they walk by and point them out to eager friends. Look at the utopian. Do I assume too much? Perhaps you have never seen one. You may not be my contemporary, but a distant biographer culling my faded history for data on one of our great men. Utopians are common now, but by history standards, they must be ephemeral winged ants born to pioneer new colonies who cannot linger long among the workers. How shall I describe these aliens of the past to one whose world is no longer so colorful? Their coats were more than hive markers. They were windows to another world. Griffin cloth was developed for camouflage, a flexible fabric-like surface which could display in real time the video feed of objects on the other side, making an object properly equipped with griffin cloth invisible. A tent of griffin cloth need not blemish the landscape, and a cop in griffin cloth need not fear being shot on the approach. But these wondersmiths would not leave it at that. Utopian coats are dream visions, created by covering a long trench coat with griffin cloth and programming the computer to process the real image before projecting it, substituting gold for gray, marble for brick, fish for birds, whatever the utopian imagines. Of the pair who stood before me in the alley, one's coat showed a city of tomorrow built in space, so the palace behind us floated in a star sea. The plants fitted with oxygen collectors, and the cars with solar sails like flying fish. The other coat showed the palace as a ruin overgrown by swamp. The same stones aged 1,000 years, with fantastic creatures sunning themselves on the wreck, like dragons of the Middle Ages. The oddest pieces of a dozen beasts assembled into one furred, scaled, and feathered alien. The coats are not mere games nor decoration like Mitsubishi cloth, which blooms and fades with the aesthetic progress of the seasons. Utopia means nowhere, so all utopians drape themselves in their most precious nowheres. Thank you for letting them go peacefully. I nodded toward the retreating drunks. The coat of ruins shrugged.
We're used to it.
We heard you were here, Mycroft. Which alpha called you?
Though the voice was brave, the speaker drew her coat of stars tightly about herself, and even the digital blackness could not hide her shivers. Her name is Aldrin Bester, a fine utopian name lifted from their canon, as in the olden days Europe took its names from lists of saints. The Duc de la Trémoilly called me. In my distraction, I lapsed from Ganymede's public name to his proper one, which few non-Frenchmen use. The 6 hive leaders are all at the party. Which shall I inform of your arrival?
We're not here for the alphas. We're here for you.
The second utopian, in his coat of ruins, was taller than Aldrin, his short hair French brown to her Eastern black. He bears the honorable name Voltaire Selden. The patriarch deserves to be honored for 100 reasons, but he owes his elevation to the utopian canon to the novella Micromagus. which makes him a candidate for the title of world's first science fiction author.
Martin called us about these break-ins, Black Sakura and Sania Weeksbooth. We have questions, and I expect you to use none of the glamours you use on Centrix.
No deceptions. Never with you.
Have you been using your days well, Mycroft?
I've been trying. Chair Kosala has me drafting a proposal for improving the servicer program, and the Emperor had me teach a private seminar for their lictors on the history of violence.
Are you writing?
I looked at my feet. I haven't had time. I've had a lot of assignments lately, and I'm only allowed anti-sleeps twice a week.
Those are common excuses. You don't get to use common excuses.
I know, I'm sorry. I'll do more.
Do less. I know you. You're filling your hours with nano-charities and calling it productivity. Do less and you'll output more.
Yes, you're right. I'll do better.
Good.
The illusion of Aldrin's eyes seemed sad, but even I cannot trust the expressions on a utopian's transparent-seeming visor. The lenses the rest of us wear display our tracker data perfectly, so in theory, there is no need for the heavy visors utopians prefer, which cover the face from brows to cheekbones, so their eyes never see true sun. Rumor insists that utopians only wear the visors to deceive us. The griffin cloth surfaces make them seem transparent, so projected eyes meet ours, and seem to smile and squint as real eyes do. But if the coats can transform day to night or earth to stars, surely the visors can replace their true expressions with what they want us to see. Shall we move inside? I gestured to the door behind me. There's an empty storeroom nearby. I let them enter first, so I, selfish creature, could delight in the coats which filled the hall before me with their fantasies. In Voltaire's Nowhere, the palace walls teemed with cracks, and the cracks with tiny lizard ants whose micro-civilization assembled the crumbs of marble into knee-high palaces. In Aldrin's Nowhere, the floor became a shimmering force field between us and empty space, on whose translucence I could see Voltaire striding beyond her, fitted with a spacesuit, solar panels folded at his sides like veil-light wings. Aldrin began the interrogation.
Martin told us what you said about the trace shifter artifact.
I had gratitude that one hive at least did not say canna device. I haven't had a chance yet to start tracking down the people I bought the packaging from. The censor needed me today.
Were they Japanese by nation, Strat?
I believe so. We spoke Japanese, but these were underground meetings. No one wore insignia.
We scanned the tracker records from the hours around this theft. The artifact's hex left afterpaths. We are beginning to map its movement. It makes tracker IDs jump from victim to victim as people pass close by each other. So yours might jump to mine, then mine to Voltaire's, Voltaire's to another, bumping signal after signal, sometimes swapping it back when people cross paths a second time, folding back on itself to make the threads harder to trace. The wielder can cast the hex kilometers from the target, then wait for the desired signal to drift out on the tide of exchanges. The effect entered the Sania Weeksbooth Bosch house on a guest of Thisbe Sania, then swapped the signals of everyone in the Bosch house several times over, and Occam's signal traveled out on Cato Weeksbooth. From there, it was easy enough for the caster to acquire it. We are still combing the records to see how many trackers were affected. Hundreds.
And anyone affected is a suspect. No. Anyone near anyone who was near anyone affected.
More. We found this chain by examining Occam Sania. But if the caster also trace-shifted themselves separately, that will take us much more time to track. The chain we found is just the mask. Until we trace the effects more completely, no one on Earth has a true alibi, nor anyone in orbit. Cielo de Pájaros is close to the Esmeralda's elevator.
Voltaire nodded, his visor showing me grim eyes.
Meanwhile, we must hunt by motive, Mycroft. What motive do you smell?
There are too many.
You told Martin that you believe occult powers within the Japanese Mitsubishi forged this artifact?
I have no proof.
You have instincts. Voice them.
I think I think it was the Japanese Mitsubishi block originally. After news of the theft broke, when I was hunting for the thieves, everything I found, everyone involved, makers, smugglers, whatever the continent, they were always Japanese. It's hard to believe a criminal group wealthy enough to develop something so expensive would be that homogeneous. And it didn't seem like something a criminal group would want to put together anyway. Why spend so much on research and development when you have veteran killers who drop their trackers for hits all the time?
Not criminals, then. But why would the Mitsubishi block forge such a super prosthesis?
I smiled at her you-speak. Super prosthesis. So much more precise than tool for describing this thing designed to grant humans a superhuman skill. I don't know. The effect you describe, it's overkill for breaking into Black Sakura. That doesn't require juggling hundreds of trackers. It requires a good crowbar. Whoever did this wants us to be looking for the device, wants the panic and the witch hunt back. A pawing at the door made me jump, but it was only Aldrin's black unicorn, which had followed us. It is strange calling it normal, watching this unicorn scamper to its partner's side, but with utopians among us, such happy wonders are common. It is easy, if you look it up, to learn which types of beasts are robots and which biological. But most of us prefer not to research how these fantastic pets are made. So, when we see a utopian pass by with a miniature pterodactyl on his shoulders, or a gold-plumed griffin trotting at her heels, uncertainty lets us imagine that the wonder might, like Bridges' boo, be real. Aldrin offered her beast a welcoming stroke, then turned to me.
Why did you seek the trace shifter artifact in the first place?
Did Martin not tell you?
We know what illusion you cast with the packaging, but why? Your work was done. You had no further need for deception.
Lies rose by instinct in my throat. I fought them back. I didn't want my real methods exposed. I didn't expect to use them again myself, but I didn't want that door closed for others. Shame kept me from glancing up, for fear of the disapproval in their projected eyes. And also, I figured that if I had the packaging, whoever was responsible for the device would assume that more investigation might link my crimes to them. They'd have an incentive to hurry the trial along, and my methods would never be fully investigated. I dared to peek now at the pair. They seemed to gaze on one another through their visors, silenced by the darkness of their thoughts.
And did someone block the investigation of your methods?
Yes.
Director Ando.
Voltaire leaned forward, so I could see Aldrin through his coat for a moment. Yes, but Ando didn't order the creation of the device. I'm sure of that. My impression is that they were furious when they found out it existed. Their involvement has been damage control, trying to conceal the bad choices of predecessors and subordinates. If you placed the device in Ando's hand right now, they would destroy it. Aldrin had her unicorn extend a wing-like screen and began skimming through its data.
Do you know the artifact's original purpose? Was it forged for one specific end?
I don't know.
Does Ando know?
I don't know if Ando knows. And I don't know if whoever is using the device now knows either. I think the thief wants to topple Ando. Whatever the device was for, it's easy to make it seem like it was designed for theft and murder. If the Japanese strat seems to be responsible for my crimes, if they seem to have been plotting to use the device for some kind of espionage, it would drive them out of power in the Mitsubishi for a generation. More. And if Ando and Danae go down, they'll drag Ganymede with them. Aldrin flipped through more data on the wing screen.
Do you know why the thief involved the Senior Weeksbooth Bosch?
Bridges' face, white with terror in my imagination, made me freeze. I did not want to lie to them, reader, not to Utopia. I did not want to lie. But for what hides in that one house, I was prepared to force myself. It took a moment for me to realize that no lies were needed. I have no idea. I can't think of anything to connect that Bosch to Black Sakura or the Gaiji's device. or internal Mitsubishi politics in any way. What I do know is that we need to protect that Bosch house more than anywhere on Earth. Martin, I trust. Martin is gentle. But now, the public knows one half of what's happened. If they find out the other half, and the public screams for a big, showy investigation of the Senia Weeksbooth Bosch, it will... I can't overstate how much it could disrupt. I paused. The numbers in the censor's sanctum rose blood red in my mind. 33, 67, 67, 33, 29, 71. Should I break confidence? Commit the well-intentioned treason of leaking from that most inviolate of Romanova's offices? Or could I make my fears clear without treason? There are elements of this which align with predictions made by members of the Mardi Bosch. Digital eyes showed neither warmth nor judgment.
What do you see in that?
I don't know. Disrupting the cars hurts everyone. I can't even say it hurts the humanists and Mitsubishi most, because the Masons and Cousins have more members, so use the system that much more. The only hive it doesn't hurt is you. They stared at me, both of them, exchanging silent data behind their visors, though whether with one another or with distant members of their constellation, I could not say. They were the only ones immune. They, aloof in their separate transit system, had no interest in the Bosch which pumped the lifeblood of 6 hives through Earth's broad skies. 6, but not 7. I told you, reader, that utopia does not give up on dreams. When a utopian dies, of anything, the cause is marked and not forgotten until solved. A fall, they rebuild the site to make it safe. A criminal, they do not rest until he is rendered harmless. An illness, it is researched until cured, regardless of the time, the cost, over generations if need be. A car crash, they create their separate system, slower, less efficient, costing hours, but which has never cost a single life. Even for suicide, they track the cause, and so, patiently, blade by blade, disarm death. Death, of course, has many weapons, and if they have deprived him of 100 million, he still has enough at hand to keep them mortal. For now.
You really thought it was us, didn't you?
The itch of a tear on my cheek made me realize, for the first time, that, yes, I had thought it was them, feared it was them, deep down inside where thoughts aren't words yet. Relief's catharsis washed over me. It wasn't them. Aldrin had her U-Beast stow its screen.
We've set watch over the tracker system. When next the hex is cast, we will know almost instantly, and we will send in Romanova. The second strike will be the last.
I laughed inside. Next, they will deprive death of the Canna device. I was right 13 years ago, not to even try to buy the real thing. The packaging could deceive long term, but if I had used the device itself, Utopia in anger would have had me on the second day. It isn't only the Utopians who become a little more immortal with every blade they take away. It isn't only they who delight in seeing unicorns and wing rays in the street, who gaze through griffin cloth into enchanting nowheres and ride the shuttles to the brave bare moon, which their efforts make a little less bare every day. We all enjoy these wonders, all of us, all hives, all hiveless. Reader, you should not have barred Apollo Mojave from the Pantheon.
This is the interlude of the interview with retired Black Sakura reporter Tsuneo Sugiyama, as related by Martin Guildbreaker.
Mycroft Canna asked me to relate this interview, since they were at President Ganymede's party at the time and did not witness it. Mycroft is very worried that, after having a different guide for one chapter, the reader will be unwilling to trust a criminal again, so they asked me to state clearly from the start that I will author only this chapter, and afterward Mycroft will carry on. Mycroft insists that I introduce myself, my Bosch, and family first, in accordance with period custom, though I note that Mycroft broke that rule themselves. My birth name is Mycroft Guildbreaker. I do not know why the Porphyrogene JEDD Mason, during their 6th year, began to call me Martin, but I have now been known by that nickname for 15 years. I am 32 years old, born July 2nd, 2422. The Confraterna Domitor Bosch, in English, Guildbreaker, is a hereditary Bosch founded in 2177 and unbroken since. My biological parents are Minister Charlemagne Guildbreaker Jr. and August Guildbreaker, currently Romanovan Praetor for the Masonic Hive, and formerly personal secretary to the Emperor Aeneas Mason. Mycroft wanted to use Empress for female Masons, but I find Mycroft's gendered language disruptive and have restored the customary Emperor both in this chapter and Mycroft's earlier discussion of Agrippa Mason. Both my parents are descended from previous emperors, or their Barsibs, one from Tiber Mason and the other from a sibling of Antonine Mason, while the other 7 Barpas in my birth Bosch are 3rd-generation Masons at the least. I took the adulthood competency exam in my 14th year, immediately became a familiaris of the Emperor, undertook my annus dialogorum, and, for its completion, became on the same day Mason and minister to the Porphyrogene, child of the Emperor, who was then 4 years of age. I studied at the August Polylegal College of the Alexandrian campus, graduating at 25, and have thus far held all the offices of the cursus honorum at the expected ages. The new generation of my Bosch was formalized when I was 20 and contains 7 members, including 4 Barsibs born to the Guildbreaker name and 3 friends from the Alexandrian campus. One of them, from a Chinese Mitsubishi Bosch, became my spouse. Now Xiaoliu Guildbreaker, a familiaris, counsel to the Emperor, and proud to be the first person not raised in a Masonic Bosch to have joined the Guildbreaker Bosch in 4 generations. We have 3 children, Aeneas, Lissa, and An, and 4 other bar kids born of our 4 Bosch mates, though I confess myself something of a stranger to most of them, since I am a vocateur, and my duties to the young Porphyrogene mean that I spend more hours in their Bosch than in my own. Though it is illegal to speculate about such things, I know I have been widely discussed as a potential successor to the current Emperor. I place no stock in such rumors. A dissatisfied Mycroft now insists that I append something more vivid about myself, a scene or anecdote to enliven this list of flat facts. If there is a keystone event of my fortunes, it was the night late in my 14th year when I exchanged my first adult words with my Emperor. I was waiting for my Barpas in a small courtyard garden in the Imperial Palace. I was not aware at the time, but it was a grim day for Cornel Mason, since Familiaris Calavine Acton had just confessed to the Amador treason. So Caesar was considering the first exercise of their capital power. This is also why my Barpas were at the palace well past midnight. I remember a little fountain which was partly clogged, so that a faint spray shot sideways onto a bench. The damp of the stone felt good as I sat, though I was cold, because it made me very aware of my body. I did not notice the Emperor until they spoke.
What can a child of your age have to think about that makes you look so much more serious than I myself?
I remember looking up, that Mason was at first just an immense dark shape, like a pillar merging the black of the earth with the black of the sky. But as I watched, the spraying water made glints of light spread along their suit, as if the stars and city lights of the capital were mingling and multiplying in the new space offered by this living being. Caesar's words I remember verbatim, but my own stumbling responses I do not. I answered that I was trying to decide when to take the adulthood competency exam and to prepare for my annus dialogorum. I have no doubt that the custom will outlast these words, but to please Mycroft, I will explain. When an aspiring Mason has passed the exam and completed the initial courses in Masonic law and government, the initiate is clothed for a year in a suit of pure white and undertakes a year of debate, engaging a different person each day in discussion of what it means to be a Mason. After 366 debates, if the initiate still wishes to join the Empire, there is no further test.
If you have doubt about becoming a Mason, the Annus Dialogorum will settle it.
That isn't it, Caesar. There's no doubt I will be a Mason. I can't wait to start speaking Latin and using and understanding power and serving you. But I know I'm very young. If I do my Annus Dialogorum now, I'll understand less than if I wait until I'm older and learn less from it about what it really means to be a Mason. I want to be a Mason now, but I don't want to waste the Annus, since I only get to do it once.
Mason's next words were not to me, but to an aide, commanding that my Barpas be summoned to witness my investiture as an imperial nepos. That very night, I will not say in my honor, Cornel Mason created the Ordo Vitae Dialogorum, the Order of the Life of Debate. Membership is open to all Masons and marked by one white sleeve, a permanent invitation to engage the wearer in debate over the Masonic life, not for a year, but lifelong. I wear it proudly. That night, too, the title of familiaris was promised to me upon my passing the adulthood competency exam, since by alliance law, a minor may not subject themselves to Caesar's force. I had long desired, even expected, these honors, but each in their course as I earned them, not all in one breath. I asked Caesar in some bewilderment why they granted me so much so quickly. This was my true investiture.
I have a use for you. You will be my instrument, my touch, my voice, my proxy, while my work keeps me away. The one Masonic influence to counter all the others. You will teach and guide my son.
That night, I met the Porphyrogene. The first stage of my investigation of the Black Sakura and Senia Weeks Booth double break-in has already been related. At 1757 Universal Time on March 24th, 2454, I requested permission to interview Tsuneo Sugiyama, preferring to conduct the interview in person rather than over the tracker system. I was invited to the Sugiyama residence outside Kanazawa in the Ishikawa prefecture of Chubu and arrived at 1931 Universal Time. The Sugiyama Bash House is a compact townhouse, 3 stories, pressed tightly on both sides by similar houses. Tsuneo Sugiyama is 89 years old, female, 162 centimeters tall, dark brown eyes, short grayish-white hair, with distinctly yellowed front teeth, no other distinguishing marks. Sugiyama wore a Japanese-cut Mitsubishi suit, green, with a spring pattern of morning glories climbing bamboo. 8 Strat insignia were visible. On the right wrist, a Japanese Nation Strat bracelet and Noon Casseret fan club bracelet. On the jacket front, a Journalist's Guild clip and Gazetteer Gaming Club pin. On the shoes, skier's buckles. On the front pocket, a Shiba Inu dog breeder's patch and an Ishikawa region patch. On the left ring finger, a Nagoya campus ring, and on the right little finger, a Great Books Club ring. Sugiyama offered me tea, and I accepted. I commenced formal interview at 1937 Universal Time. Sugiyama seemed unusually relaxed at the beginning of the interview, though not in a joking or jovial way. I did not understand the reason until later on. Thank you for seeing me, Mitsubishi Sugiyama. You are aware this is being recorded?
Of course, Mason. Of course.
This is just an initial interview. There may be more detailed sessions later once I've had a chance to act on your initial statement.
I know how interviews work, youngster.
And you know I represent a polyhive investigation. If you report anything here which is pertinent to the security of a non-Mitsubishi, I'm legally obligated to inform the praetors of the affected hive, or the Tribune's officers in the case of Hyblis.
I knew outside police would come. It doesn't make sense for this to be handled among us.
I am not police. I'm a polylegal investigator. My team is handling the initial stages of this, since it affects all 7 hives at sensitive levels, so they want it handled delicately. Once we've secured the safety of the essential parties, the police will apprehend the actual offender.
You're using utopians for the grunt work, aren't you? I know how it works. I covered the Mycroft Canner case as well.
First, for the record, is it correct that you are not the author of the 710 list which was stolen from Black Sakura 2 days ago and subsequently recovered by the police?
That's correct, but no one outside Black Sakura knew I wasn't writing it this year. 710 lists are only popular when they're written by big names, and with Black Sakura being only the second most important Mitsubishi paper, the Hagiwara-san knew our readership outside the hive would fizzle if the public found out I wasn't the author. That doesn't excuse them trying to pass off Masami-kun's work as mine, but I understand why they did it.
How long have you worked at Black Sakura?
I first worked for them from 2382 to 86, then did graduate school from 86 to 90, worked at Black Sakura again until 2411, freelance from 11 to 25, then took 9 years off to write my books, starting again at Black Sakura full-time in 34, and retired last week. That last run was 19 years, 9 months, 11 days, all told.
Sugiyama answered this question with a speed which indicated that they had prepared their answers ahead of time. My flight to Chubu had taken 46 minutes, and they had clearly spent that time preparing. Having worked so long as a reporter, Sugiyama was experienced with interviews, so it was safe to assume that, if they chose to lie to me, I would have no way to detect it. You retired last week?
Unofficially. A lot of people invest in the paper counting on me as a draw, so we decided it was best to wait and announce at the end of the quarter when the contracts expired.
Was this a planned retirement, or...?
Oh, it was sudden. I know doctors keep telling me I have another 50 years left in me. But after 72 years as a journalist voker, I decided it was time to pay more attention to family. Knowing me, I probably won't be able to keep myself entirely retired very long, but it's the plan for now.
How far ahead had you planned this?
It wasn't planned at all. Totally sudden.
What was the cause?
My grandchild, Aki, tried to kill themselves.
I'm sorry to hear it. Do you know why?
Aki's lover killed themselves. You see, Aki is already 21 and had been living in a campus 7 years, but hadn't really gotten close enough to anyone to think about forming a bosh, except this one lover, a bright young Irish brillist named Mertice O'Byrne. Had a marvelous voice, that kid, but a bit unstable. Into gore photos and cannabeat, but lots of potential. They were very close. Aki wanted the two of them to come join and continue my bosh rather than forming a new one, since Aki's always been close to me and my boshmates. But Mertice wanted to stay in the campus longer to see if they could find some others of their generation to make a new bosh.
How did Mertice die?
Car crash.
A car crash?
Yes. The one over Mexico City 9 days ago. You must have read about it.
Yes. I do not jump to conclusions. Neither do I ignore data when it appears before me. Yes, murder entered my mind as a rational possibility. No, I did not have any special intuition of something sinister beyond the facts. I did note to myself that Sugiyama could not know where the stolen list had been found, so they had no reason to share my suspicions.
It was Mertice's own fault, the experts say. There's this kit you can get, apparently, that makes the cars crash, scrambles the system. A thrill ride suicide kit, it's called. It's illegal in most hives to sell something like that, but humanists will insist on these things being art for art's sake, whatever the buyer does with it.
Then you believe the crash was suicide?
Like I said, Mertice was unstable. Even attempted suicide once before. Mertice called Aki and talked to them over the tracker in the final minute, when the car was flying out of control. Horrible, morbid stuff about death and eternity.
Did Mertice specifically say it was suicide?
You can get the recording from the cops. I don't want to listen to it. Aki tried to jump off a building themselves after that, and made another attempt at home the day after, but they finally calmed down. I'm past being pissed at poor Matisse. The kid obviously needed help, but almost losing Aki made me think about how little time I'd spent with them, or with my bar kids and barshmates, since I've always been a Voka.
So you decided to retire?
That's right. Maybe I'll write another book. But for now, I've spent all week with Aki and my barshmates, and some from Aki's birth bash, just relaxing. Feels pretty right. I'm still going to do editorials now and again, but no more Vokering for me. You're a Voker too, aren't you, youngster?
Yes.
Ever calculate what portion of your time you spend with the people you care most about?
My Bosch are all Vokers.
Ha! No hope for you then.
I considered the possibility that the tangent might be intentional evasion and cut it off. What about the 710 list? You were supposed to write it.
Yes. I was beginning the editorials when all this happened. My assistant offered to finish the editorials for me and publish the original list, but I don't like to do things halfway.
Your assistant, that is Masami Mitsubishi?
Yes, brilliant kid. Memory like an elephant and a razor sense of humor. I can see what Ando saw in them, but I told Masami-kun if they were going to write the list, they should do it themselves, their own list, start to finish. They're young, and it's good to have young ideas out there sometimes. I told Hagiwara-san that Masami-kun's status as a member of the Ando Mitsubishi Bosch would be a draw in itself, but do editors listen?
Had Masami known who was on your list?
Only the 3 outsider names. Masami-kun set up the interviews for me. Most of the staff at Black Sakura can usually guess who my bottom 3 will be, since they know who I've been interviewing lately. But I never show anyone the order of the Big 7.
Did you write it down?
Of course. I had a paper copy in shorthand, and half-finished essays on most of the 10 started on my computer. I know what you're thinking. Masami could have accessed my computer, and it's true they could have. So could anyone around the office. Thing is, I've seen a copy of Masami's list now, and there's no way Masami would come up with that after seeing mine. You know how you can tell if an artist has studied another, even if they don't copy it directly?
Do you have the original list here?
I knew you'd ask. I've written a translation for you.
Thank you. But I will also want to examine the original paper list for fingerprints and other signs of tampering.
Of course. Just read my translation first.
I read the list at this time. It was on the same type of paper as that recovered by Mycroft, but written in a very unsteady English hand. I was unable to keep my hands from shaking as I read. I do not have, nor do I believe in, powers that can sense import in things beyond what reason and the facts supply. But I do believe that some minds, appropriately specialized, may get a true sense of a thing at first glance, even before the conscious mind translates the details into thoughts. Surely, President Ganymede, presented with a painting, knows its period, school, and quality, before becoming conscious of the brushstrokes, pigment, and stylistic traits which are the grounds for their deduction. Princess Danae Mitsubishi, though not as fluent in art as the president, is experienced enough at least to recognize the school. As Princess Mitsubishi is with art, so I am far from the foremost expert at solving crimes. But even on first reading of the list, I knew that I held motive in my hands. Number 1, Cornell Mason. Number 2, Anonymous. Number 3, Sniper. Number 4, Zeven Racer. Number 5, Briar Kasala. Number 6, Felix Faust. Number 7, Hotaka Ando Mitsubishi. Number 8, Francois Quesnay. Number 9, Julia Doria Pamphili. Number 10, Lorelei Cookie Cook. This is Sniper instead of the president, and Racer instead of Perry.
I wanted to stir things up a bit.
Masami Mitsubishi knew about this?
Masami knew I'd been interviewing Racer, Julia, and Cookie. But I'm sure they assumed those three would be 8, 9, and 10. In fact, I went so far as to start a fake editorial about Ganymede, so anyone glancing through my files would think my list was normal. Leaks are rare, but they do happen, and I didn't want anything to spoil the surprise. Bookies don't even take bets about outsiders making it into the top 7.
Did Sniper know?
No. Every paper interviews Sniper twice a week. What's one more?
Racer, I understand, but why, if I may ask?
Everybody knows Ganymede only had the margin they did last election because Sniper endorsed them. If Sniper didn't always publicly decline office, they'd be vice president or even co-consul by now.
So you say Sniper is the most important humanist because they let President Ganymede win?
Not just that. They meet a lot, Ganymede and Sniper, behind closed doors. Sniper's careful never to admit anything, but no one would hand someone the presidency without a big price tag attached. Why share power as co-consuls when you can blackmail Ganymede and not have to go to any boring meetings? I've met Sniper hundreds of times, so I know something of how the kid thinks.
And Hotaka Ando Mitsubishi you ranked below even Felix Faust.
When I have time, I'll write summaries of my unfinished editorials for you, unless you have someone on your staff who reads Japanese.
I do.
Oh, of course. Tycoon.
Note, Sugiyama means J-E-D-D Mason, whose Japanese nickname, I understand, has something to do with being a young person crowned, or near a crown. You realized when you wrote this that it would be quite a blow for Director Mitsubishi to be ranked so low by their native paper.
Nothing like a good kick in the balls to get people going. You may not be aware, but I've been watching my hive 80 years now. Things are bad. We've been letting ourselves shrink too long. It isn't good for us, sitting like lumps, watching the Masons grow. But it's not only my own hive I'm kicking. There's wallop enough for the humanists and for Europe. All three need it. The cousins, too. My draft editorials will make it clearer. I was sad when I quit that they wouldn't be published, but you've got to hand the reins to the new generation sometime. Masami-kun has some pretty stimulating names on their list, too. Darcy Sock and Crown Prince Leonor especially. Give the kid a year or two, and they'll be better than I was. Well, as good, maybe.
I asked Mycroft what I should read of the pattern of honorifics, sometimes present and sometimes absent in Sugiyama's English. Mycroft was unhelpful. Would you be willing to let me schedule you for an enhanced memory session to recall in detail the activity at the Black Sakura offices in the week before the theft?
I don't like utopians pumping chemicals into my brain.
It could be vital.
I still don't like it.
The alternative is for me to send a professional police interviewer, which would take much longer. I've endured both myself, and I dislike drugs, but I vastly preferred the EMS.
I'll think about it.
Time is a factor.
I'll need at least 1 minute to think.
Of course. Are you familiar with how an EMS works? Do you want to hear about the side effects?
I've done them before. I just don't like it.
I must also ask you to speculate about who else might have seen your list.
You're sure it leaked, aren't you?
The theft seems to be engineered to bring your list before the public eye.
My thought as well. Someone at Black Sakura who saw my list and couldn't bear not to let the public see it.
Or was bribed by one of the hives that would benefit.
You don't know us at all, do you? Black Sakura isn't a normal paper like Le Monde or Shanghai Daily. It's staffed entirely by folkers. Not just folkers, but total Japanese Mitsubishi culture-obsessed literary zealots. It's not unusual for us to spend a week in the office without sleeping. Most of us hardly see our bosses. And I don't know a one person there who manages to spend their whole salary, since we don't really do anything but work. Most of them wouldn't know what to do with a bribe if you offered it to them, and a lot of them would probably physically attack anyone who suggested intentionally tampering with the press. There's always the possibility of an outsider sneaking into the office. But if one of Black Sakura did it, it was because they wanted the public to see my last great work, not for money or power.
What about this assistant editor who went public about the theft and substitution, Hikaru Nakahara?
Journalistic conscience, not bribery. If I know Nakahara-san, they probably spent a long night deciding whether to go public or hand in their resignation. When Hagiwara-san resigns, Nakahara-san will probably take over, and readership will skyrocket with all this fuss. If scary criminals think we're important enough to burgle,
let them be printed.
I held out my hand to silence Sugiyama, who could not hear the new voice over my tracker, but was startled to see me sit so abruptly straight. Others always tell me they could not bear to live with a tracker connection set on permanent priority, so the person on the other end may hear and see through mine at any time without my knowledge, and speak to me without my having to take the call. After 17 years of the privilege, never facing any scene alone nor enduring a second's delay before the Porphyrogene's words reach me, I could not bear to live without it.
What? The lists. At the urging of Sugiyama's colleagues, it has been petitioned that they allowed to be disseminated with the others the day after tomorrow. Let nothing prevent it.
What's happening?
I am to tell you that there is no legal obstruction to prevent Black Sakura from publishing the two lists, yours and Masami Mitsubishi's, when the other papers release theirs on the day after tomorrow.
I was about to ask that.
Yes, they knew you were.
Is that Tycoon on the line?
Yes.
Tycoon themselves. Quite the honor for my little mystery. Has Tycoon met with Director Ando about this yet? Has the Directorate approved the publication of the lists?
I repeated the Porphyrogene's words. The Directorate has no right to silence words, only the author does. This theft tells us that some spectre wants your list in the world's eye. We know not why. By publishing, you blindly serve that spectre, but you also serve truth and relieve the curiosity pain of frightened humanity. You must choose, but if within these 2 days we can name the spectre, you will choose less blindly.
You're right. Call your utopians. Let's get this EMS over with.
You'll do it?
If it might help, yes. Your Tycoon's right. The public needs to see what this is all about. But something's rotten here. And someone's trying to use me and use my paper. The only way to stop them is for you to find out what they're after.
Thank you. We appreciate your help.
Good. I wouldn't do an EMS for just anyone.
No, you do it for truth and charity. Your choice is kind. I thank you.
I see Martin has introduced the word murder into our tale. Technology has eliminated that middle breed of criminal who thinks that if they wash their hands and dump the body far from home, they can get away with it. Criminals now are either self-labeled geniuses who, through elaborate preparation, think they can outwit the trackers, DNA, and all the practice and experience of law, or else they are plain men with no delusions of escaping punishment. Of every 5 killers now, 3 turn themselves in right away, having acted in the grip of rage, or else in the calm confidence that the deed was worth the price. 1 out of 5 escapes by suicide. Only the last of the 5 attempts to hide, having schemed and toiled for months to form the perfect plan. He fails. There are professionals, of course, for the mob will always need its violence, but they too know that someday they must either flee the Alliance entirely, living out their lives in trackless hiding, or else be caught. Gone are the days when the police would gather evidence, conduct their interviews over a few days, and in the end discover the boyfriend, ex-wife, or business rival who had seen the opportunity and seized it. I asked Commissioner General Papadelias once which he preferred: the would-be mastermind who challenges the detective to a game of wits, or the honest criminal who waits red-handed at the scene. The former, he answered, was more stimulating, but usually only the latter commanded his respect. I understand it. The prince of murderers, said Papadelias, the Moriarty he waited for, would do both, accepting fully and philosophically his inevitable end, yet still fighting with all his strength and cunning to extend his freedom to the last breath. He needed, I think, to meet a soldier. The stiffness in my shoulders made me wince as I ducked the plastic sheeting which camouflages Bridges' cave. Good morning, Major.
Mycroft, you look ready to drop.
It is a cheerful cave, walled with foam of festive colors, carved out by the robots, which mine the trash beneath Cielo de Pájaros. Inside the cave is all clutter, the choicest treasures gathered from the trash of which Bridger has first pick. Bright marbles, balls, tricycles, toy cars, chunks of dozens of doll houses assembled into a hodgepodge palace, and mounds of storybooks stacked dense as bricks. My own more hygienic contributions add to the nest. Blankets, cushions, clothes, video players and digital readers, good paints and paper, and a shelf of real food: rice, animal-shaped cookies, instant bacon. Anything too difficult for the boy to make from mud and grass. I had a long day yesterday. The Major stretched back on his rocking chair on the roof of a pink plastic castle, switching off the handheld news screen which dwarfed him like a billboard.
Did you sleep?
I napped on the flight back here from Romanova.
Are 10 kinds of trouble coming, or only 2?
It's bad, sir. I felt comfortable in company where I could say sir and have no one stare. I don't know how bad yet.
Bad far away or bad here?
Both. I just spoke with Leslie Senior. Someone very dangerous came to the house yesterday. A sensei in historical clothes named Dominic Seneschal.
I know. They spent hours searching Thisbe's room.
If we're wise, we'll assume Dominic found enough evidence to know there have been unregistered strangers in that room. I eased myself into my own scavenged metal chair, between the Major's castle and a white-painted cardboard box transformed into a functioning refrigerator by Bridger's power. I did my best to clean up yesterday, but we've been so comfortable in that house lately. We haven't been worrying about tiny bits of evidence like skin flakes. We aren't prepared to evade a professional.
You've crossed swords with this Dominic before?
I know Dominic well, though we haven't literally crossed swords. Dominic does carry a sword, though, and has killed several opponents in duels. Not an enemy we can face. It's time to move on.
Yes.
Is Bridger... Light and smiles burst in through the plastic door.
Mycroft!
Bridger was long since too big for my lap, but had never realized it.
Aimer was just reading more of Les Miserables with me.
His elbows jabbed my ribs, and his legs spilled out of the chair over mine, like a hermit crab in need of a new shell.
I think Jean Valjean will get along really well with Odysseus, don't you? They could talk about what it's like being on a really long journey with lots of different stages and never knowing if it's almost over. And I bet Odysseus would have lots of clever suggestions for how Valjean could disguise themselves and never be caught.
Yes, they probably would. Children rarely notice whether or not you're listening.
I was thinking about what you were telling me before, about how the Greek heroes are beloved of the gods, and how that's sort of good, but also bad, because it means big, scary, divine things always happen to them, and they never get to rest, and everyone around them always dies. Like Odysseus' sailors all die. That's what happens to Valjean too. Like They're also beloved of the gods, so I bet they and Odysseus could help each other deal with it, and Odysseus could come up with a clever way to make money and feed all the poor people in Paris.
The Major gazed darkly at me, reminding me of his objections when the mining bots had dragged Les Miserables from the dump. A real old paper copy, somehow still legible. I had not the heart to forbid Bridger to read it, but at story time, Bridger always used to turn on the waterworks, even when the bad guy died. Now we were watching the bookmark crawl millimeter by millimeter through the masterpiece, which brings tears to the eyes of disillusioned adults. We all imagine happy endings to such books. Pick out the page, the paragraph, in which we would step in and pluck the innocents to safety. Only one among us actually can. All it would take is some store mannequins, the costumes, and a miracle. I don't know if Odysseus could get used to dealing with armies that have guns or with people who believe in one god instead of lots of gods. You know, it's very hard for people to deal with a world completely different from their own. I rubbed the boy's hair, chewing on the future in my mind. Bridger's smile would not dim.
Maybe Achilles couldn't get used to gun armies, but Odysseus could. Odysseus is the cleverest ever. If Odysseus can get along with the nymphs and gods and goddesses and ghosts, then they can handle Frenchmen.
Probably so, but I can't see it going well. Odysseus managed to get lost for 10 years in just the Mediterranean. And up in France, there's the whole Atlantic to deal with. You know it's a very sad book, right? Les Miserables? Famously sad. Bridger hadn't learned to avoid the eyes of others, but always met them honestly.
I know. Lieutenant Aymer already told me some of what's going to happen. I'll be ready when it comes.
I used to forget sometimes that I was not Bridger's only pseudo-parent.
Why do people like sad books?
You like this book?
I'd like it better if it wasn't sad.
He leaned his head against my shoulder.
I get mad at authors for doing that sort of thing to characters.
Some books have to be sad to get across the ideas the author wants to talk about. Victor Hugo is describing a very sad part of real history. Hugo wants you to understand that moment in time, what was beautiful about it and what was horrible. Books, even made-up stories, can't all have happy endings because they reflect the real world. And the real world isn't always happy. The Major nodded.
If history is written by winners, fiction like that is written by bystanders trying to guess what the victims would have said if they'd survived.
So what?
The boy sat up again.
Even if it's real life's fault bad things happen, that doesn't mean they aren't bad. Don't you get mad, Mycroft, Major? Whether it's fiction or real life, don't you get mad?
I nodded. That's the sort of thing you can talk to the Sensei Carlyle about. The Major leaned back, his tiny arms swinging over the chair's sides.
Anger doesn't help. Men write books like that because they want history to remember, mourn, and make sure that sort of tragedy won't happen again. Most of the characters in that story were willing to die for what they believed in. It's a good bet that, given the choice, they'd be willing to suffer what they suffered in the book, if it would ensure that you, in the real world, don't make the same mistakes.
Bridger nodded. Not the acceptance of a man convinced, but of a child willing to accept the answers of his elders until he has time to test things for himself. Is Thisbe here? The boy wiped his nose on his sleeve, then pretended he hadn't.
Thisbe went to go meet that sensei at Carlisle. They're coming again.
Good. Did you like talking to them before?
No, but it was all right after.
Did you not like Carlisle?
I like Carlisle, but I didn't like what we had to talk about. This time, I want to talk about something happier.
Bridger, Carlisle's job is helping you talk about the things that are hard.
I know. I guess we can talk about hard things. We can talk about sad books that make me mad.
You should talk to Carlisle about what you said to me before. How sometimes you get mad when bad things happen in real life too? The same way you get mad at authors of sad books. Carlisle can tell you about philosophers who talked about that too.
About getting mad?
There were some philosophers called determinists, who sometimes talked about the creator of the universe as being like the author of a great scroll, where all the events of history are written out. The author of the world.
Did the determinists?
Determinists.
Determinists. Did the determinists also get mad at God for choosing to make the world a sad book?
Some of them did. But others said God had a reason for writing a sad book, just like Victor Hugo did. Or that the book only seems sad because we're in the middle of it. But if you read the whole thing start to finish, you'd see a happy ending. Carlyle can tell you more. He smiled. It was good to know that Bridger could smile at the prospect of facing a near stranger.
I like happy endings better.
I smoothed his hair once more. Is Mama Doll here?
I'm here. Have some cookies.
Yay!
The boy picked the finest specimens from her tray of mud pies, which transformed to steaming gingerbread as they passed through his hands to mine. Mama Doll is tenderness itself. 30 centimeters tall, with rosy cheeks, bright glassy eyes, golden curls, and a permanent smile. Her tiny fingers are as adorable as an infant's, until you touch them and realize their childish thickness comes from the calluses of a decade's toil. And her apron is cheery with colorful patches, when you do not think about the rips and stains beneath. I have caught her sweating as she fights to hoist a roast chicken twice her weight, or blistered to bleeding as she battles real-world cobwebs with her doll-sized broom. No human being can live without complaining even once, but she is a child's mad ideal, far beyond human.
Are they yummy?
Mama Doll watched me with her two bright eyes.
Yes!
I've made some for the Major too, see them?
His mouth already full, the boy grabbed a pill-sized cookie from the tray's edge and passed it down to the tiny soldier.
Thank you.
I'll have milk for the cookies in a moment. You boys just hold on.
That'll have to wait. We need you here for this.
Mama Doll reached up, and at that signal, Bridger lifted her and nestled her between his chest and mine.
What's up?
The Major's silence forced me to go first. We don't know for sure yet, but we need to get ready in case we need to leave here soon. Bridger spat cookie in my eye.
Leave?
I'm sorry. It's possible some strangers may search this area soon. We have to be ready to evacuate in case they come. I could hear the other soldiers' mutters, soft as the skittering of insects, as they gathered in a nearby little turret.
Strangers like Carlyle?
No. Dangerous strangers. Bad things are happening in Thisby's Bosh. People are coming there and may come here. We need to pack up your most important things into just a few bags so you and I can carry them.
And Thisby. You and me and Thisby.
No. If there are police and press involved, we won't be able to see Thisby for a while.
But, Bridger?
Mama Doll stroked his cheek with her doll fingers.
Remember, what's most important is that you stay safe. Nothing else matters. Right, Mycroft?
I choked a moment, thinking of what parents do for children. For how many generations have we had no soldiers anymore? No patriots, no proselytes, no causes to die for. Only our children. Absolutely. Bridger's safety comes first. I know Thisby agrees. It won't be long until it's safe again, and we can see Thisby all we want. But so long as Thisby's being examined by the police, we can't risk it. And so long as there are people searching around the Bosh house, we have to be ready to run. Almost man-sized hands clutched my shirt.
But you'll still be here, right, Mycroft? You can come?
Of course. No one can follow me. For that power, still mine, I thanked the distant makers of the Gaiji's device.
Okay, I'll do my best to pack. How bad will it be if they catch me?
Not as bad as Croucher says. We have a plan. Our Mycroft Canner knows a lot of powerful people. People who can intervene and protect us if need be. Canner, have you picked one yet? Which would be best to go to? The sensor, Vivian Anselé? He's got resources enough, but no ambition. And he's hiveless. So it would keep Bridger out of the hands of any one hive.
When that time comes, it will be J.E.D.D. Mason.
I knew it!
Thisbe the witch burst through the plastic sheeting.
You do know J.E.D.D. Mason. I knew you did. You wouldn't admit it, but I could tell. The way you look at your feet whenever you hear that name. Tell me everything you know about them, Mycroft, and I mean everything. Right now.
She was in her house robe, her boots half unclasped, with a pale and harried Carlyle Foster trembling in her wake.
What's happened?
Since Thisbe's broken explanation will not satisfy you, reader, I shall loop back now and give my best account of the encounter of that morning. I was not there, but those who were testify that it began as a peaceful morning. Sleepy after the holiday, Cato poked his head out through his bedroom door to find Eureka sprawled on the floor of the central chamber in the shadow of the Mukta prototype.
Is it safe?
Like good humanists, they spoke Spanish here at home, which I approximate.
Yes, Cato, it's safe. No scary senseias today.
What about Cardi?
Upstairs asleep.
Occam?
Occam and Leslie went to bed too. Even the twins are out, and Sydney's upstairs on the exerciser. It's just me and Thisbe here this morning. Nobody dangerous.
Does Thisbe have their boots on?
No, they're on the sofa, drinking tea.
Envision Cato Weeksbooth sticking his toe out first, as if testing the water. Then, feeling no burn, he sweeps into the hall. He is majestic in his way, the white lab coat billowing like a cape, his black hair full as a lion's mane, though wild and stiff as if frazzled by electrocution. He is not a mad scientist. Heartless reality does not grant humans the lifespan necessary to master every specialty of science. So no one genius in his secret lab can really bring robots, mutants, and clones into the world at his mad whim. It takes a team, masses of funds, and decades. But one man can love all sciences, even if he cannot wield them. And he can inspire children with the model of the mad genius, even if he cannot live it. Dr. Cato Weeksbooth is a mad science teacher who spends what hours are not required by the Mukta system at his dear museum plunged in the ecstasy of show and tell. He has just enough of every discipline at his command to answer almost all the children's questions. And what he does not know, he urges them to grow up and discover for themselves.
I'm going to the museum.
You're on duty here in 2 hours.
Thisbe spends her empty mornings on the sofa by the window, staring at the sky over her chamomile.
Screw that.
I'm not covering for you. I just had the night shift. I'm going to bed.
Let Cardi cover it. They owe me after last night.
Fair enough.
I saw the video. You looked like you were going to piss your pants.
I did piss my pants. Where are my boots?
There.
Thisbe pointed.
Mycroft cleaned them.
They stood in the corner. Cato's own design, griffin cloth, which, when active, shows in an ever-changing cycle the bones, blood vessels, skeleton, or heat signature of feet, sometimes human, sometimes a beast or robots. Elastic hinges bending as the tendons would. What school book could be better? Thisbe claims that Cato smiled, but Eureka, blind within the computer's embrace, cannot corroborate.
When was Mycroft here?
They just left. They say they'll be around to help as much as possible until the threat is past.
Then those two crazy senseiers are coming back?
Thisbe slurped her aromatic tea.
The two aren't connected. Mycroft says Dominic Seneschal is a threat, but Carlyle Foster is an ally.
And you believe that?
Yes. Carlyle is a good one. Leslie and I were so impressed we invited Carlyle to come back today to meet with whichever of the twins we can catch. Or you. You must have a session, Cato. It would do you good.
Cato must be careful latching his boots to keep the cuffs of his hospital scrubs from catching in their seal.
No thanks.
We can't fake this for you, Cato. You have to see a sensei, or your shrink will put you back on clinic watch.
Eureka recalls being startled as their brother stomped the floor in his rage.
How can all of you be over Esmeralda already? 18 years means something to me.
No one can recall what the women said here. Perhaps nothing.
Anyway, I don't think we should let Mycroft Canner be our judge of senseirs.
Thisbe came to my defense.
You want to know what Mycroft really said? They said that if one believed in Providence, one might believe Carlyle was sent here to help prepare us for the coming dangers.
Mycroft shouldn't talk that way. Neither should you.
Thiz, how much danger does Mycroft think we're in?
A great deal. Mycroft won't admit it, but I think they've met this Dominic Seneschal before. They're the worst kind of secret sniffer. Dangerous as they come, trust me. But Mycroft also doesn't think Dominic's behind this. Dominic's a side effect, not the author. There's no way to tell yet who's targeting us, but whoever it is has significant resources and malevolent intent.
Malevolent intent? That's a good phrase to hear first thing in the morning.
Sniper stumbled down the stairs, eyes as vacant as a zombie. This time of day, he would have probably mustered the baggy shirt and mop-like straw-brown wig he wore at home to keep visitors and low-ranked guards from recognizing him, but he was not yet awake enough to achieve pants.
Morning, Thisbe, morning, Eureka, morning, murderer. Did you enjoy the party last night?
Cato would not look at him.
I'm not speaking to you.
Well, it'll be good publicity for the museum. Throngs of kids.
Wordless, Cato turned and hurried to the door, the winds of his lab coat brushing Sniper's thighs with chill.
Arkham approved, you know. It was necessary. We can't afford to have the president not trust us.
Never do anything like that again.
Or what? What will you do,
What could Cato do? He hurled the door aside, eager to slam it behind him, but froze on the threshold, confronted with a figure there about to knock.
Wei Chen?
I have not met the security captain who smiled from the doorstep, but she is Cato and Eureka's cousin. So imagine Cato, but in a black humanist uniform that made the bright Olympic rings of its embroidered patches brighter.
Good morning, Cato. Everyone, we've had call for a security drill.
Now? We just had one.
Cato wriggled in place with the urge to bolt.
I think the higher-ups want to triple check after the break-in.
Can I just...
Good call.
Sniper cut in.
We are right at shift change, so I'm not even on duty yet. A disruptive moment is the best time for a test.
It's likely that the living doll apologized with a roguish smile for his lack of pants. And likely that the captain did not mind one bit.
7:17 local, 11:17 UT. I'll clock in now. Eureka, message Arkham and Leslie upstairs. Let them know it's a drill.
Done.
Thisbe dragged herself up off the couch.
I'll head downstairs.
Good. I'll start the clock at 7:18 on my mark. Cato, you were here when the drill was called, so here you'll stay.
Fine.
Cato spun and stomped back to his lab in a huff that made even his obedience rebellion.
Test my security. My security's perfect.
Sniper smiled as Cato passed.
On my mark, then. Mark!
I have never seen the house spring into action. Lights and sirens, bolting doors, the robots pouring forth from walls and corners like the wrathful march of ants. I have once seen from a distance the sudden blackening of the sky as the cars race in, guards upon guards. Some in the city's police uniforms of white and grey-blue, some in humanist colors. A second wave in civvies rushed in from beds and sofas in the surrounding tiers of Bosch houses, whose residents are proud to add their names to the roster of Mukta's defenders. Occam's prophecies were sound. 50 guards in 2 minutes and 300 in 5, who joined the automated system and the few guards always on duty in the computer's humming depths. Soon, every room in the Bosch house had a guard, and coordinated squads took up their places, each on its appointed tier of the computers which climbed down and down beneath the city's depths, like the vast, true body of the iceberg, a glimpse of which will make the horror-stricken sailor dream of monsters. Troops filled the trench outside, too, chatting, cheerful in their proud routine. but Thisbe had showed us where their perimeter falls, so we dug Bridges' dwelling far beyond.
We're gonna break our record!
Cato boasted to the house over their tracker link.
Thisbe, is there someone down there with you? I'm getting a stray signal.
It's that sensayer again. I knew it!
Yes, our sensei's back again. Carlisle. I called them.
Again?
Smitten! I knew it!
I appreciate the vote of confidence, Eureka, but it's really just a session. They're very good.
I'm sure.
Not like that.
Everyone carry on with the drill like all's normal.
What? Is there a problem?
The police called. Not our police. Romanova, Polylaws.
Making a fuss?
Someone's using the canna device.
The canna device?
They've been watching for it. Someone activated it. Here, right in the house.
Just now?
11 minutes ago.
11? Just before the drill?
Getting my boots now.
Who ordered this drill?
I can't confirm.
Cato, take over the automated systems. Don't let anyone know we're taking action. Just have something aimed at every non-Bosch member in the house. If anyone tries to leave, move, or access equipment, then slow them down. Make doors stick, lights fail, robots seem to malfunction. Don't let anyone realize you're doing anything, but slow them down.
On it.
Cardi, keep on as officer on duty. Go down with the drill captain and start checking off the levels one by one.
On it. Whose grey pants are these behind the couch, and can I borrow them?
Mine. Go ahead.
Eureka, assemble a master list of everyone who's here. See if there have been substitutions. No one should be here who hasn't had a background check a kilometer deep.
I didn't see any unfamiliar faces.
Me neither.
All IDs check out.
Entering Green Wing elevator now. Occam, where are you?
Still upstairs with Leslie. We won't move until we know what's happening.
I see 12 people out of position, mostly near each other. 4 groups of 3 moving fast, upper tiers, just under the house. They look like they're searching.
ID them.
On it. Should I take them out? I have clear shots on all 12.
Are they a threat to the system where they are?
No, they're nowhere near controls. Not a vulnerable area. Whatever they want, it isn't the system. They're definitely searching. Systematically.
Who are they?
Attachment.
Cato, do you see the canna device? Do they have it?
If anyone knew what a canner device looked like, that question might mean something.
They might be searching for the device if it was used here.
You brought Mycroft here in the first place, Thisbe.
Bicker later. Cato, do they have any tech you can't identify?
Checking. Nothing extraordinary.
Incoming cars. Not our cars. Emergency system. Police.
Reinforcements?
Whose?
Checking.
Where are these stray 12, Cato? Give me a location. I'll flush them out.
Not yet, Thisbe. I want to watch them. Cato, show me.
Sandling.
What?
They're all Sandling. The Stray 12. It's our Sandling Special Guard.
He means Chinese Mitsubishi, reader. Cato and Eureka use their Chinese parents' name for Mitsubishi. Sandling is the Hive's real name, since a slim but constant majority of its members are Chinese, but the remainder of the Earth finds Mitsubishi less intimidating to pronounce than pitch-strict Chinese vowels.
I trust our Sandling Guard better than the regulars.
Maybe.
What about our Humanist Special Guard? Are they moving?
No, they're in place. Do you want to let them know there's a problem?
Get me a contact list for them, but no word yet. If our Mitsubishi Special Guard can't be trusted, we don't know about them either.
Should I call Director Ando? Or the President?
Reinforcements landing.
Sandling reinforcements?
No, city police and humanists. Plus, looks like the local alliance officer.
Herrera?
Someone's calling me. Yes, it's Herrera. Occam, do you want to take it or keep pretending you're off duty?
Leslie, call Director Ando. Cardi, put me through to Herrera, then call the President.
Done.
On it.
Should someone call Director Huang?
No. Cato, where are these stray Mitsubishi 12? What level?
B-117.
Reinforcements all landed. They're heading down the trench.
On hold, waiting on Ando.
Thisbe, what are you doing? Why are you going toward bead block? Occam hasn't ordered you to move.
All right. Herrera confirms the drill was unplanned, ordered after the canna device went off. Thisbe, Herrera's forces are going to enter through your door. Be ready to guide them straight to B block.
I can take these 12 down myself.
Ditto.
Why are we trusting this alliance person more than our Sandling Special Guard?
I don't trust anyone who doesn't talk to me first. Cato, are you sure the block where the Stray 12 are isn't sensitive at all?
I know my job, Occam.
Good. Thisbe, ready to let Herrera's forces through?
Why my room? It's not a good time with Carlyle here. I don't see why we can't just handle this ourselves.
I want to see how the two forces react to each other. We see the confrontation, see what each side does or tries. Then if there's any trouble, Thisbe, take them all down.
With pleasure.
How are things going elsewhere? Drill going smoothly?
We're not gonna break our record.
But do all the forces think everything's normal?
Looks like.
I'm down to H level. Everything's running like clockwork.
There's another car coming. Utopian system, not ours.
Really?
Working for Romanova?
I'm through to the president. On a scale of 1 to pissed, I'd rate them pissed.
At us?
No, they're calling Ondo. They think we can trust our humanist special guard, even if the Mitsubishi ones are being weird.
Good. I'll alert our special guard.
Still waiting on Ondo. I'm in place. Occam, should I let Herrera's forces in now?
Yes, in. Now.
Done. Herrera doesn't want Carlyle down here in our way. Where should I send them?
Up to the Mukta Hall. Kato and guards can watch them there.
Right. Kato, incoming Senseiya. Are you going to freak out?
I'm fine!
New cars landed. Can anyone see them? I don't know Utopian IDs.
Can't see from here. But the Senseiya's here now, and I'm totally fine. See?
Bravo.
Herrera confirms Utopians are helping Romanova track the device.
Thisbe and Herrera's force will reach the 12 Sandling in 50 seconds.
These guys can really book it. This is fun.
Was that the doorbell?
The Utopians.
Oh, should I get the door?
You need to be ready to help me at B117.
I'm ready, flick of a finger. Occam, may I get the door? I'm the only Bosch member up here.
Wait for me to come down.
If they're tracking the cannon device, it could be urgent.
Coming. Hold on.
What's taking you so long?
We're not decent up here. Oh, you poor things. Timing.
They've rung the bell again. The guards up here are getting antsy. We shouldn't keep them waiting. Not if they're with Romanova. What if they have urgent news?
Fine. Let them in.
With an eagerness which must have baffled the drill troops in the living room, Cato Weeksbooth rushed to the front door and opened it to find a dark figure. Cato froze. He did not run this time. The Senseiya scarf around Dominic's shoulders had given him something concrete to run from. But this stranger wore nothing so clear. His clothes were all black, as antique as Dominic's: tight breeches, buttoned just below the knee, stockings, leather shoes, and a swallow-tailed coat over a short waistcoat. A fine cravat. It was not the luxurious costume of Ganymede's 18th century, but simpler, a cut from the century's end, when the Revolution's austerity had stripped fashions of their ornament. The embroidery was gone, frills, lace, trim, brocade, gone, leaving the elegance of the style naked, if one can call clothing naked. Only the cloth itself and the long tails of the coat remained luxuriant, falling behind the figure like folded wings. In our age of peace, we easily forget the Revolution's grim equality, whose Terra prescribed the same uniform to peasant, to noble, and to the citizen who handed death to both. When Robespierre...
Enough delay. Thou canst not put it off forever, Mycroft. Thou must describe the wearer, not just the suit.
And so I must, master, and so I try. He is forgotten flesh, statue still, except for the bare minimum of breath and necessary motions, walking, reaching. His eyes move only to search. His lips only to speak, never to smile. He does not fidget as he sits or stands, but lets his limbs lie abandoned, dead as a vehicle whose driver leaves it by the roadside. His skin is light enough to prove that Europe had some part in his ancestry, but has color to it too. Though whether it is Mediterranean color or something from farther around the globe's wide sweep cannot be guessed from his face alone. His long hair is tied back. Rich waves whose almost blackness makes it harder yet to guess which races mixed to birth this body for him. His clean face is beautiful, as a well-proportioned stag is beautiful. I think his eyes are black, with a little touch of Asia in their shape, but when I try to picture them, I remember no color, just their distant deepness as they focus never on, but past the base matter before them. A room feels cold with him in it, not because he drains it of heat, but because he seems to make none, so the air is as empty as if you were alone. He is now in his 21st year upon this earth, with a miner's sash still about his hips. But had you seen him at 7 years or younger, you would still have counted him graver than his imperial father.
How long until the next Mars launch?
He spoke in Spanish.
2 days, 15 hours?
For how many generations has the Senia Weeksbooth Bash been humanist?
I don't know. 10, maybe?
Thank you. I am JEDD Mason. The safety of your Bash and the incomparable service you provide humanity has been entrusted to me by order of all 7 hives and the will of the Alliance. I am looking for my dog. May I come in?
Cato gaped. The men and officers behind him saluted. The impulse was natural. No insignia of any kind touched JEDD Mason's black suit, but patches crowded for space on a cloth band around his right arm. The azure Lady Justice of the Cousins Chief Counsel's office, the gold-trimmed red and green trefoil of the Mitsubishi Executive Directorate, the 6 Olympic-colored swords of the Humanist Attorney General, the Gordian knot of Brill's Institute, the amphitheater ringed with stars of the European Parliamentary Council, the blue and gold scales of the Polylegal Bench, and Romanova's earth-blue circle bisected by a belt of gray, which marks a Grey Law Hiveless Tribune. All these patches ringed the main symbol on the armband, a Masonic square and compass in black against iron imperial gray, the mark of a familiaris regni, an intimate of the Emperor. While Martin Guildbreaker's familiaris armband is plain, this one had borders, stark white bands at the top and bottom, edged with the blood-purple piping, which marks out the Porphyro gene, one born to the purple. A Mason's child.
I guess you'd better come in?
Cato backed into the house, leading JEDD Mason and his 2 tribunary bodyguards through the Spartan trophy hall to Mukta's sanctum. This guest would not have seemed to glance at the articles and papers framed on the walls he passed, but he would remember everyone.
Don't talk to them, Cato.
But it's Xiaohei Wang.
The Chinese have their own name for JEDD Mason.
Don't talk to them. The president warned me about this.
How do I not talk to them? They're a bailiff and a tribune. They're in charge of the case. The president and Chair Kosala were on the news saying Xiaohei Wang's in charge of the case.
Cato and our guest reached the Mukta chamber now, where the drill troops crowded in wonder around this most elusive prince.
Tribune Mason!
The highest-ranked officer hailed the visitor in English, and by his most neutral name.
What an unexpected honor having you here in person. You could have just called.
Only the subtlest motion of his eyes proved that he turned his attention to the speaker.
These bodies have so few senses. How can you be content with less than all?
Those around the guest froze in confusion, since his lack of tone made it impossible to guess whether the question was rhetorical.
Well said!
Eureka spoke up. Without moving, the visitor lowered his eyes to the set.
Oklahoma Turner has a new essay on whether computer interfaces are artificial senses or prostheses to the Standard 5. You will enjoy disagreeing with it.
Perhaps Eureka smiled here, puckering the film of sensors across their lips like half-shed skin.
That's a good way to put it. I enjoyed disagreeing when Turner argued against there being meaningful data in intuitively sensed recurring number patterns. Idiot.
Do you draw strong meaning from the recurrent patterns of your habitat, as brillists do from mines and geologists from stone?
Strong's an understatement.
Only Eureka remembered his next question precisely.
Are both this home's sets Pythagorean?
You mean Cartesian?
He did not, but would not contradict Cato.
Arkham, get Cato and Eureka out of there, now!
Now! Now!
Occam Senior leapt down the stairwell as quick as a god appearing at the invocation of his name. He had pajama bottoms and one sock, and had seized his sidearm from the bedside table. But the rest of him was naked, Leslie's doodles fresh on his bronze chest and back. Fear and obedience warred with curiosity in Cato, but fear won, and he helped Eureka to the lab's locked door. Now, Occam faced the visitor, his sock and pajamas against the high insignia of every government. But if Occam hesitated, it was the visitor's strange gaze that chilled him, not his offices.
I am Occam Senior. Whatever your charge from Romanova or any other power, Council Mason, I am in command of my house unless my president orders otherwise.
Your devotion sows respect. I know something of your present small crisis. Would action or inaction on my part be more helpful?
Occam took a breath to consider.
Victory! Our stray Mitsubishi 12 have surrendered to me in Herrera. They're acting natural, saying they came up here following signs of an intruder. Could be true.
Fishy. I'll come to you, Thisbe. Cato, any signs of an intruder near B-117?
Checking.
I abridge further conversation as we move our focus to the guest above. You may trust Sniper, with their loyal humanist special guard, and Thisbe with Romanova's honest reinforcements, to secure the safety of all things. Occam faced the new arrival.
My small crisis seems to be contained, though you would help me if you shed light on the reason for it.
I can attempt.
J.E.D.D. Mason's eyes rolled slowly across the rapt, excited faces in the room.
I love openness, but trust your judgment whether I should shed my light in front of all these gathered. Secrecy is one of your boss's armors, is it not?
Occam smiled at the courtesy and turned to the nearby captain.
Zhu Wei-chun, isn't it? Clear the room and pause the drill. Keep everyone in place exactly where they are. Just hold position. Nobody moves without my order, except the Humanist Special Guard and Herrera's people.
Captain Zhu's face grew bright with questions.
Oh, is Officer Herrera here?
Occam raised one dark eyebrow, but the guest spoke first, his gaze now on the captain.
You need not wound yourself so.
The captain shook.
What?
Some people find that half-lies and omissions do not wound their consciences as direct lies do. But clearly, you are no such person. You wound yourself with this deception. Rest in silence. You will suffer less.
What do you mean?
The name Herrera that you spoke, Member Senior, was no strange news to this person. It must be some very deep love to compel such painful self-injury.
With these words, a transformation seized the captain. A sob rose in her throat, grief on her lips, while tear glints kindled in her eyes, her whole face flushing with blood-red passion. The tribunary guards jumped closer to their ward as Occam raised his sidearm, though he aimed away from J.E.D.D. Mason at the captain, who gave a second sob.
Why anger? Only a great good would move such an exacting conscience to this action.
Mason turned his eyes on the trembling captain.
Was it charity? Gain for many? Protection for many? Lessen the sum of total human pain at the cost of increasing yours?
My interrogation, Tribune, not yours. Explain yourself.
He took one grim pace towards Zhu Wei-chun, his bare arm and weapon steady, with the rare phrase, deadly force, behind both. The other forces here bear no such privilege, not even the tribunary guards. Expert with the stun guns that law judges sufficient to guard the highest officers of the Alliance, but not enough to guard the precious cause.
I'm sorry, Member Senior. It's was nothing hostile, I swear. It was the least disruptive way to remove the threat. Or it should have been.
She winced, looking around to her baffled fellows.
Can we clear the room?
Use text.
You will not want this to leave a record.
Cardigan, bring our humanist special guard up here. I want people I can trust. Wei Chun, surrender your weapons. You two?
He looked to the tribunary guards.
I appreciate your backup.
His eyes did a quick count sweep and settled on the one warm body unaccounted for. Not the visitors.
Cousin Foster.
The young sensei had tucked himself into the most out-of-the-way sofa, watching all with that fascination which draws crowds to a flaming house.
I can leave if you like, or stay. No need to worry about security with me. I'm used to high-security bashes. That's why I'm here.
He gave a strong, calm smile, for our Carlyle had risen full of strength that day. March the 25th, the first day of the medieval New Year. A festival of spring, as well as the Feast of the Annunciation, a day on which men had honored their creator in many ways in ages past, and still do today. There must have been some little sign from Zhu Weichun. A breath, a twitch, a glance. Reason insists there must have been, to prompt J.E.D.D. Mason's next words.
Let the sensei stay. Their presence doubles confession's benefit.
Occam turned.
What?
Confession addressed to you will heal the peace and your confusion. And perhaps your trust. But if a priest attends, confession will also lift weight from this sin-fearing person's wounded conscience.
J.E.D.D. Mason's eyes rolled down to Captain Su.
Will this sensei suffice? If you prefer one with some formal ordination, my Dominic can serve, if he is found. Or I could call Guiomar Capello.
The name made both the captain and Carlyle twitch, since in our age of theological anonymity, no sensei is more widely suspected of being a secret Catholic than the personal sensei of the King of Spain. Occam turned his face to the captain, a baffled awe mixed with fear and shock on Zhu Weichun's face, unlocking tears in the catharsis of deception's end.
How did you know?
That drove Carlyle to his feet.
You can't! You can't just say things like that in front of people!
J.E.D.D. Mason did not turn, but his black eyes rolled around to fix on Carlyle, as when a too lifelike painting seems to track you across a room.
You believe in non-interference. Is that not incompatible with benevolence?
Carlyle went white, holding his wrap tight about himself, as if some trespassing gale had caught him wet and almost naked to the storm.
No.
Nothing changed in the visitor, except his words.
But I misunderstand. By can't, you did not question the possibility of my own words. You meant I should not say such things under local human law. You are correct. I erred. I thought only to diminish present pain. But I concede and recognize that the laws and master of this house are not wrong to rank duty over pity.
His eyes drifted to Occam.
I apologize, Member Senior, for this mismatch in the radii of our consequentialisms.
The room fell silent. We are unaccustomed, reader, to words like his, which cut through the surface levels of our interactions to the reality beneath. Only Occam had the strength to smile.
No need to apologize. It was a handy and original way to expose a conspiracy.
Still no expression.
Should I repeat the action? Conspirators are, by definition, Plural.
Fear touched every face but those of Occam and the tribunary guards. The master of the house phrased his invitation carefully.
If Wei Chun has co-conspirators, I want to know it.
One by one, the drill troops held their breath as J.E.D.D. Mason's dead eyes rolled across them. On the third, a slender Dutch Greenpeace Mitsubishi football player stationed by Cato's door, they stopped.
Which karma do you want?
It is hard to name the expression of abject contact, more shocked and intimate than fear, which seized her face. With slow and careful hands, she released the clasp which held her weapons belt and let the whole fall to the floor. 3 others followed suit. Occam released a slow sigh, while Carlyle, tiptoeing forward from the sofa, gave a deeply shaken little gasp.
Occam, I'm finally live with the President and Director Ando. They say this drill was ordered by someone mid-ranked in our Mitsubishi backup as a stupid plan for going after whoever has the Canna device. Apologies are flying, and the President's in full-fledged righteous fury mode. Shall I add you to the call?
Is anyone trying to defend or justify this debacle?
No.
Then no need yet.
Sniper entered now with the Humanist Special Guard. These 12 were all humanists, by hive and birth bash, mostly natives of Cielo de Pájaros, proud of their commissions, excited by the drill, and even more excited now that something real was happening. Their calm faces and Sniper's presence eased Occam instantly, like a sea spray in the heat of August. They also eased the 5 conspirators in a way, since surrender doesn't feel so real when you outnumber those you're trying to surrender to. Occam's quick orders sent the regular troops and secondary prisoners off to parts secure, until the room was almost what he wanted. Trusted Sniper, trusted troops, the oddly forthright traitor Zhu Weichon, all in Occam's control, save for the little senseia, this strange guest and his honor guard. And Thisbe. Her arrival in Sniper's wake did not match Occam's orders, a fact which earned a twitch of irritation from his black brows. But he would not criticize a Bosch member in front of outsiders, nor would Thisbe, in any circumstance, admit why she had more reason than any of them to want to get the measure of this new intruder. J.E.D.D. Mason began in Latin, but caught himself.
From this point, do you desire help or privacy?
Occam smiled appreciation at the great Prince Tribune's deference.
I understand high politics is your thing. If you can sort out that end and leave me free to check my own security and deal with this supposed intruder, I'll be grateful. I don't know what the Mitsubishi are thinking right now, but I hear they trust you. And the last thing I need is Hive execs in a tizzy thinking there's something wrong with my security.
Your security's vindication I shall undertake.
He inclined his head in confirmation of the pledge. Thisbe intruded now.
The last thing we need is a public tizzy.
J.E.D.D. Mason's gaze fell now upon Thisbe Senior.
No one comes to stone the servant when they could watch the execution of the king.
Sniper physically interposed himself between J.E.D.D. Mason and Thisbe, and the distant Duke President would have been glad to know Sniper was so mindful of his warning.
I think we're okay on the public front. No one's here except our people, Mitsubishi people, and Cousin Foster.
My Dominic may be here. Have you seen him? He is perhaps your height, vicious, in dark costume, with a black law hiveless sash. I seek him. He was last seen here, but has gone stray.
Occam and Thisbe did not remember observing that the guest used he for Dominic. It was too far from the strangest thing he did.
That's who it is!
Cato Weeksbooth could hear all.
In B Block! They're on camera! Not now, almost an hour ago. The system didn't register them as an intruder, but there's somebody there. I was having trouble with the ID. It's that scary Black Law Sensei.
Dominic Seneschal. Dominic Seneschal works for you, Council Mason? Does that mean you work with Martin Guildbreaker?
Both Martin and Dominic are mine. Yes. But Martin is well. It is Dominic who strays. His tracker has been off since he entered this house yesterday. When was he last sighted?
Tracker off since yesterday?
Here, reader, is your rare chance to see Sniper show fear.
Did anyone see Seneschal leave the house yesterday? Leslie, did you?
No. I last saw them near Thisbe's room.
Glances flew between Occam and Sniper.
Who else was here then?
I was.
Carlyle gently stepped forward.
I didn't see them leave either, but they couldn't stay in the house for 24 hours with no one noticing, right? Not in this house, with your security.
J.E.D.D. Mason's eyes turned back to Occam.
While your case is mine, your gates will open for my Dominic.
Xiaohei Wang is right, Occam. Our system has the scary sensei registering with the same super executive access privileges you do. More, they also have the back-end system editing privileges I do. And looks like they use them to clear records of themselves. You know the setting we used to make the system not record our secure meetings? They turned that on themselves. With this, they could wander anywhere, and the system would just delete the records. They may well have been in here all night.
This is intolerable. Council Mason, I know you and your team were chosen for your discretion, but this is 10 times as disruptive as the Black Sakura list turning up in the first place.
I agree. It is not tolerated. Dominic will be disciplined when found. They know this.
Carlyle says that even with the airy naturalness of J.E.D.D. Mason's tone, the word disciplined had an ominous sense of corporeality to it. Invited by the Familiaris armband with its reminder of Masonic force, and the black law sash around Dominic's waist, proclaiming his renunciation of all protections of the law.
You have my promise, and my apology, as one responsible for whom I send.
The apology eased Occam's scowl somewhat.
You and Martin Guildbreaker have been reasonably helpful. Yourself very helpful, in fact, but...
That fact gladdens me.
Good, but I don't want you coming here again unannounced. No one comes here unannounced. Ever. Understood?
Factually untrue. But, as a wish, I understand it, and shall endeavor to help it approach truth.
Good. And I want that black law out of my house and away from my Boschmates forever. Get them out of here, or I will.
He tapped his deadly sidearm, still in his hand for lack of the holster which rested upstairs with his other clothes. Sniper joined the threat, tapping his own holster, though with a touch of frown, since what he carried was not deadly, or even elegant like the sport pistols he used for the pentathlon, but a common stun gun. Unworthy in his hand like instant noodles on a gourmet's tongue.
These prayers I shall endeavor to grant. If I fail to prevent an altercation between yourselves and my Dominic, I should be infinitely grateful if you spared his life. I am told my third was near here too. He is shorter, in servicer uniform, full of guilt, cunning, and languages, and answers to Mycroft. I hoped he might have seen the stray.
Occam, Sniper, and even Carlyle looked to Thisbe.
I know who you mean, but Mycroft isn't here now. If I see them, I'll ask.
J.E.D.D. Mason moved his flesh again now, calm, precise steps back toward the narrow entrance hall.
I thank you for your hospitality.
You're leaving?
He did not turn.
Your Occam tasked me to settle the high political concerns raised by this event. This I undertake. But you yourself do not want me here. If my Martin and Mycroft are more comfortable to you, then henceforth, let all my work within this house be theirs.
Sniper looked to Occam.
Yes, that sounds good.
Agreed. Thank you for coming, Council Mason. Thank you for doing what you can to keep this out of the public eye and to shield us from high politics and hive leader idiocy, which seems to be primarily responsible for the day's fiasco. But thank you just as much for leaving us to handle our own ourselves.
J.E.D.D. Mason still did not turn.
It may not help. Secrets pour out like water, even from a single hole.
What do you...
Stop, Cardigan.
How Sniper hates that name.
Just let them go.
All under Occam's command watched in rapt but disciplined silence as this strangest of princes padded away on his nearly lifeless feet. Carlyle was not under Occam's command.
How did you do that?
Carlyle caught the visitor in the Baron Trophy Hall. J.E.D.D. Mason's slow gaze fell upon the gag gene.
You cannot be this Basha's sensei.
I'm new.
What befell your predecessor?
How did you know? Back there, you knew. Confession, karma.
Even after all was already exposed, the sensei would not speak the forbidden names of faiths.
Did you look at their files? That's a horrible abuse of privacy.
No files. Yapari Tremenda.
His eyes searched Carlyle for nation-strat insignia.
You speak only English?
This cousin, raised by cousins, nodded.
Then I cannot sufficiently explain.
But...
What name was given you, Sensei?
Carlyle Foster.
What happened to this Basha's real sensei?
They passed away recently.
Be careful with this Bash, Carlyle Foster. I exit now because I love truth, so I perceive I am a danger to this Bash, and it to me. That is clear. As clear to me as it was clear which of those loyal soldiers inside feared karma and which sin. You too seem to love good, and dialectic, at least, if not raw truth. I advise you to part from this Bash before you harm each other. But I recognize your right to incur risk in service of your vocation and your maker.
Carlyle screamed inside at this last and deepest violation of that special privacy which is the last thing in the world our cautious public still calls sacrosanct. He watched in silence as this famous stranger made his soft retreat. Moments later, J.E.D.D. Mason had vanished as abruptly as he had come. It was too much. His strangeness, much too much. They needed answers, all of them. Once the drill troops were dismissed and the house secure once more, each Bash member turned to his favorite oracle. Occam and Sniper to their prisoners and their president, Cato and Eureka to their computers and their surveillance tapes, while Carlyle and Thisbe raced down the Flower Trench to me. He can't find Dominic?
He? What's up with you and J.E.D.D. Mason, Mycroft? No lies.
I had not heard myself slip. Martin and Dominic work for them.
That isn't what I asked.
I feared Thisbe more as she hid behind the black curtain of her thick Indian hair, leaving me no chance to read her face.
They talked about you very familiarly. You know this person well. You knew the investigation was in their hands. You knew they might come here, but you didn't give us any warning they were like that.
Bridger, still in my lap, winced at Thisbe's harshness. He had heard her summary, the Major too, still seated on the rooftop of the dollhouse beside us, with his soldiers in the plastic rooms below.
Are you okay, Mycroft? You're shaking.
I'm fine. I mussed his hair, using the gesture to disguise the moment when I whispered in his ear, "Start packing as soon as this is done." His eyes went wide, but he nodded. I met Thisbe's glare. I see that you've made the unilateral decision that Carlyle Foster is allowed to know where Bridger lives. She looked around, as if only now seeing the dollhouses and books and playthings piled in the secret cave. She turned to the veteran beside me.
Oh, sorry, Major. I forgot. But I think we've all decided we can trust Carlyle now.
That's not your call, Thisbe. The Major shifted in his doll chair.
Done is done. You are the bigger question at the moment, Mycroft. What is there between you and this... We're talking about a hiveless tribune?
Among many, many other officers, including that they're Cornell Mason's child.
Bosch child or real child?
Thisbe glared at his unmodern denial that the bond between Bar Kid and Bar Pa is as real as blood. I supplied the truth. Adopted son.
And heir?
No. Can't blame you, Major. It's a modern thing. But Masonic emperors aren't dynastic. They're never succeeded by their children. It's a rule. A Porphyrogene is usually a familiaris, but they're the only familiaris who can't become Masonic emperor.
So, adopting a child makes them ineligible. Interesting choice. Now I want to know even more about this boy an emperor would choose to hold so close, but block from the succession.
It's not just the Masons. I knew vaguely about J.E.D.D. Mason. Everybody does. But I read more on the way here. I knew they were Romanova's youngest tribune, but...
Second youngest. In 2299, Kaya Rattlewatch was elected Black Law Tribune at the age of 15. It doesn't even require passing the adulthood competency exam. Thisbe punished my derailment by firing up the screen that sat beside the Major and loading J.E.D.D. Mason's profile from last year's Romanov 710 list.
They have some kind of insider advisor or legal position in 5 hives besides the Masons. Europe, the Cousins, Brill's Institute, the Mitsubishi, and us too.
All the hive leaders have known J.E.D.D. Mason since they were a small child. And all the hive leaders were impressed by them, rely on them, and trust their counsel. That's why everyone gives them offices, and why they were trusted with investigating this crime that threatens all 6.
Why? Why does everybody trust them when they act like that? Confession, Karma, and their assistants, Dominic and Martin. How cultish can you get?
I avoided her gaze. I knew better than to meet her eyes. Martin's real name is Mycroft Guildbreaker.
So what? J.E.D.D. Mason changed Mycroft to Martin in order to fit in with these other crazy cult things?
Are they Boschmates?
Carlyle interjected gently.
What?
Dominic, Martin, and J.E.D.D. Mason. Are they Boschmates? Barsibs? Are Bosch interested in theology?
The Senseier tried his best to smile Thisbe's wrath away.
It wouldn't have to be a cult. We see this sometimes. A Bosch interested in theology, who like to debate religion in secret, and try their best to do so safely.
Like Mycroft likes to. Except, I know we're not supposed to.
Yes. Like with Mycroft and you. It's okay when it's just 2 people, though. Sometimes it can turn cult-like with larger groups, which is why the first law bans unchaperoned discussions with 3 or more, but it usually starts as innocent exploration, like you and Mycroft do. That's all this is, right, Mycroft? Dominic Seneschal is even a Senseier. They may be doing officially sanctioned group sessions.
I looked to the floor. You may not believe me, but I've had an urgent call. I need to go. Thisbe summoned a too sweet, too false smile, perfect to lure us to her candy house.
Bridjani, get up off Mycroft for a minute, will you?
Why?
So I can pin them to the ground until they answer straight.
Thisbe!
Bridger settled more squarely in my lap, my brave defender.
Why are you suddenly acting like you don't trust Mycroft? You know we can trust Mycroft. We can trust Mycroft more than anybody in the world. Mycroft's busy all the time with jobs, but they've been working as hard as they can to take care of all of us for years and years. Harder than you work, Thisbe.
A new expression surfaced on Thisbe, a smile far more terrifying than her glare. Bridger crossed his arms as if to shield me.
It isn't Mycroft's fault bad things are happening at your Bosch house. If Mycroft says we can trust J.E.D.D. Mason, and all the hive leaders say we can trust J.E.D.D. Mason, and everybody else in the world says we can trust J.E.D.D. Mason, then I'll trust J.E.D.D. Mason. Why won't you?
You didn't meet them. There's something unnatural about them.
The witch crossed her arms too.
Witch again, Mycroft? I told thee I dislike that term.
Apologies, reader. The memories of my thoughts and fears in this scene are rather over-vivid.
So what if there's something unnatural about them? Mycroft's weird. I'm weird. You're weird. The army men are weird. That's not important. I'm willing to go to J.E.D.D. Mason right now if Mycroft says I should.
Not yet. I was surprised by the panic in my own voice. In the end, we'll go to J.E.D.D. Mason. But we need to put that off as long as possible.
Why put it off if you trust them?
On Bridges' lips, the question was timid, glaring in Thisbe's eyes. It was an accusation. Because there are dangerous people around J.E.D.D. Mason. No, that's not the reason. It's because if we go to J.E.D.D. Mason, it'll be them who decides what happens to your future Bridger. Not you. I stroked his hair. It's best if you grow up a little more. Have more ideas about what you want to do with your powers. In a few years, you'll be strong enough to decide things on your own. Even to contradict J.E.D.D. Mason when you want to. But not yet. Best for now that you stay free. You may not have thought about it, reader, but free is not a word one hears much anymore. Not in its pure denotation. Almost everyone is so free these days, just as everyone is so healthy, happy, sentient, and alive, that one only mentions the quality if it is threatened, unhealthy, unfree.
Mycroft, is this J.E.D.D. Mason your Tocqueville?
I swallowed. Yes.
I see.
Tocqueville?
I knew it! See? I told you so!
A voice rose from a lower floor of the dollhouse. The Major stomped the plastic roof beneath him.
Shut up, Croucher!
I predicted it, didn't I? You all heard me. We never could trust them.
You don't want me to come down there, Croucher.
Prompt silence proved the Major right.
What's Tocqueville?
The Major smiled at the boy.
It's our nickname for Mycroft's mysterious other obligation. Do you remember when you first met Mycroft?
The golden smile on Bridges' face healed me, like sun upon a starving field.
Of course. Mycroft was fixing the trash pots and saw Boo run out of juice, and Mycroft's smart, so they knew it wasn't just a you-beast, so they came to investigate. That's when you got them.
I almost laughed. You got them. Such injustice to the army men. Their months of strategy, of gathering the tools, grenades as frail as firecrackers, darts of paralyzing chemicals, cannon-sized to them. They had spent months practicing, tackling cats and squirrels and dummies. An army of Lilliputians might tackle Gulliver in his sleep, but for 11 plastic army men to be ready at any moment to defend this boy against a full-sized human strained the limits of Earth's greatest military strategist. Strained, but did not exceed. They bested me. Me, Mycroft Canna. They spooked me with explosions, snared me with wires, blinded and deafened me with flash and smoke. It was hard, they said. I beat all 7 practiced plans and forced the Major to improvise an 8th, and then a 9th, right there. But in the end, I fell.
Then you remember how hard it was deciding what to do with Mycroft afterwards.
Bridges' face contorted.
I remember Mycroft was very big.
You were only 5 years old then. You can't expect to remember too much.
Mycroft kept asking you to let them go just for 10 minutes. I remember them saying that over and over. Just 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes.
The Major nodded, impressed that the words had stayed in Bridges' mind so long. But humans remember best what is most intense, no matter how long ago it happened. Few of my own recent memories feel remotely real compared with those of my 2 weeks. The smells and faces 13 years ago burned into me. This weapon in my hand, this strong wall at my back, the battlefield waiting for me beyond. All feels so real that every time I close my eyes and open them again, I am surprised to find myself in this strange present, foggy, like a dream. The army men's attack knocked off my tracker. I explained for Carlyle's sake. The police always check on me when that happens. It would have been a disaster if they'd found me here.
Yes, it was lucky Mycroft managed to convince us to let them go for those 10 minutes. They were barely out of the trench before the cops were on them, full force.
It was not just luck, reader. I recall that day. Full color, full intensity, one of the few solid features in the long haze since my crimes. I remember the tiny soldiers staring up, piano wires striping my skin with red as they bound me to a scavenged chair. That memory is salient. Not because of the pain or the blood, I think, for I have many scars whose stories are forgotten, but for the sensation of the bonds around my arms and ankles as I felt myself a prisoner. You must not think that bondage is one of my perversions. I have many, but not that. Rather, it linked that memory to another even more potent. The hours after my first capture 13 years ago, when I sat helpless as an insect in my plastic cage, were among the most intense I have ever experienced. So, when I found myself captured and bound again, that same helplessness awoke me. That, I am certain, was what cleared my mind so quickly. I suffered no shock, no disbelief seeing the soldiers tiny and alive before my eyes. I absorbed all in an instant. Pure acceptance of the miracle. And found my resolution just as quickly. I am here now to protect and guide this boy. Such salience made me persuasive as I pleaded for the gift of 10 minutes.
We needed help. A full-sized adult who could move things and get us things. So I decided to draft Mycroft.
Draft them?
I don't mix well with civilians. But I'll never forget what Mycroft first said when I said I was going to draft him. Have you ever read The Recollections of Alexis de Tocqueville?
I smiled, remembering the Major's face back then. My tiny captor, sternness brightening to relief, recognition, eventually to delight, as I explained myself, my Tocqueville. He wasn't happy because of the revelation itself, but because of how I explained it, my literary roundabout, my subtle weaving words. That was the moment the Major discovered what I am. I could have lied. I could have given my captor an unreserved yes and stayed silent about any division of my loyalty. I did not.
Tocqueville wrote a memoir of living through a French Revolution.
The Major explained, just as I had explained it to him 8 years ago.
Not the main one, the 1848 one. In one section, Tocqueville describes his valet. The valet wanted to join the revolution, but was also dutiful and loyal to his master. Every day, the valet would come home from fighting, clean Tocqueville's shoes, brush his suit, prepare the room, then beg his master's leave and head back to the barricades for a few hours to risk his life again. For Mycroft, minding Bridger is the barricades. Apparently, J.E.D.D. Mason is the master.
Thisbe loomed over me.
Is that right?
Yes.
Why?
I glanced at Carlyle. So innocent of who sits before him, so calm and kind without knowing the surname Canna. I can't explain.
Which basically means you're not objective on any question about J.E.D.D. Mason. You won't even answer a basic question like why they act like a crazy cultist.
I looked down at my hands. I believe it is possible to be simultaneously biased and right. I work for... The Major's eyes demanded truer words. I serve J.E.D.D. Mason. I do. I always will. I also, separately from that, believe that we can trust J.E.D.D. Mason better than anyone who isn't standing here right now. They are a good person. Good, honest, kind, trustworthy, and keep their promises more absolutely than anyone I've ever known. And they're unambitious. They have all the wealth and power anyone could want, the trust of every leader on Earth. They have nowhere to rise, no side to help. There is no better being in the world, believe me. There isn't. Possibly there never has been. They wouldn't exploit Bridger. They'd move sky and earth to find the best way to help Bridger use their powers for the good of all humanity. That's why I want to keep Bridger away from them for now, because they're so good and so kind. They couldn't keep from pressuring Bridger to move too fast, to take on too much. I squeezed the child in my arms. A kid shouldn't have to face that much pressure. You saw how they tried to help that traitor security captain. They weren't being manipulative. They were being kind. Kind and too much, trying to help. But they pushed too hard, made things uncomfortable. They're always like that. It takes a lot to learn to handle being near them. Once Bridger has their own plan of what they want to do with their powers, once Carlisle helps Bridger get ready to change the world, then we should go straight to JEDD Mason. And they'll make sure Bridger gets the best support the world can give. But JEDD Mason is too powerful and clumsy to be endured by anybody fragile. I don't mean powerful politically, but personally. You saw what talking to them was like. They speak only truth and do only good, and they don't know how to mitigate it the way people do. Someday, Bridger, you'll be ready for that. More than ready. I gave the child another squeeze, and when you are, you and JEDD Mason will make the whole world so impossibly much better. But only when you decide it's time. I was grateful during my ramble that they listened patiently. Thisbe spoke first.
Tell me where JEDD Mason came from, Mycroft. Why did Cornell Mason adopt this particular kid? I know it was done in infancy. Whose child were they?
She tried to grasp me by the hair, but I pulled away.
Are the rumors true? Is JEDD Mason really Hotaka Ando Mitsubishi's bastard child?
Oh, right. I'd heard that once. I thought it was just gossip.
Is this some weird alliance between the Masons and the Japanese Mitsubishi? They even say Mason helped Ando get the chief director's chair.
To say there is an alliance of that kind is not untrue. I can't really say more. I have to go.
Mycroft.
Her eyes turned gentle.
Nothing is more important than...
Like a squeal of electric pain, my tracker's emergency siren rang out, making Thisbe jump back and the Major draw his tiny flashing blade.
Is this coming through?
The voice of Sensor Ansele burst out of the speaker of my tracker for all to hear.
Look, I don't know who's there, but the servicer in front of you happens to be one of the best statistical analysis on the planet. And right now, you have them ignoring a priority one call from the Romanovan census office for an urgent analysis which has to be done yesterday. So unless whatever you're doing is more important than the economic future of the human race, would you kindly call a car and make them get their butt to Romanova and leave the odd jobs to people who can't save the world?
Thisbe went slack-jawed. You would not think she could know me nearly a decade without learning what work I did, especially since you, who just met me, know already. But to you, demanding reader, I reveal all, while I hide what I can from friends, to keep them safer.
Can the sensor hear us?
Only me. I spoke aloud for the tracker. I'll be along ASAP, Sensor, I promise. Yes, I really mean it. I promise. I waited for Vivian to disconnect. Right, they're gone.
Was that really the Romanovan censor's office?
That was the censor themselves. And before you ask, no, I can't discuss my work in Romanova. Just as I can't discuss my work for JEDD Mason, just as you can't tell me the details of what you and Kato do for your own Bosch. Don't make me lie to you, Thisbe. I can't tell you the truth about this, so I either say nothing or you force me to lie.
I understand.
I looked down at the Major, trying to read his tiny features. Bridger scooted forward off my lap.
You have to go now.
No, I don't.
But...
Bridger, you are more important than the economic future of the human race. All at once, and heedless of his weight, Bridger leapt back upon me with the fiercest hug I can remember.
I trust you, Mycroft. I don't care about Tocqueville or J.E.D.D. Mason. I trust you. And I know you never tell me what to do, except when it really, really matters. And if you have to go, you have to go. So go. You'll come back.
Small fingers squeezed my flesh.
You always come back.
I held him. For breath upon breath I held him, and let him hold me. He trusted me. In this circumstance, when I was powerless to do anything but beg them to believe, I didn't have to beg. It didn't matter that Thisbe's eyes stayed dark. It didn't matter that worry wrinkled Carlyle's brow. That down in the dollhouse, Private Croucher's mumbling was starting up again. Bridger trusted me. He trusted me despite my strangeness and my silences, despite the others' doubts. And better yet, he trusted himself, his judgment over theirs. He was so young, our precious protagonist, and yet already starting to trust himself.
I will not endure this pretense, Mycroft. I have indulged thy many eccentricities, thy he's and she's, thy titles, patriarch, philosophe, thy recurrent madness calling Thisbe witch. But thou canst not ask me to call this boy, who has barely raised his head here in thy tale, protagonist. In a history, it is absurd to call anyone protagonist, but if thou must, it should be one who acts and understands, who drives the story forward. Bridger is not that.
Must we have this argument, reader?
We must, Mycroft. Thou takest too many liberties. Thou, who claimst to be my servant and my guide. Thou forcest upon me this opinion biased by love, or I suspect by something baser. For thou hast painted this boy, this angel, a bit too sensually at times. Read thine own words, and see the cause of my distrust.
I take no offense, my wary reader. I know it is hard to believe that Mycroft Canna would not harbor lust for Bridger, or for Thisbe, Sniper, Danae, or Ganymede, the many beasts and beauties with whom I have such easy contact. Later, the tale will prove my innocence. But I must have a protagonist. I struggle to open history's inner doors to you, to teach you how those who made this new era think and feel.
Then have a protagonist if thou must, but not Bridger, the least active actor in thy drama.
Who would you have then, Master?
Why not this sensei, Carlyle Foster? He has appeared more, seen more. He is intelligent, respectable, his opinions not too strange, his view an outsider's, like mine.
No, reader. A protagonist must struggle, succeed, fail. His fate must determine whether this is a comedy or tragedy. Carlyle would make our history too like the plays of Oedipus, whose audience just waits for the protagonist to learn of sins long past.
J.E.D.D. Mason, then, whom thou holdest in such mad esteem.
You do not yet know enough, reader, to speak his name.
Fine, then. I accuse thee, Mycroft. Thou art the protagonist of thine own history, as all men are, as I am the protagonist of the world which I experience. In my mind, I have called thee protagonist from the first page. Thou who art omnipresent in thy tale, and who walkest the corridors of power so familiarly. How couldst thou not be thine own protagonist?
I smile at the compliment, generous reader, but you are wrong. I have told you. The protagonist must determine whether this is comedy or tragedy. Surely the boy whose powers can reshape the universe itself will determine that, not this tool for others' use, whose days of independent action are long done. I am the window through which you watch the coming storm. He is the lightning. There were some mumbled partings as I left for Romanova, reassuring Bridger of my return, the Major of my fidelity, and Carlyle and Thisbe. I remember only stiffness, my shame as I slunk past them, unable to make myself look up at the faces which held such well-justified suspicions. I should have said something, met their accusing eyes, and begged forgiveness for my necessary silence. J.E.D.D. Mason is not the only clumsy one, reader. I should have said something, anything that might have stopped what Thisbe did 10 minutes later, back in her room with Carlyle in tow.
Eureka, could you help me a minute?
Thisbe asked over her tracker, but spoke aloud in English for Carlyle's sake.
Of course, Thiz, what's up?
Can you use your transit logs to track J.E.D.D. Mason?
Sure.
Thanks. I'm looking for their most frequently visited addresses, home and such, and cross-reference with Dominic Seneschal and Martin Gilbreaker. I think they might be Boschmates. I just want to make sure there's no security problem or conflict of interest.
That's Mycroft Gilbreaker, right?
Yes, that's right.
Imagine Carlyle's wide eyes, his trembling lips.
Should we be doing this?
For Bridger's safety.
Ooh. Trixie Xiaohei Wang. No car ID, no records in my system.
What does that mean?
They don't use our cars, Thiz. Seneschal and Gilbreaker do. But Xiaohei Wang never uses our cars. Doesn't even have an ID. They came today in a U-car, left in a U-car. Always U-cars.
You have Utopian records too, don't you?
Not their predictor data, but they do share flight paths and IDs. Found them. Here they are now. Flight to Togenkyo. Loading past records.
Great. What are the most frequent addresses?
Romanovan Forum, Togenkyo Director's Tower, Imperial Palace, Brussels.
Those all sound like work addresses. Anything that isn't work?
Here's one. All three go often, and Xiaohei Wang has lots of overnights there. At least one a week. Could be a residence, could be a lover. Rue Avignon, France.
I censor his address here, reader, though I could not hide it from Thisbe.
That one looks good. Let's see if there's another place. Ooh! Black hole! Black hole! They go to the black hole! Wow, they go a lot!
Black hole?
Yes, the black hole! That's what Sydney and I call it. It's the most amazing place. We don't know what's there. We've been guessing for years. Great game. It's a place and people go to it. You should see the patterns, Thisbe. So many visitors. So fast. So spicy cold. Nothing looks like that. And sometimes people go, but hide the fact on purpose. They hitch a ride with somebody else, so there's only one car ID. But we can tell there's extra people from how much the car weighs. And lots of people do it, Thisbe. Lots. All the time. They're trying to hide that they're going to the black hole, but they go over and over. Sometimes for an hour, sometimes for a night, a weekend. But if somebody goes even once, they always go again and again and again, over and over and over. And some people stay forever.
Forever?
Forever, Thisbe. People go there and they never leave. Never. They stay and stay and stay. There's people there who have been there for a decade and never gotten in a car, not once. Just stayed in Paris for years and years and years.
It's in Paris?
Yeah. Boulevard, Paris. Some people stay forever, and sometimes new people come out of it. People who were never in a car before, but they're not babies. They get married, they have to be adults, but they spent years never leaving the black hole.
And J.E.D.D. Mason goes there?
All the time. Are you going to investigate it, Thisbe? Awesome. Oh, I don't know whether to ask you to tell me the secret or not. It's Sydney's and my favorite guessing game. We have a bet on who can figure it out first. I guess if you win, we both lose. But it's cheating, actually, going there.
It's work. I'll tell you if security requires.
Okay. Black hole. So cool. Do you need anything else?
No thanks. All set. Thank you.
Sure.
Thisbe signed off and faced a pale and staring Carlyle Foster.
Do you?
He whispered, though no one was around.
What do you intend to do?
Turn up and ring the doorbell.
But...
We need to know about J.E.D.D. Mason, Carlyle. We cannot in good conscience leave Bridger in Mycroft's power while Mycroft is so obviously being controlled by this person. You said it's probably a Bosch doing weird things with theology. Let's find out.
Is this allowed? I mean, using the car data like this?
Of course. I'm authorizing it.
But just turning up?
I've run the public searches. There's tons of cute photos of J.E.D.D. Mason as a child in famous people's arms, and all the useless gossip you could want, but nothing to tell us what they're actually like, or explain how they behaved upstairs today, or why they have this hold on Mycroft.
She caught herself.
We need to know.
We're talking about walking up to a high-ranked politician's private home. There'll be 1 million security.
Then I'll flash my 1 million credentials. I'm a security officer for the 6 Hive transit system, Carlisle. I'm authorized to take whatever measures I see fit to protect this Bosch and the welfare of the world. I have all the clearances I need, and while you're with me, you do too.
I hadn't thought of that.
I'd hoped you could help me investigate whether this is a cult or a theology Bosch, like you said, but I'll make do on my own if you're scared to come.
I'm not saying
Something inside the cousin started to feel stronger.
I'll come, definitely. I'll come, I'll help. I agree we should investigate. We should investigate.
Avignon first, Paris second. The car will be here in a moment. Shall we head up?
The cousin clutched his wrap.
Now?
Best to strike while we know Mycroft and J.E.D.D. Mason are both elsewhere.
Why Avignon first? If the Paris address is so strange, it sounds like the heart of things.
Thisbe smiled her careful, calculating smile.
Because if Eureka Weeksbooth thinks this black hole in Paris is one of the most exciting places in the world, I want to know as much as I can before I ring that bell.
I failed to watch Carlisle. The car's flight granted me 71 minutes before I was locked once more in the silence of the censor's office, watching those numbers return and return, which my imagination always writes in Kohaku Mahdi's blood. 3367, 6733, 2971. But in the 71 minutes of my flight, I did not think of Carlisle. I could not. You may scold, reader, that I should have been more careful, that Bridger and his power, if real, are the most important thing in the world. But there is one whose call makes this world fall away from me like dream. It was he, quick to keep his promise, who called over my tracker and bade me join his call to Togenkyo, where the 9 directors, towering oaks whose umbrella branches shield and dominate the Mitsubishi billion, shuddered in the storm.
The decision to hide this action from Occam Senior in the first place is difficult to understand. This persistence in wanting to continue to hide the details from them now is frankly intolerable, and an insult to one of the most dedicated and worthy officers any of us has the privilege of working with.
Chief Director Hotaka Ando Mitsubishi was the first voice I heard over the tracker. The video feed showed him at the head of a long table where the directors gathered, their spring suits livening the conference room with images of waterfalls and new grass, cats and calligraphy, clouds and koi. It was night already in Togenkyo, cloudy, and through the windows I could see the capital's skyscraper towers painting their lotus shapes in the strokes of light against the black canvas of sea and starless sky.
They're an officer of another hive, not ours.
The directors speak English in the conference room, the compromise language which makes no claim about which nation strat is strongest. Ando scowled.
Humanist or not, we trust Occam Senior every day with the welfare of our hive and all its members.
True.
It was Director Huang Enlai who answered, the squat and hardy leader of the Dongbei region sub-nation strat, not the most powerful of the 5 Chinese directors, but the safest in his seat, anchored by 6 decades' experience and the loyal votes not of his small home region, but of the multitudes of Chinese members too fed up with the endless tussles between the Beijing and Shanghai blocks to throw a vote to either.
I agree we can trust Occam Senior in almost every situation, but there are different kinds of trust. I trust my doctor with my life, but not my dirty laundry.
And Occam Senior doesn't trust the transit system to people who infiltrate their home under false pretenses.
Ando's glare swept the faces of the 5 Chinese directors.
I spoke with President Ganymede. They have agreed to keep this incident a secret to avoid a public scandal. But they are justifiably furious. The special guard we provide for the Sanir Weekspoot Bash is the oldest and deepest seal of friendship between our hives, and much more than symbolic. Having them undermine Sanir within their own Bash house jeopardizes generations of carefully cultivated relations.
Old Huang Enlai gave a little sigh.
I'm not saying it was a good idea. I'm saying that revealing the entire back end of how it happened is itself a different bad idea.
How bad?
Ando looked from face to silent face.
The rift this could create between us and the humanists is the largest crisis we've faced in years. If airing a small piece of dirty laundry can prevent that, it is more than worth it.
Silent faces stared back.
I hope you're right.
Kim Yong-uk spoke up now, Korea's hard-won lone director.
But if you want, if revealing the truth to Sanir and Ganymede would be more dangerous than the rift this is already causing, all the more reason for whoever authorized this action to speak up and let the entire directorate know what we're really dealing with.
The deep lines of years well spent made Director Huang Enlai's frown fold in on itself.
It should be possible for us to apologize to them without revealing every detail.
By this point, they know enough to ask very specific questions.
How much? What are we sure they know?
Chief Director Ando raised his eyes to the camera.
Tycoon?
All turned bodily toward the projected image which made young J.E.D.D. Mason seem to sit at the table with them. To say they listened intently to him is too commonplace. This was a different focus. Deep. As when Utopia has sent a brave and precious probe to skim the surface of all-swallowing Jupiter, and the silence breaks, and the technicians lean raptly over their screens to piece together meaning from this first fuzzed data stolen from the heavens. So these 9 men locked upon the words of their unofficial 10th director.
Occam Sanir knows with the certainty of perception that those whom I exposed were torn by guilt, but believed themselves to be acting in a good cause and a peaceful one. They know with the certainty of testimony that the Sanir Weekspoot Bash and the transit system itself were not endangered by the action. They know with certainty of analysis that the Mitsubishi Special Guard and their confederates received orders whose pull was stronger than the triple counterpull of their loyalty to their fellow troops, their respect for Occam Sanir, and their concern for the safety of the lives endangered should the transit system suffer from their action. And they know with certainty of experience that events which are improbable and proximal are likely to have a causal link. Thus, they know with the certainty of deduction that one of you ordered the Special Guard to steal the Canna device.
The frowns birthed by his answer were resigned, not critical. Kim Yong-uk spoke first.
Do you think they will accuse the directorate directly?
In their heart, they must have already. No other author would have made the traitors consider their betrayal both necessary and altruistic. This was clearly moved by no bribe, nor threat, nor small-scale gain for Bash or person. Those who acted believed it was to benefit great bodies, cities, peoples, nations. Thus, yourselves, or one of you.
All directors searched their fellows' eyes. Ando scratched his silvered temples.
And you are sure Occam Sanir thinks this too?
Yes, Chichiyue.
The Japanese form of father, which Tycoon uses to address Ando, is peculiarly formal and old-fashioned.
Occam Sanir must have thought all this already. They have anti-proofs.
Old Huang Enlai smiled at the 10th director.
What anti-proofs?
Anti-proof the first. You know that Sania will suspect you, and Sania knows you realize this. If you had proof of your innocence, or of another's guilt, you would have offered it to them. You have not. Anti-proof the second. Captain Su Wei-chun will not lie to Occam Sania again. When asked who sent them, they may answer nothing. But they will not state explicitly it was not you. Thus, Sania will know who it was.
I did not catch which director muttered the first few frustrated Chinese syllables, musical like Greek, but as soon as someone broke the hold of English, more Chinese flooded in. I could not follow the words, but the 5 Chinese directors' body language was transparent enough. Beijing's Wang Laojing was sparring with the Shanghai directors, Lu Yong and Wang Baobao. Old Huang Enlai, interjecting often, was the net to their verbal tennis match, while Wenzhou's Chen Zonggren added occasional notes of guarded brevity. I saw sighs of recognition pass among the non-Chinese speakers in the room too. Shanghai and Beijing had done this. We could all see it. One of their vast voting blocs had taken this gamble, scrambling to get the better of the other, money-fatted Shanghai against the proud and stubborn former capital. I know it is as egregious as conflating Paris and London, but to we linguistic exiles in the room, it hardly mattered which of the two was the culprit. When siblings spar, the true cause is proximity.
Enough!
Ando broke in.
This action endangers the Alliance.
His angry spoken English contained an ambiguity I cannot preserve in text. Did he mean the unofficial alliance between the Mitsubishi and the Humanists? Or Romanova's Universal Free Alliance, which, like a watchman at some ancient port, tries with its tiny voice to give some aid and order to the man-made leviathans which crowd and jostle in the bay? At times like this, I am reminded just how small a bay Earth is, and how vast these leviathans.
I care less who is at fault than how the 10 of us will fix this. I'm prepared to be direct if no one else is. At this point, we all know vaguely what the so-called Kana device is. That responsibility for its development can be linked to our hive.
The newest director, Shanghai's young Wang Baobao, was aggressive enough to murmur,
Japan.
Ando's pause was brief.
Yes, it can be linked to my strat specifically. And I think we all realize that makes it easy for someone who wanted to harm our hive to fire up the public about Mitsubishi culpability in everything the device has ever been associated with.
I thanked Ando in my heart for avoiding my name, but still, it hung in the air like a pregnant storm cloud. Mycroft Canna.
One of you arranged this drill today to try to seize the device. Perhaps you did it to protect the hive.
Chichiyue?
J.E.D.D. Mason broke in.
Do you genuinely read such kindness in this act?
I would like to believe it was a kind act, Tycoon. The alternative is that someone wanted to use the device as leverage against me, since the Japanese strat would suffer most from public outcry. But it sickens me to think that factional self-interest could lead any of you to poison the entire hive in the eyes of the world.
He waited to let that blow sink in.
And to poison our relations with our most important ally.
The humanists will get over it.
Shanghai's confident Lu Yong stretched his back in his seat, with an expression something between smug and testy.
We trust you to stay in the saddle where Ganymede is concerned, Ando. I would rather hear more about the theft and about what you let happen at Black Sakura.
I think Lu Yong is blunter and ruder in English than in his strat tongue. I think they all are. Ando controlled his expression, but could not keep wrath's red from rising in his cheeks.
I have, with difficulty, placated President Ganymede.
He glared at Liu Yong as he stressed the title.
I have also ensured that the investigation of this double break-in is in hands we trust. That means the issue of the device is also in hands we trust. A fact which may be the only thing which keeps this from exploding in our faces.
His eyes softened as he turned to the camera once again.
Tycoon.
Yes, Chichiyue?
Do you believe anyone here is responsible for the device? For its creation? Its use? Or any part of it?
A pause while he thinks.
I believe not.
The chief director almost smiled.
I believe that the world will suffer greatly and gain nothing by the exposure of the device's origins. Do you agree?
Directors, does any of you genuinely know the details of the device's origin? Or is it lost in time?
All 9 directors aimed their earnest faces at the unofficial 10th. Old Huang Enlai was the only one brave enough to answer.
From what I can tell, the records were systematically destroyed.
Again, the 10th director paused to think.
I believe the threat to global tranquility is genuine. That your plan to shelter the world with silence is practical and well considered, and that your desire to protect your people is as humane as selfish. The public fears much, and rightly, from this new use of the device. That truth must be exposed. But the question of origin is both separate and old. The public feels no active pain from that curiosity, and any answer you give would be painfully partial, aiding far less than it harms. I will facilitate your silence on that count. If my utopians catch the thief who targeted Black Sakura and detain the device, I will seek to destroy it, and I consider myself to have no obligation to reveal its origin.
Many shoulders relaxed. Wang Laojing tested.
To anyone?
I have been tasked with this by many authorities, but all task me to heal the peace, not harm it. And there is none among them who does not keep secrets in return. If I tell Patrem Meum that all threat is ended, and say the same to Censor, Chair, Headmaster, the Majesty, and the Grace, then they and theirs will rest content.
Ando smiled.
We will do all in our power to help you ensure the device is found and destroyed.
He paused to let others nod assent.
Whether that means giving you what few records we have of it, acting as you direct, or pledging not to act again, since today's action was so horribly disruptive.
The billions whose happiness you guard would thank you if they knew, Chichiyue. However, I believe the Kanna device is the prior, but not the larger threat.
The 710 list?
Yes.
It was none of us.
Laojing answered for all, and J.E.D.D. Mason scanned their faces once again.
That, I believe.
Do we know the reason for the theft yet?
Your Bash child was involved, Ando.
Masami is another victim of this, yes, and knows nothing.
I understand Black Sakura is going to publish both lists now. It's not clear to me who benefits.
Sugiyama's list does hurt us, but it hurts others even more.
Ganymede especially.
Yes, Ganymede and Casimir Perry both come out worse than us in Sugiyama's list.
All reviewed Sugiyama's list, which they now had in an advance copy, distributed to the Hive leaders as tomorrow's publication loomed. Number 1, Masonic Emperor Cornell Mason. Number 2, The Anonymous. Number 3, Sniper. Number 4, Zeven Racer. Number 5, Cousin Chair Briar Kosala. Number 6, Brillist Headmaster Felix Faust. Number 7, Mitsubishi Director Hotaka Ando Mitsubishi. Number 8, Francois Quesnay. Number 9, Julia Doria Pamphili. Number 10, Lorelei Cookie Cook. Kim Jong-uk spoke first.
Spain could also be an intended target. Including Zeven Racer on the list is an insult to the king as much as to Perry.
Everyone knows Spain was not involved when Zeven Racer tried to fix the election for them. Bringing attention to Racer will only remind everyone how honorable Spain was withdrawing from the race after Racer's exposure. Casimir Perry's the one who looks bad for benefiting from Spain's misfortune.
Sugiyama's far from being the first to point out that Zeven Racer is the only reason Perry is Prime Minister, but no one's ever said before that Sniper is the only reason Ganymede is president, at least not so publicly. That's a far worse blow.
What do you think, Tycoon?
The worst blow is not to Europe, Chichiyue, but to Asia.
To Asia? Why do you phrase it like that?
Francois Quesnay.
The 8th name on the list.
What is the source?
Of what?
If you wrote a poem titled The Source, what would be its subject?
Of the directors, Ando is least afraid to answer JEDD's strange questions.
Nature. The interconnectedness of life. Forests, the ocean, maybe rural life, a farm, a spring of water.
Such trust, reader, voicing these personal, almost theological opinions, and trusting him to make the tangent pertinent.
Do all agree?
Mine would be about spring. New growth.
Spring. Yes.
Land, perhaps. Land changing, the parting of the snow.
The ocean, or a well, or maybe a mountain or a tree.
The last answer came from Kimura Kunie, the second Japanese director, who had done well in the decades since he realized it was more prudent to be Ando's strong right arm than Ando's rival.
Then, you are alone. Faced with that question, a cousin might answer the heart, a European, the past, a humanist, themselves, a brillist, the psyche, a utopian, imagination. All are pieces of the Masonic answer. Humanity. Only the Mitsubishi place the source outside humanity, in nature.
Through the screen, I could see fear spread from eye to eye among the 9 directors.
In this thought, you are the most alone. This is what Sugiyama thought, which Masami Mitsubishi would not have said. But all Earth will read now.
Why do you see danger in that?
At last, Greenpeace Mitsubishi director Jyothi Bandyopadhyay broke her silence. Her vibrant suit was cut like a shawani, patterned with the fierce flame-orange spring blossoms of the palash tree, with leaf-green sash across her chest representing the veto reserved in the terms of the Greenpeace Mitsubishi Hive merger 64 years before. Her expressions had been the most guarded throughout this, a sad spectator more than a Confederate, and I gender her female for you, reader, as a reminder of how far apart she stands from Ando and his ilk.
Everyone knows caring for the land is our great strength, greater now than ever. Are you expecting some new hue and cry about exorbitant rents?
That, my servant may speak to.
After a moment's silence, I remembered Dominic was missing. So, he must mean me. Yes, directors. Speaking for Or the Tribune on behalf of Romanova, yes. We do predict new hostility about rents and property. It is no breach of confidence that I share the census predictions here, reader. J.E.D.D. Mason is a hiveless Tribune. The census data is at his service, while he is at Romanova's.
We've capped rent increases, and we've been acquiring land less rapidly, just as the censor recommended.
Yes, you have. You've made good efforts. The census data reflects that. But people are already so worried about it. And there are so many hostile counter-campaigns, so many people riled up. Most people aren't aware you've slowed down. They just see Mitsubishi landlords on every street and feel like you're eating up more land even if you aren't. Sugiyama's list will make it worse. Much worse.
Why? Who is this Francois Quesnay?
Was, not is, Director. Francois Quesnay is a historical figure. Sugiyama was planning one of their clever presence by absence pieces. Those in the room seem to lack enthusiasm for journalistic art. Francois Quesnay was one of the leaders of the physiocrats, a group of European economists influential in the 17th century, at the very birth of the modern economic theory. They believed that wealth and value came from land. Shared your idea about the source, in a sense. When Adam Smith came along, a big part of what they did was disagree with the physiocrats, saying the source of wealth was labor, not land. Everyone since has basically agreed with Smith, even Marx and Moret, though they refined it with ideas about capital and axons. But these days, everyone pretty much thinks in terms of human labor as the source, population, work hours, especially with the hive system. Hives competing for more members, seeming strong or weak based on how many they gain or lose. Everyone counts people, directors. Everyone except you.
I don't disagree with Marx and Smith.
Beijing boasted.
We value our size, our people.
How many voting shares are presently pledged to you, Director?
1.2 billion.
Precisely how many?
1,232,400,000 and some.
How many people, how many members pledge their voting shares to you to make that block?
About 150 million.
Precisely how many?
Beijing frowned at his companions.
Maybe slightly under 150.
He does not nod.
You know much more precisely how much of nature you represent than how many people.
Again, I smiled, seeing how his meandering demonstration made the point more clearly than the straight-seeming path. Exactly. These days, not even Gordian still clings to the corporate model so closely as to distribute Brillist votes by share instead of by person. Sugiyama's editorial on Francois Quesnay would have been their manifesto that the Mitsubishi shareholder democracy has failed.
Shareholder democracy makes us strong.
Korea objected fastest.
It's an incentive. Our members work harder to get property, own their homes, invest. Knowing hard work will make their voices stronger. One share vote at a time.
Young Shanghai nodded.
We own more than half the property on Earth now. That proves our system works.
There was a pride in Korea's glance at Bandiopatier here, or should I say, at India. For, back when the Mitsubishi Hive proposed its mighty marriage with Greenpeace, it had lusted after more than Greenpeace's 12 billion acres of nature reserve and 500 million nature-loving members. It lusted after India. The lion's share of the Indian nation strat was always with Greenpeace. And an entrenched cultural tick, something between tradition and self-defense, makes Indian landowners intractably unwilling to sell India's land to outsiders. That made the subcontinent the last delicious corner of the earth which had few Mitsubishi landlords. What Mitsubishi can't buy, they adopt.
1 vote for being a member. 2 for owning an apartment. 5 for a house. 20 for a factory. 30 for a forest. None for an idea.
You're the richest hive measured in land, but what if we measure by manpower?
The Masons win by their standard and we win by ours, I see that. That doesn't make us wrong.
But there aren't only two measures, directors. There are many. Measure by income. Half the human race pays rent to you, but Utopia earns more for its services and inventions. Or measure by output. You say shareholder democracy makes your members work harder, but every single Utopian is a vacateur.
The Utopians aren't a competitor. No matter what they earn, they can't grow while they spend it all on their moon base and lobbing junk at Mars.
Terraforming. It is terraforming. In 250 years, it will be done. Even if you own this world by then, Utopia will own another one. Is it not miraculous, reader, the power of the mind to believe and not believe at once? We all know the powers of Utopia. We see their living wonders fill the streets, cheer as they conquer syndromes, hire them to make the impossible possible for us, job after job. We even trust them with this hunt for the dread Gyges device. Yet, we still think and plan for the world. One world. We never doubt that every individual shipment they send to Mars must be successful, that their science is sound, their effort proceeding, but somehow we do not believe the distant end will ever come. These 9 directors don't believe Utopians will really live on Mars in 2660. Utopians do. If land is not the source, then you lose to the Masons. If it is, you lose long-term to the Utopians. Sugiyama's editorial will say this, and, coming from your most prominent journalist, it will shatter the public's faith in your democracy.
Shareholder democracy.
The younger Shanghai corrected.
Timocracy is what the other hives are seeing.
Director Bandiopartier leaned forward until the polished board table glowed with the reflected coral fire blossoms of her jacket.
Whatever you say about the benefits of having both personal votes and property votes, you know the other hives look at us. They look at me. They look at how our second largest nation strat can only secure 1 seat at this table. Because the lot of you.
Her gesture encompassed all of them, but her eye fell most on Ando in Kimura Kunie, whose 100 million Japanese strat members boasted 2 directors, while India's near billion fought for 1.
Have had your strats eating up property as hard as you can for generations. They think they see us all racing with each other to eat up more, even if we aren't. Every doubt and bad feeling other hives have, and every late rent fee they've ever resented, it adds up.
She turned back to the camera.
This could be some anti-land grab group playing extremely dirty. Do we even know this is the real Ghana device? Someone with a vague sense that it could smear us may have created their own tracker hacker to make us look dirty.
The suggestion struck me like a ray of light. Shanghai killed it with a cloud.
Utopians? Hired Utopians could do it, or the hive itself.
Do your predictions think they'll benefit from this? What does the census office say?
I winced. You can probably guess. The Masons are predicted to gain most from the members and investments that leave you. Cousins and humanists will benefit as well. More details are in flux.
And the Utopians?
Shanghai pressed.
You just said we're in a long-term 2-planet land race, and here we're trusting them with the investigation. What if it was them?
I could not lie before JEDD Mason. There are probably constellations of Utopians out there who could make such a thing. But to speak frankly, directors, manipulating politics and public image this way is not the sort of thing Utopia as a hive cares much about. And if hired Utopians were to plan such a thing for one of the other hives, they would succeed, and they would make sure we did not suspect them. I cringe even now repeating this, reader. Do not fear the Utopians. Anyone would call Utopia a fearsome foe, but they do not play these earthly power games, and, like a nest of hornets, they sting only when provoked.
Have you seen this Sugiyama editorial, Yagmohan?
Director Bandyopadhyay uses India's nickname for J.E.D.D. Mason, practically a pun.
Which angle is it playing up? Maybe Sugiyama was talking to anti-land grab people.
Beijing nodded agreement.
If so, the worst part of all this may be that this fuss with the editor and switching lists makes it look like Masami Mitsubishi was party to trying to hush Sugiyama up. I'm already getting snippets of the hue and cry anti-land grab groups are raising about that. Perfect ammunition for them. Too perfect.
A few had sympathetic frowns for brooding Ando, but Bandyopadhyay's expectant gaze directed the others to the camera once again. They have a special patience for J.E.D.D. Mason.
Chichiyue, do you have personal enemies outside this room? Have any of you, directors?
They reviewed each other over a long silence.
You think this is a personal attack?
A shark has many teeth for one reason. Just so, this theft wounds from many sides at once. That speaks of a meticulous author.
Again, a careful silence held China, Korea, India, and Japan.
Any who answers me this in private might do great good. Until then, directors, I give you more by giving my minutes and my servants' minutes to my investigation than to yourselves.
The chief director nodded.
Thank you for your time today, Tycoon.
I will you well, directors.
J.E.D.D. addressed Ando in Japanese.
Father, give my regards to all my step-siblings and the princess.
I will.
Yagmohan.
Director Bandyopadhyay's voice made all freeze.
One more question.
Yes, Director?
I know you're using Mycroft Guildbreaker. How much will you two share with Mason in all this? Does Guildbreaker know that the Canada device can be tied to the Mitsubishi? Will Mason find out?
A Masonic Emperor does not need blackmail. Pater gains more from stability than from your fall. You too are allies, in that sense. If Martin and I choose to inform Patrem, it will be because the Empire cannot help you bury what it does not know. I see doubt on your faces, but you are already struggling to keep this secret. You would do well to accept aid from Patre, one whose secrets have commanded supreme awe and curiosity over the centuries, and yet he keeps them still.
Here once again, reader, we manage to both believe and not believe. We say we are not so gullible as to accept the propaganda that the Masons are as ancient as the cults of Mithras and Orpheus. We say that we do not believe they conspired from the shadows, guiding human progress for millennia before the church war's chaos brought them into the light. But when you push, our denial weakens. We date the Hive to 2137, the war's height. 6 years after Carlyle's Great Renunciation shattered the nation-states. Those who did not share the uniting ethic of any early Hive did not love Europe, Asia, sport, stage, kindness, nature, profit, Brill, found themselves abandoned, their states dissolving, their churches, first resort when states failed, swept up in the zealot flames. As war matured into chaos and plague, one false hope lay in the Masonic lodges peppering the towns, which fiction claimed were more than what they seemed. We say that Antoninus Mason just harnessed the myth, organized those who came to the lodges into a global force before people realized there was not one already there.
Power I am, the secret emperor, more ancient than the pyramids, more far-reaching than Alexander, more long-lasting than Rome. While Ramses and Ozymandias built monuments that fade, I hid in shadow and revealed myself only now that the fools that I left to subgovern in my place have failed so much. Come, back to me, my people. My empire has endured 10,000 years and will not be shaken by this petty war.
That fiction from this master storyteller birthed this hive which swallowed up the remnants as a gleaner picks fallen grain after the harvest. Much grain remained, more than enough to make the myth of empire real, but something inside us can't believe it's all invention. It feels so ancient. The dread Imperial Guard, the awesome shadow of the Sanctum Sanctorum Tower, the laws unrolled on crackling papyrus, the cold iron-gray throne. The language of myth slips from our tongues. Ancient custom, ancient law, Imperium, Millennium, Empire, Caesar. Perhaps it actually is true and false at once. Great institutions, hive, strat, nation, kingdom, guild, are all built of consensus, willed into reality by we who love, obey, protect, and fear. If will alone can make these powers real enough to reshape the globe and burn the heavens, perhaps will can also make them have been real 10,000 years ago.
Yes, you may tell Mason if you think it prudent, Tycoon. We know you'll only make them see the truth. While we have you with us, we are able to count Mason as a friend. I know the whole Directorate is grateful.
Ondo stopped there, but the grim pride in his eyes added, "to me." They did need these reminders sometimes. Beijing, Shanghai, vast and wary India, why they are all best off with Ondo in the Chief Director's seat.
Yes, Chichiyue. I will do my best for you.
Terra, Ignota, 2 Like the Lightning, Part 1, is a graphic audio production. Copyright 2016 by Ada Palmer. All rights reserved. Recorded with the permission from the author. Production copyright 2021. Graphic Audio LLC. All rights reserved. Unauthorized download and/or duplication is prohibited. Performed by Chris Stinson as Mycroft Canner, Kay Alluvian as Carlisle Foster, Win Delano as the Major, Nazia Chaudhry as Thisbe Sinir, Zeke Alton as Occam Sinir, and Alejandro Ruiz as J.E.D.D. Mason. Also featuring the voices of Nora Ashrati, Lise Bruneau, Jacob Ye, Marnie Penning, Taylor Coan, Ryan Carlo DeLusung, Brandon Burton, Dawn Ursula, Holly Adams, Lydia Craniotis, Neha Gargava, James Konachek, Elena Anderson, Emlyn McFarland, Bradley Foster Smith, Rob Moreira, Chris Davenport, Anthony Palmini, Daniel Yaka, Nusha Nawab, Christopher Walker, Bianca Bryan, Sean K. Jane, Mark Harrietha, Dwayne Washington, Matthew Schley, Shravan Amin, Nanette Savard, Shanta Parashuraman, Nicole Perez, Megan Poppy, Torian Brackett, Natalie Van Sistine, James Lewis, Carolyn Kashner, Christopher Walker, Christopher Williams, Colleen Delaney, Tia Shearer, Yasmin Twazan, Megan Dominy, Stefan Walker, Terrence Aselford, Scott McCormick, and Rose Elizabeth Supan. Adapted and directed by Alejandro Ruiz. Produced by Rick Rowan, Dwayne Beeman, and Matt Webb. Executive producer, Angie Cornett. Dialogue editing and graphic audio sound design by Eli Van Zandt, and Michael Hanuziak. Book adapted for graphic audio by Alejandro Ruiz.
If you enjoyed Terra Ignota 2 Like the Lightning Part 1, check out the Great Insurrection series by Michael Anderle, along with our entire catalog of exciting releases at www.graphicaudio.net.
For 2 decades, he served the Commonwealth as a Titan, call sign Odin, an enforcer of law, and never questioned his orders. Alistair Kane believed in the work. It was important to stop the rebel subversives for the good of the Commonwealth.
You're going to kill me? I'm not going to kill you, Odin. You killed yourself when you listened to the subversives.
Over his career, he'd become the greatest Titan the Corps had ever seen. He had been sent on a simple mission. Then the rebels said one thing, and Alistair's life changed forever. As the storm clouds of insurrection gather, he finds himself deprived of his status and his wife, with only the prospect of death before him.
Whatever it takes to destroy this man, I want it done. If the planet of Pluto must be burnt, every inch of it razed, then that is what we shall do.
For 10 generations, the Definita family had ruled. Alexander Definita's 30 years as emperor had been peaceful, but only because he didn't tolerate dissent. The only thing worse than a rebel was a disloyal Titan. Alistair must die, and who better to kill him than his protege, Ares?
Die like the Titan you were.
Who are you? Your guardian angels. In a battle of good versus evil, the stakes have never been higher. How much could one act of mercy cost a man?
You have a choice to make. Deal with the pain, Titan, and decide once more if you want to die or keep going forward.
We need to show you the truth, Titan. Before anything else happens, the truth must be shown. Everything you think you know is a lie.
The Great Insurrection. Book 1, Warlord Born, by David Beers and Michael Anderle. Available now in graphic audio.
Thanks for listening to this graphic audio production. Graphic Audio has over 1,500 titles to choose from. Listen to over 150 binge-worthy series, from sci-fi to fantasy, to graphic novels, to mystery thrillers, to action-adventure, to westerns, and more. Check out our exclusive titles available only in our dramatized adaptation format. If you'd like to listen to an entire series, you can conveniently purchase a download series set at graphicaudio.net. You can also earn loyalty reward points, redeemable towards future online purchases. Stream audiobooks immediately or download them to listen offline on your mobile phone or tablet using our Graphic Audio Access app, which is available on all Android and Apple devices. We like being radically different when it comes to our audiobook productions. Listen to A Movie in Your Mind, on the go, anytime, anywhere. Sign up for our email newsletter for the latest updates and new releases. Like us on Facebook or follow us on Twitter and Instagram. Visit our web store today at graphicaudio.net.